Katarina froze on the spot. Her pupils quivered. What did you just say? He clutched the edge of his clothes tightly. His knuckles turned white from the strain. Have I suddenly gone deaf? Nikolai set down his teacup. The porcelain clinked softly. It made a sharp, clear sound. Let me say it again. I want to marry you. Katarina turned her face away. She avoided his gaze. Your Grace, I am not the proper sort of noble lady. Nor am I the ideal candidate for a wife. Even for someone like you, that fact will not change. Nikolai gave a slight nod. Then I consider myself lucky. It is the you of the present that I love. Katarina stood there dazed. Her lips parted slightly. What? Nikolai's lips curled into a smile. His gaze was intense and focused. So, I like you exactly the way you are. Is that answer sufficient? Katarina's mind went completely blank. 12 years ago, Padovangrad, Southern Hezan Duchy, the Smirnov ducal territory. The white manor stood tall in the sunlight. The guests bowed low. Our greetings to you. Your Grace Duke Smirnov stood in the center of the hall. The Duchess stood by his side. You have CCM a long way. Thank you for the effort. The journey must have been quite exhausting. The guests gathered around. Their words were filled with flattery. The Duchess grows more beautiful with each passing day. No wonder your two daughters are so lovely. I'm sure families with sons will be lining up for miles. Duke Smirnov turned around. He looked toward the staircase. Katarina! Bianca, how many times have I told you not to run around inside the house? Ninero Katarina was leading her sister by the hand. Both had radiant smiles on their faces. Duke Smirnov leaned down. You'll get hurt if you run too fast. Katarina's eyes sparkled. Father, mother? Leica had puppies. Can we go see them? Duke Smirnov placed a hand on her shoulder. Greet the guests first. Then you may go. Katarina lifted her skirts and curtsied. She gave a bright smile. Hello everyone, I'm Katarina. Bianca hid behind her sister. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Bianca. Madame Smirnov let out a soft laugh. Lady Bianca seems quite... Modesty is a virtue in a young lady. A noble woman turned her head. She looked toward the boys in the distance. Children, what are you doing? CCM quickly and pay your respects to the Duke. She led the three boys forward. I wanted the children to play together, so I brought them along as well. 10-year-old Ivan stood at the very front. He looked perfectly composed. He bowed respectfully to the Duke. Katarina froze in place. She gripped her sister at hand. In that case, I'll take Bianca and head out first. Ivan remained standing right where he was. He holds the back of his neck. His expression is stiff.
He actually ignored me.
He walks up to Duke Smirnov. We want to see the puppies too. Where are they? The kitchen is filled with tableware. A pot of potatoes is steaming. Katarina watches her busy younger sister. Bianca, what are you doing? Bianca picks up a basket full of potatoes. I'm going to feed these to the puppies. Katarina smiles helplessly. The puppies can't eat potatoes yet. Bianca freezes. She blinks. Katarina points at the basket. Give them to Leica. Leica will like them. Bianca flashes a bright smile. She holds the cloth bag with both hands. Whispers CCM from behind the bush, accompanied by malicious laughter. I'm better. Ivan stands behind his companions. He looks smug. A boy pulls back a slingshot. The rubber band is stretched to its limit. A stone is fired, slicing through the air. It hits Leica deaden. Leica lets out a whimper. Her body cowers. She protects the puppies behind her. Katarina stops abruptly. Her pupils shrink. She grits her teeth. Fury flares in her eyes. Her whole body trembles. Bianca drops the cloth bag in fright. She covers her eyes with both hands and sobs. Katarina suddenly lunges forward, her skirts flying, sweeping through the wind. She charges straight for the back of the bush. She swings her fist, landing a heavy blow on Ivan's face. There is a dull thud. Several of them fall to the ground, clutching their faces. They let out piercing screams. It hurts. Their cries echo through the courtyard. Mom, the adults see TM running at. They gather around the crying children. When children play, there are bound to be some bumps and bruises. Right, another noble nods in agreement. I was thinking the same thing. All right, get up now. Crying just because a girl hit you. What kind of man are you? Katarini's brow is furrowed. Her gaze is sharp. This wasn't an accident. She points at the group of boys. Her voice is clear and powerful. These brats used a slingshot to bully Leica. The nobles are stunned. They cover their mouths in shock. Children are just immature. Ivan shifts his eyes. A smirk curls at the corner of his mouth. He rubs his reddened eyes. He looks aggrieved. We were just jealous. Because the ladies only pay attention to that dog. We wanted to play together too. The adults burst into laughter. Boys are always clumsy when expressing their feelings. Since you'll be seeing each other often from now on, you should try to get along. Katarina freezes in place. Anger is etched between her brows. This is absolutely absurd. Ivan walks up to her. He drops to one knee. My apologies, Katarina. Taking her hand, he continues, his movements gentle. Please, in your great mercy, forgive my rudeness. She tilts her head slightly, her eyes brimming with mockery. To get so sensitive? Over such a trivial prank. Katarina violently jerks her hand away. A wave of hushed whispers breaks out around them. The etiquette of this young lady is truly something to behold. Ivan rests his chin on his fingertips, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. You shouldn't have provoked me first. Serves you right, night falls, and the manor is ablaze with light. A fountain ripples in the center of the courtyard. Long dining tables are draped in white cloths, laden with silver cutlery and exquisite delicacies. The nobles sit across from one another, as crystal chandeliers cast shimmering light. A maid extinguishes the candles, plunging the room into darkness. Katarina lies in bed, staring up at the ceiling. She suddenly throws back the covers. She sits up. Ivan is sleeping soundly in the room, his breathing steady. His companions lie scattered haphazardly around him. The door creaks softly, and a sliver of light illuminating the floor. Ivan slowly opens his eyes, his gaze hazy and unfocused. Several men are bound to the bed. Katarina stands at the head of the bed, silhouetted against the moonlight. You're awake. Your name is Ivan, isn't it? I don't seem to remember. Ivan's eyes widen in terror, as cold sweat drips down. Katarina carries a quiver on her back, a longbow gripped firmly in her hand. A smile plays on her lips. Didn't you say you wanted to play together? Ivan's mouth is gagged, letting out muffled whimpers. Katarina presses a red apple onto his head. She leans in close to Ivan's face, her eyes devoid of warmth. From this moment on, we're going to play a very interesting GM. She pulls an arrow from her quiver, her fingertips grazing the point. If I use this bow to hit every apple on your head, then I win. Katarina draws the bowstring, aiming at her target. Her smile is radiant. If I happen to miss, well, just keep playing until I hit the mark. The arrow whistles through the air, grazing his scalp and piercing the target with precision. The red apple shatters with a sickening crunch. Ivan's body goes limp with terror, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. Katarina draws the bowstring taut once more. My aim isn't the best today. If you don't want to get shot somewhere, unfortunate, don't move a muscle. Tears well up in the eyes of the three men. Another arrow tears through the air. Ivan's whole body jolts, his pupils dilating with pure terror. A piercing scream tears through the night sky. It echoes above the silent manor. The doors are flung wide open. They slam against the wall. With a thunderous crash, the nobles rush into the room. They stare in shock at the scene before them. Katarina is standing by the window, moonlight spilling over her long hair. Her expression is cold and indifferent. The nobles scramble into the room. They untie the ropes binding their children. What on earth is going on here? A nobleman pulls his child into a tight embrace. His eyes are filled with terror. How could you do such a thing? Are you doing this as revenge for what happened today? Katerina idly toys with the sword in her hand. She looks puzzled. Revenge, Why are you all acting like this? She closes her eyes, appearing helpless. I just wanted to make friends with everyone. But they were always sleeping. A noble woman in an orange gown steps forward. Her brow is furrowed with rage. You might have been ignorant before, but this time you absolutely did this on purpose. Katerina speaks in a calm voice. Was I ignorant before? The noble woman nods. Yes. Katerina stands barefoot on the floor. She looks the adults straight in the eye. That is why I'm telling you this. She tilts her head slightly. Her tone turns icy. Only when you experience it yourself will you truly understand. You shouldn't scare people just for fun. Only when you're the one being hit will you know how much it hurts. That way, you won't hurt others so carelessly anymore. The nobleman leans down. He puts his hands on his hips. Lady Katerina. Duke Smirnov pushes through the door. He looks anxious. His gaze sweeps across the chaotic room. What exactly happened here? The nobleman is fuming with indignation. Your Grace. Lady Katerina shot arrows at our children. She terrified them. And then she claimed it was just a joke. Katerina stands at the center of the accusations. Her eyes remain defiant. Duke Smirnov presses his hand to his forehead. Weariness shows through the gaps between his fingers. Bianca runs into the room barefoot. Her eyes are rimmed with red. Sister didn't do anything wrong. Duke Smirnov looks up. Bianca. Bianca gently strokes Lycate wound. Her fingertips touch the dried blood. Those young masters were the ones who hurt Lika first. You adults clearly saw it earlier. Duke. Smirnov kneels down. He cups Bianca's face in his hands. Is that true? Tears well up in Bianca's eyes. She nods vigorously. Yes, they've pulled my hair before too. They'd been bullying me all along. Ivan and his companions cower in the back. They look guilty. Their eyes are darting around, avoiding everyone's gaze. Bianca looks at Katerina. Sister only did it to protect me and Lika. Duke Smirnov stands up. I believe it is best to cancel that investment proposal. The nobleman looks frantic. To bring a childish dispute into formal business affairs, Duke Smirnov turns his head. His eyes are cold as ice. Wasn't your proposed venture related to livestock? He takes Bianca and Katerina by the hand. He walks toward the door. By looking at your Sondet conduct, I don't need to visit the site to imagine exactly how those animals are being treated. Please leave immediately at daybreak. Katerina looks back. A mocking smirk plays on her lips. Ivan slumps to the floor. His pupils tremble. Katerina walks barefoot down the gallery. Her steps are light and brisk. Being nothing but kind isn't always a good thing. If that is how I take going to be, from now on, I might as well cause as much trouble as I please. I won't suppress myself anymore. She clenches her fist. Her eyes sparkle. You only live once. Life is actually easier when you're a troublemaker? Since then, whenever anyone in the South mentions a villainess, they think of me. If a child dares to pull hair, I'll grab theirs and toss them out. If a boy dares to lift a girl's skirt, I'll step on the hem of his pants and humiliate him in public. Southern men even started a trend of rolling up their pant legs. There were even rumors that it was all because of me. Sunlight hits the white exterior walls. Leather boots click against the stone tiles. The sound is sharp and clear. A maid waits at the door, looking anxious. My lady, are you only just returning? Katerina strides inside. She unbuttons her dark coat. The maid follows closely behind and takes the garment. Did you forget to diet meeting? We have been waiting for you. Katerina turns her head. Really, I just need to head to the drawing room. Right, the maid looks worried. Are you going there right now? You should change your clothes first. Katerina says. It isn't time for the appointment yet. But he arrived early,
He sits with a straight back.
his expression fun of confidence. Making someone wait is very discourteous. Gregory sits on the essay-fa, twirling his mustache. Katerina throws open the double doors. She strides into the room, with sharp, decisive movements. Gregory stands up and bows. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Katerina. I am Gregory. Katerina nods. Yes, a pleasure to meet you. Gregory scratches the back of his head, looking awkward. You are quite late. I've been waiting here all by myself. A smirk plays on Katerina's lips. I wasn't that late, was I? Gregory clears his throat. His gaze sweeps over her hunting attire. Did you really see CM here dressed like that? Katerina sits on the essay-fa. She rests her longbow at her side. I heard you were waiting for me. I came straight here after hunting. Let's sit and talk. Gregory turns his head away. He looks displeased. It seems you are quite fond of hunting. Katerina picks up a white cloth. She carefully wipes the longbow. Wild boars have been appearing frequently lately. The commoners' crops are being severely damaged. So I go out often. Gregory lifts his teacup. He takes a sip. That is hardly a respectable hobby. A young lady of your age usually prefers handicrafts or gardening, activities that are more elegant and noble. Katerina continues wiping the bow. The commoners can't always find a hunter when they need one. I have no choice but to go myself. Gregory nods. The Duke has no sons. You have no choice for now. But once you become the Countess, you will naturally cease such uncouth behavior. Katerina stops moving. Isn't it a bit early to mention being the Countess? You haven't even formally proposed to me. Gregory slams his teacup down. Tea splashes over the rim. Do you really have any better options than me? Katerina turns her head. What did you say? Gregory spreads his hands. 3 social seasons have already passed. Most girls are married by 18. But Miss Katerina, you are already 21. Katerina grips the longbow tightly. I heard that the Count is even older than my father. Gregoriate eyes shift. Not that I'm unable to marry. I simply chose not to. There truly weren't any young ladies who caught my eye before. Of course, in terms of looks and personality, Miss Bianca certainly piqued my interest. But there were simply too many competitors. Isn't that right? Katerina leans back in her chair. She crosses her. Is that so? She suddenly lifts her leg. Her leather boot slams down on the table. There is a heavy thud. Gregory jumps in fright. Miss Katerina's gaze is cold. Katerina. Gregory is stunned. What? Katerina stares into his eyes. My name is Katerina. She crosses her arms. Her gaze is as sharp as a blade. I don't recall us being close enough for you to use a nickname. Gregory lowers his head. He looks flustered. If the way I addressed you just now was offensive, I deeply apologize. Katerina tilts her chin up slightly. Please continue with what you were saying. Gregory lets out a soft laugh. I think living with you will be quite entertaining. You mentioned hunting as your hobby. You should understand that pleasure, the thrill of taming a fierce beast. Katerina reaches out and grips the rifle. Her fingertips slide across the cold metal frame. A sharp mechanical click rings out. I can't say I relate to that. When I'm hunting, I'm more inclined to put them out of their misery right then and there. To me, that isn't taming. Holding their life in the palm of my hand, and playing with it as I please. Gregory freezes in his tracks. What on earth are you talking about? Are you truly beyond help, or just a bit slow? Katerina levels the hunting rifle. The muzzle is aimed right between Gregoriate eyes. Gregoriate hands shoot up instantly. His mustache trembles violently. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Katerina pulls the trigger. The bullet whistles past Gregoriate's ear. It shatters the vase behind him. Shards fly in every direction. Her expression remains cold. If there's something I don't like, I've never once thought about fixing it. Since I don't want to hear any more nonsense, Wouldn't it be easier to just make you disappear? That was just a warning shot. If I were to aim for real, I think you know what the result would be. I'll count to 3, get out. Unless you're ready to leave this world. Gregory scrambles out the door on all fours. His voice echoes down the hallway. This is why no one will ever marry you. Another shot rings out. It startles the birds in the distance. An attendant pulls on the reins. He bows low. My lord, the horses have been settled. A silver-haired man is draped in a black cloak. Well done, the attendant asks in a low voice. Where would you like to go first? The silver-haired man turns his head. His ice blue eyes are chillingly cold. We start by gathering intelligence. A flock of birds sweeps past the sharp steeples. A scream pierces through the clouds. Duke Smirnov is sitting on the SA Fa. He rests his head in his hand. And so it begins again. I truly thought he was an elegant gentleman. Bianca is sitting poised across from him. But father, surely you wouldn't have actually let him be killed or injured. Count Gregory scrambles frantically toward the estate exit. Your Grace, even if you gave away half your fortune, no fool would ever marry that barbarian of a woman. Katerina grips the rifle tightly. Fury burns in her eyes. How dare he think he could master me? A man like him isn't even worthy. I would rather grow old alone than ever be married to a man like that. Duke Smirnov leans back against the SA Fa. If anything was broken upstairs, make sure it cleaned up properly. My children could step on the shards and get hurt. Katerina shoulders the rifle. She strides away. She lets out a grunt of annoyance. Duke Smirnov looks at her. Just how many suitors have you rejected now? There ain't not a single man left willing to propose.
He lowers his gaze.
He looked forlorn. I promised your mother that she would raise you well. But if things continue like this, I won't be able to face her in the afterlife. Katerina took a bite of the cookie Bianca handed her. Her cheeks puffed out slightly. Do I really have to get married? Duke Smirnov looked puzzled. What do you mean by that? Katerina swallowed the cookie. I'm asking if I must marry someone I don't even like. Smirnov looked away. I will head to the north to see if there are any suitable candidates. Don't worry too much. Katerina puffed her cheeks. She suddenly slammed her hand down on the table. It made a sharp crack. I've already made up my mind. She clenched her fists. If I must lower my standards to cater to mediocrity, I would rather stay single for the rest of my life. Duke Smirnov clutched his chest. He let out The butler entered carrying a tray. Your Grace, we have already received 20 marriage proposals for Lady Bianca. The Duke waved a hand dismissively. Reject them all. Until my eldest daughter Katerina is married. Bianca is not permitted to marry either. Katerina's eyes widened. Father, why are you taking your frustration out on Bianca? Duke Smirnov looked at Bianca. Bianca, do you have any objections? Bianca snuggled up against Katerina. She gave a radiant smile. All right. I don't mind at all. I'm happy to live just like my sister for the rest of my life. Katerina looked at her sister's smiling face. Her expression went blank. Are you really okay with this? Bianca nodded. Yes, the tavern bar was dimly lit. Bottles were lined up neatly on wooden shelves. A wooden mug slammed heavily. Onto the table, ale splashing over the rim. This is preposterous. Just because the notorious Katerina won't marry, Lady Bianca isn't allowed to marry either? A young noble clenched his fist. What on earth happened at the Duquette Manor last week to make the Duke reach such a decision? Gregory stroked his beard. Since the matter is already settled, there is no point in questioning the reason. We should be thinking about how to deal with Katerina. The young noble turned his head. Who would ever want to marry a savage woman like her? Gregory lowered his voice. A calculating look crossed his face. To catch a wild horse, one must prepare another wild horse. The young noble asked, Do you have a plan? Gregory crossed his arms. He gave a slight nod. Count Petrovsky of the North. Isn't he also involved in this? The young noble frowned. You mean his second son, even? But he and Katerina don't get along at all. The chances of success are slim. Why waste the effort? Gregory wore a confident smile. Don't worry, they have already accepted the proposal. The tavern door was suddenly kicked open. Ivan stood at the threshold between light and shadow. He waves in greeting. Hey, old man, I'm here. Gregory stands up to welcome him. Ivan and CCM over and sit down. Ivan walks to the table. Old man, thanks for saving my life last time. He reaches out and pats Grigoriet's shoulder. His movements are casual. Let me see. Are you all my benefactors? A young nobleman frowns. What do you mean by that? Ivanet's mouth curls up. A cunning glint flashes in his eyes. When you ask someone for a favor, isn't it common sense to pay a deposit first? Grigoriet's expression stiffens. What exactly are you trying to say? Ivan spreads his palm. The condition we discussed last time was to settle all my gambling debts. On second thought, to pull off such a nearly impossible task, the previous quote seems a bit too low. The young nobleman's face darkens. Name your price. Ivan suddenly spreads his 5 fingers. How about this much? The tavern falls into a deathly silence. Everyone looks at each other in silence. Ivan crosses his arms over his chest. A mocking smirk plays on his lips. Aren't you all Bianchi's suitors? Only if that woman gets married first will you have a chance to marry Bianca. Isn't that right? He stands up. If you can't afford this much, then get out right now. The young nobleman hastily speaks up to stop him. Don't go. Everyone, pool your money here. Money bags are slammed heavily onto the table. They make a dull thud. The young nobleman looks at Ivan. Can the proposal letter be delivered tomorrow? To think you're willing to marry that witch of a woman. You're a real man. Ivan picks up the heavy money bag. A mocking smirk plays on his lips. This sort of thing has always been mutually beneficial. He rests his chin on one hand. A cold glint flashes in his eyes. I still have a debt to settle with that woman. A cheer erupts in the tavern. Thanks to you, we're finally saved. Let's toast to Lord Ivan. As long as one of us can marry Lady Bianca, we won't covet the title of Duke. The silver-haired man is hidden in the corner. His eyes are cold. An aide leans in close to his ear. Your Highness, what are you looking at? The silver-haired man turns back. Nothing. How is the investigation coming along? The aide says in a low voice, It's too noisy here. Let's leave first. I'll explain as we walk. The two quickly disappear out the tavern door. A man in blue looks at his companion. He lowers his voice. Did you see that person who just walked past? The companion looks up drunkenly. What? The man in blue frowns. He falls in. Did that man have silver hair? The companion lets out a boozy hiccup.
He lets out a silly giggle.
Hey you, if it really was silver hair, then he must be from the Grand Duke of the Northit family. How could a high-ranking figure like that show up in a place like this? The silver-haired man walks down the street. His eyes are filled with coldness. How rude of me to actually feel sympathy for a woman whose face I don't even know. The weapon shop walls are lined with long swords and battle axes. Katerina clutches a package to her chest. Thankfully, I managed to sneak out without father finding out. Otherwise, I would have missed out again. His expression is fun of pride. This sword deserves to be in the most prominent spot in the display case. The doorbell rings with a crisp chime. The silver-haired man pushes the door open and enters. A black cloak conceals his frame. Katerina clutches the package. She brushes past the silver-haired man. The shopkeeper looks at the silver-haired man. Are you here for that scimitar? What a shame. It was just taken away. You should have CCM sooner. Katerina hunches her shoulders. Couldn't he have just said it wasn't in stock? Why did he have to say it was just taken? She pulls her hat brim lower. I have to leave quickly. The silver-haired man sighs. Boris, let go. Boris looks worried. After waiting so long, you're leaving empty-handed. Aren't you angry, Your Grace? The silver-haired man's gaze falls to the ground. He leans down and reaches out.
He picks up a gold pocket watch. He opens his palm.
showing the gold pocket watch. Are you the owner of this watch? The shopkeeper shakes his head. It must belong to the lady who just bought the last scimitar. She must have dropped it. A hint of suspicion flashes in the silver-haired Manet eyes. The buyer was a woman. The shopkeeper looks hesitant. They were wearing trousers. I'm not entirely sure, but they wanted that sword very badly. They even paid 10 times the deposit. The only thing I can remember is their long, strawberry blonde hair. The silver-haired man turns around.
He grips the pocket watch tightly.
I see. I'll return it the next time I see her. I'll use this to get that scimitar back. Katerina walks down the street. She breathes a long sigh of relief. That was close. I almost lost it. A hand reaches out from behind. It clamps down firmly on her shoulder. It had been Katerina. Katerina struggles in terror. She tries to shake off the hand. Who are you? Ivan emerges from the shadows. A mocking smirk hangs on his lips. Don't you remember me? The way you threatened me with that bow is etched into my memory. Katarina's pupils tremble. Her brow furrows with disgust. Ivanet's lips curl into a mocking sneer. Katerina, I almost didn't recognize you. You've truly grown into a woman. Katerina knits her brows. Her eyes are full of loathing. You're just as nauseating as ever. Attacking someone in the street like this. Ivan lets out a soft chuckle. He leans down, closing in on her face. Still as fond of talking back as ever, Katerina places her scimitar on the ground. She grabs a discarded instrument nearby. Ivanet's tone is contemptuous. Do you think hitting someone with that thing will hurt? Katarina's gaze is icy. She looks him straight in the eyes. She grips the neck of the instrument with both hands. She suddenly swings the heavy body of the lute. I like doing it this way. Showing no mercy, she delivers a heavy blow to the top of Ivanet's head. The wood splinters. Wood chips fly. Ivan falls heavily to the ground. The broken instrument is looped around his neck. His expression is dazed. What is this? Katerina brushes the dust off her hands. Her gaze is cold. Saying if grown into a woman is an insult to me. You lunatic. Ivanet's face turns beet red. He struggles to get up. The board of the instrument is stuck around his neck. He is unable to move. The tavern door swings open. A young noble looks at the chaos in the street. What is going on here? Ivan points at Katerina and shouts. Seize that woman. Katerina crouches down. She picks up her scimitar. Her black cloak billows in the wind. A man reaches out to intercept her. His fingertips brush against the edge of her cloak. Who are you? Katerina kicks out with her leather boot. She kicks several men hard in the chest. She turns and bolts. Her silhouette gradually fades into the distance, leaving only a trail of swirling dust. The young noble looks anxious. She's escaping. Quickly, Katerina speeds through the alleys. Her black cloak blends into the night. 3 men are hot on her heels. Leather boots stomp on the stone bricks, making sharp, clicking sounds. The silver-haired man and Boris crouch at the edge of the roof tiles, watching the figures below. Boris turns his head. That person just now. He stares at the empty rooftop. The silver-haired Manet figure has already vanished. He leaps toward the distant rooftops. His figure rises and falls under the moonlight. Wait for me here a moment. Boris reaches out to stop him. Wait, the voices of the pursuers echo from the depths of the alley. Where did she go? Find her, quickly. She couldn't have gone far. A dull thud pierces the night sky. Screams of agony rise one after another. Who's there? Katerina runs alone. Her breathing is ragged. She suddenly ducks behind a corner. Her back is pressed against the cold bricks. She holds her breath. Her pupils contract with alertness. Footsteps approach. Katerina peeks out. She suddenly lunges forward, holding her scimitar horizontally in her left hand. She presses it against the silver-haired Manet neck. Don't move, unless you want to get hurt. Are you with Ivan? The silver-haired Manet gaze is cold. A hint of confusion flickers between his brows. Who is Ivan? Katerina does not loosen her grip. Her voice remains icy. Stop playing dumb. If you didn't know him, you wouldn't be stalking me like this. The silver-haired man reaches for his pocket. Katerina takes a step forward. Don't move. You might not know who I am, but this is a real sword. Are you aware of that? The silver-haired man speaks. I know it is a real sword. Isn't that the scimitar you just bought at the shop? Katarina's gaze is stern. Who are you? Have you been tailing me? The silver-haired man takes out a pocket watch. I originally went to that shop to buy that very scimitar. But you had just left by the time I arrived. I saw that you dropped this, so I followed you, intending to return it. Katarina's brow furrows slightly. But why did you chase me with such a terrifying look in your eyes? I thought you were trying to kill me. The silver-haired man's tone is flat. I was born with this face. Katerina turns. A smile plays on the corners of her mouth. In any case, thank you for returning it. The silver-haired man reaches out and grips her shoulder. That scimitar. Would you be willing to sell it to me? I will pay 5 times the price. Katerina glances back. Her eyes are indifferent. I paid 10 times the price just to acquire it. And you want it for only 5? The silver-haired man says, How about 15 times then? Katerina lets out a sigh. I'm busy. You're being incredibly annoying. Just get lost, will you? The silver-haired man speaks, his eyes wide with surprise. Are you talking to me? Katerina looks around. Who else would I be talking to? The silver-haired man is at a loss for words. Fair point. But Katerina looks around the area anxiously. I'm currently being hunted, so I don't have time for your idle chatter. The silver-haired man remains unruffled. You needn't worry about that. You've already shaken them off. Katerina looks at him with total confusion. What do you mean? The silver-haired man shrugs. Regardless of whether they were drunk, while they were chasing me, they all tripped over themselves. Katerina asks, All of them tripped? The silver-haired man nods affirmatively. Katerina can't help but laugh out loud. If they're going to drink, they should know their limits. Chasing people while plastered serves them right. The silver-haired man says firmly, What about 20 times the price? Katerina looks at him. You're certainly persistent. Do you have any idea how much this is worth? I scraped together every bit of money I had, even sold my jewelry, just to afford it. The silver-haired man's gaze was cold. I put down quite a bit of money too. Katerina asked how much. I've invested my entire fortune, the silver-haired man said. Katerina put her hands on her hips. It seems you have a dangerous hobby, one that could cost you your fortune. She held out the hilt of the sword. Take it, just pay me the original price. And stop with this kind of collecting. The silver-haired man was stunned. What do you mean by that? You're not married yet, are you? Katerina asked. Expenses go up once you start a family. You should save your money ahead of time. The silver-haired man waved his hand. I can pay 20 times the price. Katerina cut him off. Enough. I've already decided. Besides, reselling at a profit is technically a legal violation. The silver-haired man still wanted to argue not what I meant. I was saying I can afford it. Katerina turned to leave. There are many pickpockets around here. You shouldn't carry that much cash on you. Try to live a sensible life from now on. Boris sprinted forward. His leather boots thudded heavily against the stone tiles. He came to a sudden halt.
He braced his hands against his knees.
He was panting heavily. Are you really going to do this? The silver-haired man spread his hands. His expression was indifferent. I wasn't even hurt. Boris's voice trembled. But all those other people were. The silver-haired man's tone was calm. At least I didn't use a weapon this time. Boris sighed. Those people who fought you barehanded nearly saw the gates of the afterlife. The silver-haired man tilted his head slightly. But they didn't die. Boris asked, Did you? Hand the item over to that woman named Katerina. I saw a man on the way here just now. He had a lute hanging around his neck. He kept shouting Katerina's name. He thought back to the encounter. A hint of distaste showed in his eyes. I've never seen a woman like that in my life. She's like a regular spitfire. A slight smile played on the silver-haired Manet lips. I've also never had a woman hold a sword to my throat before. Boris cried out in surprise. What, she pointed a sword at you? He covered his mouth. His eyes were filled with horror. Is she still alive? The silver-haired man started walking. He strode down the empty street. Are all southern women this fiery? Boris followed closely behind. I highly doubt it. This sounds far too incredible. The silver-haired man stopped in his tracks. What a shame. She was actually quite charming. Boris crashed into his back. He let out a muffled groan. The silver-haired man turned his head. This feels like fate. Go and look into that woman named Katerina for me. Boris looked bewildered. And once I've found her, what do you plan to do? The silver-haired man hid the amusement in his eyes. Who knows? Katerina picks up her teacup. Is the eldest sonnet name really written on this? Is this just a coincidence? Duke Smirnov looks through the letters. The handwriting is identical to Lord Pavelet. I have exchanged correspondence with him in the past. How can this be? Katerina takes a sip of her tea. She can't exactly say she happened to run into him when she snuck out last night. She speaks up. I heard Ivan has arrived in the south. Duke Smirnovet's expression turned serious. If it were Ivan, I would be against this match as well. Lord Pavel is a diligent man. He is nothing like the rest of that family. Katerina leans forward. How do you know all this? Duke Smirnov recalls. Do you remember? The winner of the last equestrian tournament? It is a grand event held every 4 years, in the capital of the Hessen Duchy. Knights and soldiers from all nations gather there to participate in that prestigious competition. The Vasily Grand Ducal family has hosted it for generations. They are known for their absolute impartiality and strictly forbid any favoritism. Katerina stands up abruptly. Her eyes are sparkling. Of course I remember. Itat's so rare for a commoner to win. His performance in the match was extraordinary. I truly wish I could have seen the finals in person back then. Duke Smirnov sets the letter down. Lord Pavel was the champion of that tournament. He concealed his true name at the time. He was promoted to a high-ranking officer only after his victory. He has CTM to the south on official duty. Even though his time is limited, he still wishes to invite you to his villa. Even so, he is still Ivanet's brother after all. It really is a bit awkward. Katerina stares down at the letter. Since they are brothers, I assume they must look quite alike. Duke Smirnov waves his hand. They are completely different. You wouldn't even guess they were brothers. It'll make sure heat to your taste this time. You like handsome and capable men, don't you? Katerina bangs her hand on the table. Why did you leave out personality? Duke Smirnov smiles with his eyes closed. Right. According to your ideal type, his character should be upright and reserved. Katerina turns her head. She can't stop her lips from curling into a smile. Duke Smirnov tucks the envelope away. Then I write back saying you've accepted the invitation. Katerina snaps her head up. Father, I haven't agreed yet. Duke Smirnov looks at his daughter. Your desire to meet him is written all over your... Katerina is stunned. A blush floods her cheeks. She raises her teacup to hide her reddened face. Kind-hearted and skilled in martial arts. If he's as handsome as that man from last night, wouldn't he be worth a meeting? A few days later, the carriage passes through a lush-shaded avenue. It stops before a magnificent manor. An attendant bows low. With his right hand over his chest, he pays his respects. By my master's orders, I have CCM to escort Lady Katerina. Duke Smirnov knits his brows slightly. I didn't expect you to CCM in person. The attendant offers a bright smile. It is only right that I escort the young lady myself. We will ensure Lady Katerina's safety upon her arrival at the estate. Katerina lifts her skirts and descends the steps. Her lavender gown billows out in layers. Lace trim rests delicately on her wrists. She looks into the distance, her gaze steady and filled with anticipation. Katarina steps onto the carriage footboard. She turns back, her smile radiant. Father Bianca, I'm leaving now. Duke Smirnov smiles. I hope you have a pleasant conversation with Lord Pavel. Bianca clasps her hands over her chest, her eyes filled with reluctance to see her go. Please see Kiam back soon, sister. Katarina settles into the carriage. I'll be back as soon as I can. The carriage slowly sets off. The wheels roll over the crossroads, making a rhythmic sound. Katarina clasps her hands together. The champion of the tournament. Although I don't like the fact that he's even at brother, I am quite curious. What kind of swordsmanship does he actually use? Is he skilled at marksmanship as well? The carriage speeds through the forest. Katarina looks out the window. How long have we been traveling through this forest? It feels like we're heading deeper and deeper. A magnificent stone manor stands at the end of the dense forest. Its gabled attics are arranged with elegant precision. The carriage comes to a halt before the courtyard portico. The attendant opens the carriage door and bows slightly. We have arrived, my lady. He places his right hand over his heart, gesturing that the young master is inside the villa. Please see him in. Katarina nods slightly. All right, she looks up at the building. Rumors say this family has fallen into decline. Yet this villa is surprisingly luxurious. The attendant leads the way, and Katarina follows. If I were to accept Lord Pavelet's proposal, Ethan would never stop pestering me, constantly calling me sister-in-law. That scene would be a total nightmare. She shakes her head vigorously, dispelling the absurd imagery from her mind. Absolutely impossible. Such a thing shouldn't even happen in dreams. The attendant stops before a large door. Please wait here for a moment. Katarina enters the drawing room alone. The attendant closes the door and withdraws. Katarina sits on the sofa, her body sinking into the soft cushions. Is he someone who enjoys luxury? The sound of a soft tap on the wooden door rings out. Katarina turns her head, her eyes landing on the figure behind the frosted glass door. May I see him in? Katarina straightens her back. Please see him in. The heavy double doors swing inward. Katarina stands up, but freezes in her tracks. Her emerald eyes tremble violently, and cold sweat drips down her cheek. Ivan is leaning against the doorframe, his fingertips resting on his chin. A mocking smirk plays on his lips. Are you waiting for my brother? Kata, that polite tone really doesn't suit you. Katarina brow furrows. Her eyes are cold as ice. Where is your brother? Ivan spreads his hands. In the north, of course. He cut ties with the family a long time ago. Even if I called for him, he would never see TM back. Katarina takes a step forward. What about that marriage proposal letter? Ivan's tone is light. The family crest is easy enough to get. As for my brother at handwriting, an expert can forge it seamlessly. Katarina grits her teeth. Anger is etched between her brows. Ivan tilts his head. What are you thinking about? Katarina raises her right hand. She pokes her index finger hard against Ivan's chest. I'm considering whether to settle this privately, or turn you over to the law. Ivan's smile becomes even more smug. The latter seems quite unlikely, doesn't it? A wife accusing her husband. It sounds too ridiculous. Katarina pulls back her hand. She presses her hand to her forehead. She lets out a cold laugh. What husband? It seems you're delusional.
Ivan says.
Tonight, a letter with your personal signature will be delivered to the... Katarina's smile fades. What, my signature? Ivan's voice is certain. Finding it wasn't hard. When I heard about that unique sword of yours that day, I followed the trail back to the shop. He looks triumphant. My brother was too busy, so I personally stepped in to respond. Through that conversation, we cleared up our misunderstandings. We opened our hearts to each other and fell in love. That will be the letter from a daughter to her father. As for shameful talk about our physical compatibility, I won't mention a single word. Katarina's gaze is bone-chilling. The way you're talking, are you trying to tell me you want to die? She suddenly clenches her fist. Her knuckles turn white from the force. They let out a sharp crack. She swings her right arm. Her fist whistles through the air as she throws a punch. Ivan quickly raises his hand. His palm catches her punch with precision. He suddenly pulls her close. A mockery hangs at the corner of his mouth. Do you understand now? Until the wedding is over, you aren't going anywhere. Katarina's breath hitches. What? Ivan leans in toward her ear. His voice is low. There is no carriage outside for you to escape in. I will go and speak with the Duke myself. Katarina forcefully shakes off his hand, leaving a red mark on her wrist. Do you really think that by using these tactics, I would ever marry someone like you? Ivan adjusts his cuffs. He looks composed. You have no choice. Katarina straightens her back. Determination fills her eyes. No matter what happens, I will never marry you. Ivan sits on the sofa. Unless I reveal the secret you've been hiding all this time. Do you think you'll still be okay then? Katarina takes a sharp step back. What secret? What are you talking about? Ivan leans close to her ear. His lips move slightly. Katarina's pupils suddenly dilate. Her emerald eyes are filled with horror. Her body is as stiff as stone. How do you know about that? Ivan straightens his back. He thrusts his hands into his coat pockets. A triumphant, mocking smirk hangs on his lips. Katarina clenches her fists tightly. Her nails dig into her palms. Cold sweat drenched. Ivan spreads his hands. Did you really think I would marry a woman like you without any preparation? I investigated everything about you a long time ago. He suddenly leans in close. Do you understand now? This is the reason why you must marry me. If you obediently agree to the marriage, this secret will stay buried with me forever. Katarina grits her teeth. Her eyes are filled with rage and resentment. Bianca sits on the sofa. Her hands are folded over her knees. There is unease in her eyes. Is it true? Is sister really going to marry Ivan? She rests her chin on one hand. There is confusion in her gaze. That can't be true. Duke Smirnov speaks. But you saw the handwriting on the letter. It is indeed her handwriting. She really is in love with Ivan. Duke Smirnov lightly touches the corner of his eye. He looks relieved and gratified. My daughter is getting married. He stands up. From now on, there is much to prepare. I must excuse myself to handle some work. Bianca responds softly. All right, father. The door makes a soft click. It closes completely. Bianca looks at the letter. Should I read it again? The letter sister sent me. She reaches out her hands. She cautiously picks up the letter. Her fingertips tremble slightly. Her pupils suddenly contract, her face full of shock and consternation. Sunlight spills over the stone manor. The banners flutter in the wind. Katarina lowers her gaze. A shadow falls over her emerald pupils. Ivanette's voice rings out. Are you listening? Katarina suddenly snaps out of it. Her shoulders tremble. Ivan pushes the food in front of her. Eat this, you don't seem to know much. About northern men. Among northerners, I'm considered quite kind. Disgust is written all over Katarina's face. Her eyes are cold as ice. The porcelain plate crashes to the ground. Steak and vegetables fly in all directions. Gravy splatters across the floor. Katarina suddenly reaches out and grabs the cup on the table. She splashes it directly at Ivan. Droplets of water slide down Ivanette's chin. They soak into his dark red vet. A wet patch spreads across. Ivan lowers his head. Malice gleams in his golden yellow eyes. His jaw is clenched tight. He slams the door and leaves. Katarina grips the doorknob with both hands. She pulls back with all her might. The wooden door doesn't budge. It lets out a dull, heavy thud. The attendant stands outside the door, with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression is cold and indifferent. He ignores the frantic pounding coming from inside the room. Nightfall shrouds the estate. Starlight punctuates the sky. 2 halberds CC racked, blocking Katarina's way. Katarina's brow is furrowed. Her eyes are filled with rage. Guards flank her on both sides. They grip her shoulders tightly, forcing her down toward the end of the hallway. The door is flung wide open. The guards shove her into the room. A playful smirk plays on Evanet lips. You're finally here. Katerina sits on the edge of the bed, feeling helpless. You've imprisoned me here, threatened me, and even deceived my father. How dare you claim to be kind? Ivan crosses his arms over his chest. A mocking smile stays on his face. The Grand Duke is the same way. What good is a handsome face? Just hearing his name makes people shudder. But he only just taken the throne. You probably don't know the truth about him yet. They call him the cold-blooded Grand Duke. If anyone dares to displease him, he sends them straight to their grave. Do you know how the Grand Duke actually kills people? He leans over the table. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Rumor has it he invites his victims for tea. To be specific, Itet black tea. Katerina repeats the words. Black tea, Ivan continues. The moment you drink the black tea the Grand Duke gives you, you're a dead man. The strange thing is, autopsies can never find any trace of poison. The cause of death remains an eternal mystery. That's it why they call it the tea of death. Katerina glances at the teacup from the corner of her eye. Her emerald green eyes tremble slightly. Ivan spreads his hands out. Don't worry, I wouldn't even know where to get poison. Besides, why would I want to kill you?
He suddenly lunges forward with his right hand.
He grabs Katarin's long hair in a tight grip. You're a precious jewel fatted fallen right into my lap. Katerina clenches her jaw. Lunatic, an attendant stops by the table. He bows slightly. Master, there is a letter. Ivan lets go. He straightens his back. His tone is sharp with impatience. What is it now? The attendant presents the envelope with both hands. Itet, a letter from Lady Bianca. Katerina snaps her head up. Bianca, Ivan tears open the envelope. He scans the contents rapidly. His brow furrows slightly. Katerina stands off to the side. What does it say? Ivan turned sideways. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Your sister is congratulating us on our marriage. Katerina froze in place. Her expression was one of shock. Bianca would never say just that. With her intelligence, she must have sensed something. Katerina took Ivan's arm. She looked up and looked Ivan straight in the eye. I want to see Bianca. Will you let me go? A thoughtful look crossed Ivan's eyes. Since you mention it, it really has been a long time since I've seen her. Katerina sighed. If you refuse, then I'll give up hope entirely. Ivan turned his head. I will invite her here. The letter mentions that she wanted to CCM anyway. Katerina forced a smile. Really, thank you. She thought to herself, that bastard is lying about the contents of the letter again. Ivan murmured under his breath, time is running out. The carriage stopped in front of the Grand Manor. The driver pulled on the reins. We've arrived, my lady. Bianca rushed through the gates, lifting her skirts. Her pale blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Sister, she lunged into Katerina's arms. Her cheeks were flushed. I missed you so much. Katerina hugged her sister back tightly. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. Me too, she leaned in close to Bianca and lowered her voice. I want to be alone with you for a moment. Bianca turned to look at Ivan. A bright smile was plastered on her face. Congratulations on your marriage. Can I call you brother-in-law now? Ivan gave a slight nod. Of course you can. Bianca took a wooden box from the maid. I brought a gift for my sister. Do you want to see it too, brother-in-law? Ivan asked casually. What kind of gift? A mischievous glint appeared in Bianca. I ordered some nightgowns and lingerie for my sister at wedding night. Ivan's face instantly turned bright red. Things like that shouldn't be shown beforehand. I'll be back at dinner. Take your time catching up. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. The smile instantly vanished from Bianca's face. She gripped her collar tightly with both hands. That letter wasn't sent by you at all, was it? Katerina whipped her head around. Her emerald eyes were filled with shock. How did you know? Bianca stared into her sister's eyes. Her tone was certain. The tone of the letter Sounded exactly like someone was trying to imitate you. Katerina softly called out to Bianca. Ivanet's proposal was a lie too. There are no carriages here. No horses either. I've been held prisoner here this whole time. Bianca tightly gripped her sister at hand. Her eyes were resolute. We have to get out of here. I cannot let you stay in this terrible place for another moment. Katerina lowers her head. But if we flee now, that man will never let us go. Bianca falls into deep thought. Then footsteps approach. Katerina snaps her head up. Her emerald pupils suddenly constrict, even pushes the door open, leaning halfway against the doorframe, with a faint smile on his lips. Pardon me for interrupting your heartwarming moment. Dinner is ready. By the way, I've already sent the maids and the carriage back. Kata, you seem to miss your sister so much. I thought I'd let her stay here until the day of the wedding. Katerina clenches her jaw, her gaze icy cold. Bastard, he intends to lock Bianca up along with me. Ivan drops to one knee, looking up at Katerina. In just one more week, we will officially be husband and wife. He takes Katerina's hand and plants a kiss on the back of it. Whatever secrets you're hiding, I will find them all. Bianca tightly clutches her collar, her expression growing resolute. Confusion fills Katerina's emerald eyes. Can I really escape? Ivan asks. Bianca, is the food to your taste? Bianca sets down her utensils and replies softly, yes, I ate very delicious. Katerina closes her eyes, a vein at her temple throbbing. What a shameless man. She puts on a forced smile and looks at Ivan. Bianca has also prepared a gift for you. Ivan looks surprised. A gift for me, too. Bianca holds up a wine bottle. This is the most famous wine in our territory. Would you like to try some now? Katerina raises her wine glass. To celebrate our union, let us have a drink together. Ivan lets out a hearty laugh. Since we're celebrating our marriage, I'll have a little. His body suddenly pitches forward. He collapses onto the table, motionless. Guards are sprawled all over the hallway. An attendant falls to his knees, clutching his forehead tightly, while groaning in pain. He snaps his head toward the dining table, his pupils shrinking. He staggers to the table and shakes Ivanet's shoulders. Young master, wake up. Ivanet's eyes are half open, his golden pupils unfocused. Saliva pools at the corner of his mouth as he mumbles incoherently. A furious roar sounds. They've escaped? What on earth are you useless fools doing? The sound of hoofs shatters the night air. Several horses gallop through the estate gates and disappear into the forest path. Rage burns in Ivanet's eyes. He grinds his teeth. How dare she deceive me? Once I catch her, I'll never let you get away with this. Katerina leans low over the horse's back. Her long hair whips wildly in the wind. Bianca looks puzzled. I didn't expect those servants to fall for it so easily. Katerina's expression is grim. Like master, like servant. They drank that wine without the slightest suspicion. The sound of hoofs comes from behind. Katerina listens intently. Has Ivan already found out? She pulls sharply on the reins. Bianca, wait a moment. This won't work. Bianca is on another horse. She is shielded in front of a young guard. She looks back. Her eyes are filled with unease. What had wrong, sister? Katerina gazes at her sister. You don't know how to ride. 2 people on one horse is too slow. They'll catch up to us in no time. It'll take several more days to reach the territory. To shake off I have to act as a decoy. She gives an order to the guard behind Bianca.
Take Bianca and go on ahead.
The guard looks hesitant. My lady, this is too dangerous. Bianca cries out in shock. What are you saying? Are you going alone? Katerina's expression is calm. Anyway, Ivanet's target is me. It'll be easier to shake him off if I'm on my own. You two go first. A reassuring smile appears at the corner of her lips. Don't worry, go now. Once you enter the Grand Duquette territory, you'll be safe. The 2 horses part ways at the fork in the road. Ivan leads a troop of cavalry into the forest. Hooves trample the vegetation. His face is grim. His gaze searches as intensely as a hawket. Katarina dismounts. She slaps the horse seat rump hard with both hands, sending the riderless horse galloping into the distance, using it to create a false trail. She stands alone behind the dark bush. She holds her breath. Ivan pulls his horse to a sharp halt. He points forward. Look at the tracks on the ground. They're that way, chase them. A dim yellow light filters out. The horse trader is all smiles. This is the horse I was telling you about. Even the Grand Duquette family uses this breed. The silver-haired man rests his fingertips against his chin. His eyes are filled with scrutiny. You dare ask such a high price for an old horse? He speaks up. I'll take this one. The horse trader rubs his hands together. He grins from ear to ear. A wise choice. Katarina stands in the shadows of the trees, one hand on her hip, watching the back of the man buying the horse. Is that guy a fool who just throws money away? She quickly walks over. I went through all that trouble to sell my horse for a low price, and here you are being a sucker again. The silver-haired man turns his head. Not like that. The horse trader's eyes widen. Who are you calling a swindler? You should know the weight of such an accusation. Katarina inspects the horse. Thought quite insulting. But this horse is nothing but skin and bones. Its coat is dull and lifeless. Look at its eyes. It looks like it still needs medical care. The horse dealer flares up in anger and shame. He takes a sudden step forward. What are you trying to do, little girl? Why are you meddling in things that don't concern you? Katarina beckons with her hand. The silver-haired man leans in close. Katarina wraps her arm around him. The two of us are actually quite close. She leans her face close to the silver-haired man. She is all smiles. The horse dealer eyes him suspiciously. So what exactly is it that you want? Katarina points toward the back of the stable. I'm also here to rent a horse. I'll take that one. She gazes at the silver-haired man. CCM with me to settle the bill. You can ride with me. We can save some money together. Wait here. She walks toward the horse dealer alone. Her figure disappears into the shadows of the stable. The silver-haired man tilts his head slightly. A playful smirk plays on his lips. The more I observe you, the more interesting you become. Katarina's arm is gripped tightly. The horse dealer's eyes dart back and forth between the portrait and her. I've seen you somewhere before. You're that runaway noble lady. Katarina struggles with all her might. Not me, you've got the wrong person. The horse dealer snaps open the wanted poster in his hand. You look exactly like the one in the drawing. Quick, shove her into the carriage. Katarina abruptly raises her right foot. Her red high heel kicks the stable hand at shin hard. Let go of me. The stable hand grunts in pain. His body instinctively curls up. Katarina takes the chance to swing her fist. Her eyes flash with anger. Her foot slips. Her red high heel twists to the side. Katarina leans against the wall for support. She steadies her center of gravity. Sharp stabs of pain shoot through her ankle. The silver-haired man seizes the horse dealer's throat with one hand. He pins him ruthlessly against the wall. The horse dealer makes painful choking sounds. Katarina rushes forward in a panic. She pulls hard on the silver-haired man's arm. He's not an assassin. He's someone my fiancé. Let him go. What kind of freakish strength is this? I can't budge you at all. The silver-haired man lets go. The horse dealer crashes heavily to the ground.
He crawls backward in terror.
He scrambles away, fleeing deep into the alley. Katarina lets out a long sigh of relief. I thought he was a dead man. Do you have a grudge against those guys? The silver-haired man's gaze is cold. He got what he deserved. Because they hurt you. Katarina tilts her head in confusion. Don't tell me, you like me? Silence stretches through the air. Katarina averts. Why aren't you answering? Does this man actually like me?
He presses his fist against his lips.
He clears his throat. I'm warning you. Don't fall for me. I'm not exactly a woman you can handle. The silver-haired man lets out a soft chuckle.
He raises a hand to his chin.
You're far too interesting. I can barely keep up with you. As for whether I can handle you,
He lifts Katerina up steadily into his arms.
how will I ever know unless I try holding you close? Katerina lets out a startled cry. What are you doing? The silver-haired Manny expression is perfectly matter-of-fact. You said we were going home, and you agreed to ride together. You look like you're struggling to walk. I, for one, can't wait. At the rate you're limping, how long do you think it'll take to get there? This is much faster. Katarini's brow furrows slightly. I'm just worried that for someone like you, I might be a bit too heavy. The silver-haired man lets out a soft laugh. The problem is, you're far too light. I've never held anyone as small and light as you. So my movements might be a bit clumsy. Katarini's eyes widen. A spark of defiance flares in her eyes. Are you mocking me? Or are you just showing off your strength? I'm the mischievous giant of the South. My size is well above average. Boots crunch heavily against the gravel. Katerina lets out a yelp. She instinctively wraps her arms around the silver-haired Manet's neck. She presses herself tight against his chest. The silver-haired man looks down at her. This is dangerous. Stay still. Didn't I tell you that you're the clumsy one? Katarini's body goes stiff. This is like a princess scary straight out of a heroic legend. It doesn't suit me at all. I'm a tough woman. I don't need this kind of excessive protection. The silver-haired man says, being tough is one thing. But even the toughest person is just an injured patient once they're hurt. Katerina shakes her fist. I'll remember this favor. The silver-haired man closes his eyes. A pleasant fragrance lingers around them. Itat warm and sweet. How wonderful it would be if I were just an ordinary man in this moment. Boris leans out from behind the door. His expression is anxious. Your Grace, you're finally back. The silver-haired man helps Katerina on. I'm leaving immediately. Is it to Padovangrad? Katerina sits in the saddle. She nods blankly. Yes, the silver-haired man swings onto the horse. He snaps the reins suddenly. The steed rears up and gallops away. Boris reaches out.
He stares at their retreating backs.
He lets out a cry of surprise. Raindrops patter against the leaves. They make a rhythmic, dull sound. The scent of earth begins to spread. The silver-haired man controls the reins with one hand. He uses the other to shield the top of Katarini's head. The rain intensifies. A torrential downpour begins to fall. It washes over the stone steps and buildings. The silver-haired man wipes the rain from his forehead. Strands of hair cling to his cheeks. I don't think this rain is going to let up anytime soon. Katerina stands under the eaves. She gazes into the curtain of rain in the distance. He points deep into the rain. A faint light flickers in the distance. Should we rest over there for a bit? Katarini's tone is tinged with shock. Is there only one room? The silver-haired man looks down at the innkeeper behind the counter. His gaze is icy. Are you pretending to be fully booked just to overcharge us? An eager smile spreads across Katarini's face. She interrupts his interrogation. Well, take it. The innkeeper hands over a brass key. Upstairs and to the right that the room. Katerina reaches out and takes the key. Thank you. He walks quickly toward the stairs. Rather than arguing here, it was better to secure a room first. He pushes the door open. He points to the only bed in the room. Sharing one room saves a lot of money. Isn't that a good thing? The silver-haired man's brow furrows slightly. Just how poor do you think I am? Katerina puffs out her chest. Whether you're rich or poor, saving is always the smart choice. Especially when weddings cost so much money. The silver-haired man freezes in his tracks. A look of confusion flickers in his eyes. Why do you keep bringing up marriage? Itet, not like you're actually going to marry me. A flush creeps onto Katerini's cheeks. What on earth are you talking about? The silver-haired man lowers his head slightly. Do you really intend to marry me? Katerina catches her breath. Wait, is he proposing? The silver-haired man straightens up. His expression returns to its usual calm. What? Katerina says confidently. You must really, even though I'm very charming, I'm not sure you can handle someone like me. A hint of helplessness appears in the silver-haired man's eyes. Just get inside. Let it get you warmed up first. Steam rises from the wooden tub. Mist swirls over the surface of the water. Humid air fills the room. The silver-haired man unbuttons his shirt. He sheds his soaked clothes, revealing broad shoulders. His muscles are sharply defined. Katerina hides behind the door, peeking out with only half her head showing. Her gaze is locked onto him. The silver-haired man looks puzzled. Why are you staring at me like that? Katerina steps forward. How can your body look just like a statue? The silver-haired man stands there bare-chested. Fatted, a bit offensive. Katerina explains. I'm complimenting you. The silver-haired man tilts his head slightly. Don't most statues have very small features? Don't they? Katerina cups her chin. Her eyes are filled with confusion. What features? He drapes his clothes over his shoulder. A smirk plays on his lips. The proportions. I am a man of grand proportions. Katerina stares at his chest, unable to look away. They certainly are grand. The silver-haired man takes a half-step toward her. If you want to touch me, go right ahead. Katarina's pupils dilate slightly. The silver-haired man looks composed. Whether looking with your eyes or touching with your hands, Itet all the same to me. Katerina reaches out both hands, pressing them against the silver-haired man's chest. Feeling the definition of his muscles, they're as hard as stone. The silver-haired man freezes in place. Just who is this woman? Her actions are completely unpredictable. Katarina's brow furrows slightly. Your body is cold. Want to wash together? The silver-haired man turns to leave. Thanks, but I'll wait right here. Katerina grabs his wrist. You'll catch a cold. Just CCM in. The edge of the wooden tub. Water droplets drip down, splashing onto the wooden floor, with a crisp sound. Katerina is soaked in the hot water, her cheeks flushed crimson. She flashes a radiant smile. I feel alive. What about you? The silver-haired man raises a hand to cover his face. A blush peeks through his fingers. His gaze wanders beyond the steam. Katerina tilts her head. By the way, what is your name? I should at least know that, so I can repay you later. I don't like being in someone's debt. The silver-haired man rests his fingertips against his chin. His eyes are deep. Nikki, Katerina reaches out her hand. Sorry for the late introduction. Thank you for helping me. Nikki takes her hand in return. You're welcome, and what is your name? Katerina points to herself. I'm Kata. Nikki repeats it in a low voice. Kata Itet, a lovely name. Katerina freezes on the spot. Except for my family. No one has ever called me that. But when he says it, it doesn't feel bad at all. She stands up abruptly, water splashing everywhere. I'm in a great mood right now. Nikki turns his head aside. Kata, what are you doing all of a sudden? Katerina pours a basin of water over Nikki's head. It'll help you wash your hair. She rubs in the lather. Stay still, you really remind me of Laika. Nikki lets her do as she pleases, a look of confusion in his eyes. Who is Lika? Katerina says. Lika is my pet dog. Nikki's brow furrows slightly, a hint of displeasure in his gaze. You're comparing me to a dog? How rude. Katerina gives a radiant smile. That it a compliment. Lika is both cute and sweet. She picks up the bucket and pours the warm water down, rinsing away the remaining suds. All done, Nikki brushes back his wet hair. Water droplets slide down her cheek. Katerina leans close to him. Are we going to sleep now? Outside, the rain is pouring down. The rain beats violently against the wooden window. It makes an X-ray of dull thuds. Nikki pats the spot on the bed beside him. CCM here, quickly. Let's get some sleep.
He leans back against the headboard.
His shirt is half open. The rain won't be stopping anytime soon. We have to be up early tomorrow. We should rest. Katerina clutches a pillow. I'm going to sleep on the floor. You take the bed. Nikki stares at her. A noble lady sleeping on a hard floor? Besides, we only have one blanket. Katerina stands by the bed. Soldiers sleep on the ground in the field all the time. Nikolai says, "Suit yourself." He lies down on the bed. But old houses like this are usually fun of mice. Katerina freezes. What? Nikolai adds. And bugs. Katerina lifts the corner of the quilt. She quickly dives under the covers. She presses herself right up against Nikolai. Nikolai turns his head. A triumphant smirk plays on his lips. Didn't you just say you were going to sleep on the floor? Katerina pulls the quilt tight. Since we're sharing a room anyway, we might as well share the bed? Don't you think? Nikolai rests his head on his arm. Whatever makes you happy. He turns away from her. I'm just being considerate of you. Katerina pulls the quilt up, covering half of her face. Good night, Nikki. Nikolai's voice is soft. Good night. Outside, the rain begins to taper off. The candle on the round table flickers out. A foot steps out of the bedroom, stepping onto the wooden floor. It lets out a faint creak. Katarina's throat feels dry. So thirsty she walks into the hallway alone. She lifts a glass and tilts her head back to drink. The sound of swallowing echoes in the silence. A faint sound reaches her ears. Katerina stops. She looks toward the empty staircase. Did I mishear? She slowly walks back toward the room. The door is slightly ajar. She peeks through the crack in the door. Her pupils contract suddenly. A dark shadow is standing inside the room. It stands silently by the bedside. Katerina presses herself against the doorframe. Her heart begins to race. Who's that? Could it be an assassin? Katerina's pupils shrink. Nikki is in danger. I need to find a weapon. The assassin raises a dagger high. A cold light glints off the blade. He thrusts it down toward the bed with force. Katerina bursts into the room. A cold muzzle presses against the back of the assassin's head. If you don't want your head blown off, put down the knife. Hands. The assassin freezes. The dagger slips from his hand and clatters to the floor. Katerina steadies her trembling wrist. Her gaze is icy. I'm going to count to 3. Get out if you want to live. She stares at the assassin's back. Her finger rests on the edge of the trigger. The assassin spins around suddenly. He swings a dagger, lunging toward Katerina. Nikki wakes up instantly. He leaps out of bed.
He reaches out and grabs Katerina by the waist,
pulling her behind him. At the same time, he delivers a sharp kick to the assassin's abdomen. The assassin grunts in pain and falls heavily to the floor. Nikki steps forward. His fingers grip the man's throat in a deathly hold. Who sent you? The assassin's face turns beet red. He struggles to squeeze out broken words through his teeth. Catch, that woman. Nikki instinctively looks back. His brows are knitted tight. Katerina points her finger toward the window. Into the night! She escaped! The window frame rattles violently. The assassin vaults over the sill and vanishes into the night. Katerina stands up abruptly. She grits her teeth. That bastard. Nikki reaches out and holds her by the shoulders.
His grip is firm.
What were you doing? Her eyes flash with defiance. Holding a gun without any bullets. What exactly were you thinking? Katerina hunches her shoulders. I just wanted to scare them off. Nikki takes a step closer. What if they had realized it was empty? You could have been killed. How could you be so reckless? He lets go of her. He presses a hand to his forehead. His face is full of lingering fear. Katerina says, because you were in danger. She flashes a radiant smile. Anyway, we both survived. Right, she holds up a finger. I saved you. So now we're even. The corner of Nikki's mouth turns up slightly. If anything like this happens again, stay out of it. Katerina crosses her arms. Are you planning to make me sleep beside you for another night? Keep dreaming. Nikki rests his chin on his hand. Who knows if there'll be a next time? There are no certainties in this world. Katerina furrows her. Suit yourself. I won't save you next time. I risked my life to save you, And you won't even say thank you. Nikki turns his head away. He averts his gaze. Thank you, Katarina leans in closer. What was that? That was too quiet. I couldn't hear you. Nikki reaches out to brush back a lock of her hair. His gaze softens. I said, thank you. Are you hurt? Katarina shakes her head. My backside just hurts from that hard bed. I guess that's what happens when you've got a flat backside. Nikki looks exasperated too. There'd really no need to tell me things like that. Katarina blinks. What does it matter? Go to sleep. I'm tired. Morning light pierces through the clouds. There is a light knock on the wooden door. Your Grace, I tip me. Boris rushes into the room with his arms wide open. His eyes are filled with excitement. Your Grace, Nikki reaches out and palms Boris at face. He shoves him aside. Not here. Boris lets out a muffled grunt. What wrong? He peeks into the room. His gaze falls upon the bed. Is that Katarina? Nikki's gaze is calm. How did you know? Boris lowers his voice. The innkeeper told me. The eldest daughter of Duke Smirnov. There isn't a soul in this generation who hasn't heard of her. She seems quite famous. Infamous, to be exact. I've seen the wanted posters. They call her the Southern Vixen. Nikki strokes his chin. Wasn't it something like Little Chick or Bunny? If it were Vixen, that wouldn't be so bad. But that word actually means strawberry. It sounds small and cute. Boris suddenly remembers something. Oh, right. We caught a suspicious man near the inn. He was limping. Nikki's expression shifts slightly. Where is he? Boris lowers his gaze. The moment he saw a knighted sword, he bit his tongue and killed himself. Nikki is puzzled. He killed himself? That man was in my room just a moment ago. He was after my life. Boris gasps. Are you all right, Your Grace? Nikki waves a hand dismissively. Is the scene cleaned up? Boris puffs out his chest. Of course, covert operations are basic skills. Nikki remains silent for a moment. But what exactly did Kata do to be wanted? Is it for some ridiculous reason like being a vixen? Boris shakes his head. Not quite. Ivan Petrovsky. He's begging everyone to help him find his fiancée. The woman in the portrait is his fiancée. That's it, why the stable hands are searching for her everywhere. Word is they were living in the same castle before the wedding. If she ran away, it was likely a marriage against her will. Rage flares up within Nikki. His eyes are cold as ice. She almost had to marry a man like that.
He waves Boris away.
Keep it down, you're dismissed. Boris hesitates. Your Grace, Katarina lets out a soft moan. She rubs her sleepy eyes. Nikki looks down at her. Did you sleep well? Katarina sits up abruptly. Her cheeks flush bright red. She stares at Nucky, who is inches away. Her heart begins to race. When did we get this close? Suddenly, her foot seizes up. Her brow furrows in pain. Nikki leans in. His eyes are filled with concern. What wrong? Does it hurt somewhere? Katarina clutches her ankle, her face contorted in pain. Nikki leans down. Forgive me. He reaches out and grasps Katarina's ankle. Katarina cries out.
Niki's face remains stoic.
As he continues to knead the muscle. You probably walked too much yesterday. The muscles are all cramped up. Katarina hunches her shoulders from the pain, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Nikki is unmoved, the strength in his hands never wavering. If I don't work it out now, you'll feel even worse later. Katarina struggles, trying to pull her leg away. It hurts so much. Stop it. Nikki holds her knee firmly in place. Just bear it a little longer. He releases his grip. There, I tet over. Katarina tries to move her ankle. The piercing pain has vanished. She lowers her head awkwardly. Sorry for thrashing around like that. Nikki shakes his head. I tet all right. Katarina speaks softly. Thank you. I'm becoming more and more indebted to you. It feels like a heavy weight on my heart. A slight smile plays at the corners of Niki's mouth. In a stable relationship, the one in debt may feel heavy, but the creditor feels Katarina stands frozen in place. Nikki continues. If the debtor feels light as air, while the creditor is riddled with anxiety, that would be truly shameless. You'll repay me, won't you? Katarina clenches her fists, her gaze determined. Yes, I promise. A smile lingers on Nikki's lips. I look forward to it. A grand manner stands tall under the sunlight. Nikki pulls his hat down lower. Didn't you say we had to sneak in without your father knowing? Is there no one here to meet us? Katarina says. Fortunately, I have a helper. She lets out a whistle. Rapid footsteps approach from afar. Lika comes racing toward them, barking joyfully. Nikki looks completely bewildered. Your helper is a dog? Katarina's expression shifts suddenly. Nikki, watch out. Lika is at the iron gate. She enjoys his touch. Katarina is stunned. She'd never like this. Aside from father, she gets anxious whenever she sees a man. Nikki reaches out and scratches Lika's chin. So this is Lika? The dog you said looks like me. Katarina lets out a smile. Cute, isn't she? Nikki gazes at Lika. Her docile nature is indeed quite charming. Katarina pats Lika's head. Go on, go find Bianca. Lika gives a bark, turns, and runs toward the heart of the estate. Katarina reaches out toward Nikki. Give me your hand. Nikki is a bit confused. Katarina grasps his fingertips. She carefully wipes the drool off with a handkerchief. Her laughter sounds clear and bright. Lika's drool has gotten all over her hands. Nikki gazes down at her. His heart skips a beat. A shout echoes from the distance. Her sister Bianca lifts the hem of her dress. She runs through the neatly manicured garden. She comes rushing toward the fence. She opens the gate. She tightly grasps Katarina's hands. I was so worried you'd been taken away. Katarina comforts her. I'm all right now. Thanks to Nikki for bringing me back. She looks back over her shoulder. But the space behind her is empty. When did he leave? I didn't even have time to ask for his address. Nikki leads his horse through. He reaches out to stroke the horse's back. It seems you and I are in the same mood. Boris emerges from the shadows of the trees. Your Grace, he walks quickly to Nikki's side. The business in Padovangrad has been concluded. It is time for us to depart. Oksana, the Grand Duchess has been urging you to return. A faint, barely perceptible smile plays on Nikki's lips. I know. Since my mother is so desperate for me to find a Grand Duchess, I should grant her wish. A bright smile hangs on Katarina's lips. She points a finger at herself. I'm back. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Their faces are filled with comfort. It's good that you're back. Bianca steps forward quickly. She is grinning from ear to ear. Katarina looks at her sister. Her gaze is tender. Sorry for making you worry. Bianca hugs her tightly. As long as you are safe, sister, I am at peace. Katarina sits on the sofa. Father, if broken off the engagement. Duke Smirnovet's fingertips tremble. The teacup in his hand falls. The sound of porcelain shattering is sharp. Katarina's expression is calm. It was due to a personality clash. After living together, I realized we were incompatible from start to finish. Duke Smirnov lowers his head. I see. To be able to break off the engagement before the wedding can be considered a blessing. When I first received your letter, I shouldn't have agreed so quickly. As a father, it was a lapse in judgment on my part. Katarina waves her hand dismissively. She falls into thought. That letter was also orchestrated by Ivan. I never intended to marry him from the very beginning. She puffs out her chest. Her eyes are fun of confidence. As long as I can live independently, who cares what others say? If anyone dares to gossip, it'll make them pay. A knock sounds at the door. It is I, Your Grace. Duke Smirnov turns his head, seeking him in. The butler pushes the door open and enters. He bows deeply. A guest has arrived. Duke Smirnov sets down his teacup. Is he here to see Bianca? Tell him to wait a moment. The butler looks hesitant. Not exactly, he said he wants. To see Miss Katarini's eyes are filled with confusion. Didn't he give his name? The butler remains silent. His hands are folded in front of him. He looks awkward. Katarina stands up. I'll go see him. Maybe someone even sent. Duke Smirnov looks worried. Can you handle it on your own? Even though you two agreed to break up? If he continues to pester you, as your father, I will handle it. Katarina turns back. A playful smile is on the corner of her lips. Fine, father. If he's too persistent, I'll just take care of him myself. In front of the French windows in the parlor, a figure stands with his back turned. Katarina pushes the door open and enters. A silver-haired noble? She speaks up. Pardon me, I heard you were looking for me. May I ask who you are? Nikki slowly turns around. His ice blue eyes lock onto her figure. Katarina freezes in place. Her eyes widen. What are you doing here? Nikki notices the item in her hand. What is that you're holding? Are you here to collect a debt? Katarina gazes at him. You've CCM at the right time. I'll return it to you right now. The corner of Nikki's mouth curls up into a smirk. The interest has gone up quite a bit since we last met, however. Katarina leans in close to him. She looks utterly incredulous. Only been a day. Are you a loan shark? Nikolai stops smiling. I'm not here for money. I'm here to collect something you might find difficult to pay back. Katarina takes half a step back. What do you mean? Nikki leans in close to her face. In the world of nobles, if you spend the night with someone, you must take responsibility for that person's entire life. Katarina's cheeks flush deep red. What? Nikki continues. Not to mention we even slept in the same bed. Isn't that right? Katarina suddenly shoves Nikki away. Her cheeks are burning. Get out of here. Stop saying such vulgar things. The door is pushed open. Duke Smirnov walks in quickly. Upon seeing the figure in the room clearly, his expression instantly freezes. He drops to one knee. His right hand is over his heart. Katarina stands frozen. She watches her father's humble posture. Father, why are you suddenly doing this? Duke Smirnov keeps his head bowed. His tone is fearful. Your Grace, please forgive us. My daughter failed to recognize your face. She meant no offense. He turns his head. He scolds Katarina in a hushed voice. Why aren't you bowing to Grand Duke Nikolai de Vesely immediately? Katarina turns her head stiffly. Nikki is the Grand Duke. So Nikki was a nickname for Nikolai. She covers her mouth. Her pupils tremble violently. This is impossible. Katarina takes a half step back. My greetings, Your Highness. Nikolai reaches out and catches her wrist. Katarina's body goes rigid. She looks up at him. Her eyes are wide with shock. Nikolai turns to Duke Smirnov. You may rise as well. Apologies for visiting so suddenly without notice. Duke Smirnov is overcome with trepidation. Not at all, Your Highness. Please think nothing of it. Nikolai straightens his back. I wish to speak with Lady Katarina alone. Could you give us some privacy? Duke Smirnov clenches his hands together. He looks anxious. Has my daughter done something to offend Your Highness? Nikolai turns his head.
His tone is cold.
It is nothing serious. Don't worry. In the meantime, have the butler bring what I requested. Duke Smirnov bows in obedience. Yes, I understand. The teapot tilts. Pale red liquid pours into the cup. Steam rises. Katarina sits at the table. Her face is ashen. She remembers Villainess words. Do you know how the Grand Duke kills people? Rumor says he invites his targets for afternoon tea. The moment you drink the tea he serves, you die instantly. The strange thing is, autopsies never find any trace of poison. The cause of death is always ruled as unknown. That's why people call it the tea of death. Katarina stares at the cup in front of her. Cold sweat trickles down her cheek. Could this cup of tea be my death sentence? She bows her head abruptly. She wrings her hands together. I am so sorry. I failed to recognize Your Highness earlier. My behavior was incredibly rude. Nikolai leans back on the S. Which part specifically? He leans forward slightly. His gaze is teasing. Do you mean when you said I looked like a dog? Or when you patted my head like I was one? Or was it the way you showed such excessive concern for my finances? The corners of his mouth curl up. A faint smile appears. Or perhaps it was all of it, Katerina cries out, distraught. I should be kneeling right now, begging for your forgiveness with my head in the dirt. Nicolai's posture is relaxed. I never asked for you to bow or kneel, nor would I ever do so. Katerina presses her hands against the edge of the table. I only wish to show my respect to your highness. Nikolai waves his hand. Enough with the pleasantries. I'm here to collect what you owe me. Katarina's expression tightens. How can I repay you? If you want money, Nikolai lowers his eyes slightly. Last night was quite a nuisance. I must say, your skills at toying with men are quite impressive. Katerina freezes. Nikolai places both hands over his heart. His expression is solemn. You have sampled my chastity, so I must hold you responsible for it. I have never given my heart to anyone, let alone bathed or slept naked with anyone. Katerina clenches her fists. It sounds incredibly strange when you put it like that. Ite, as if you're implying that I'm some shameless person. Nikolai gazes into her eyes. If you take responsibility for me, then you won't seem so shameless anymore. Right, Katerina asks. What exactly do you mean by responsibility? Nikolai's thin lips part slightly. He utters a single word, marriage. Katerina stands frozen. What? What did you just say? She digs at her ear vigorously. Am I suddenly deaf? Nikolai looks at her. Let me say it again. I said I want to marry you. Katarina's mind goes completely blank. Is he being serious? Ivan looks agitated. Did they return to the Smirnov estate? He clenches his fists. His brow is furrowed. Those two noble women wouldn't do such a thing, would they? He flings the door open. His expression is anxious. Have you seen a red-haired woman? A man points toward the end of the hallway. If I tet a redhead you're looking for, they're over there, Ivan spin. He charges toward the figurine back. Katerina. He reaches out and grabs the persona's shoulder, his fingers tightening. Did you think I wouldn't find you? The red-haired figure slowly turns around, revealing a rugged face covered in stubble. His gaze is fierce. What did you say? You got business with me? Ivan stumbles back repeatedly. His hands wave frantically. No, he stumbles out the door in a panic. Standing on the empty street, his body trembles violently.
He lets out a long, loud cry to the sky.
His voice echoes through the woods. Where the hell have you gone? Katerina stands by the table. Why on earth should we get married? Nikolai remains perfectly composed. Because I have fallen in love. Katerina's brow furrows deeply. What I mean is, when exactly did you start having feelings for me? Nikolai rests a fingertip lightly against his chin. His eyes are profound. I have been captivated by you countless times, but 3 moments stand out above all. Katerina catches her breath, listening intently. Nikolai's gaze drifts into the distance. The first was when you smashed a mane head with a lute. The second was when you held a scimitar to my throat. And the last time was when you aimed a gun at an assassin while cursing loudly. As I heard those words, my heart actually began to race. I suppose I truly do have a preference for formidable women. Katerina's eyes are filled with pure disbelief at the absurdity. Isn't that a little twisted? Nikolai picks up his teacup. Of course, there are other reasons. You have a natural gift for spotting a fine horse. That horse we rode here only revealed its true quality once it was cleaned up. You chose an Olaf trotter. I tet a hunter that only answers to its chosen master. Katerina waves her hands frantically. I had no idea he was so exceptional. Nikolai gives her an approving look. So it wasn't training, but pure instinct? Thada even more impressive. Katerina looks down and grits her teeth. Her fists are clenched. I really can't win against this man. Nikolai opens his hand. His expression is focused. In any case, There isn't another woman like you. You are one of a kind. That is why you are the only woman I wish to marry. Katarina gazes at the man in front of her. You're handsome, powerful, and you really are an ideal partner. But I never planned on being a duchess.
He sits back on the fa.
Your Grace, I'm quite well known in these parts. I'm the rudest woman around. Nikolai sets down his teacup. A madman from the north and a shrew from the south. Aren't we a perfect match? A man like me needs someone like you to keep him in line. When I'm with you, I find myself wanting to be gentle. Katarina's brow furrows. Are you looking for a wife or a nanny? Nikolai spreads his hands. You can be both.
He stares at the untouched teacup.
Why is it that you haven't taken a single sip? Are you afraid I've poisoned it? Katarina's back snaps straight. Itet, not that. Itet, just something Even said. Nikolai's eyes grow cold. Don't worry, I never poisoned the tea. Katarina picks up the cup. Her fingertips tremble slightly. So, suppose we actually get married. She watches the red liquid swirl in the cup. If things don't work out, and I ask for a divorce, will you kill me? Nikolai's expression is indifferent. What would I gain from that? Katarina tilts her head. Her gaze is searching. A certain desire to conquer. Nikolai takes her teacup from her. Actually, I'm looking forward to seeing you try to conquer me. He tips his head back and drains the tea. His movements are clean and decisive. Even if there were actual poison in this cup, I would gladly drink it for your sake. He places the empty cup back on the table. The porcelain clinks sharply. I would never do anything to hurt you. Even carries a greasy plate. A twisted smile is plastered on his face. A noble lady like you surely couldn't stomach such filth. He dumps the scraps onto the floor. I'm actually quite a kind man. You know that, don't you? You're lucky to be marrying me. Katarina asks, Your Grace, if I were to have a stain on my reputation as a Grand Duchess, would you still want to marry me? Nikolai leans back. What are you referring to? Katarina stares down at her fingertips. I was once engaged to Ivan Petrovsky, and I lived with him on his estate. Although the engagement has been dissolved, it is a fact that we live together. People will likely think there is something wrong with me. Nikolai speaks. If we are speaking of stains, mine are far more unsightly. My father drove my mother away just to marry his mistress, and I killed my own brother in a moment of madness. If there truly is a stain, it is my status as the son of a murderer. Katarina says, but that isn't your fault. Nikolai looks into her eyes. I did the same for you, Kata. That wasn't your fault. Katarina freezes in place. A flush colors her cheeks. Nikolai holds out his hand to her. Why don't you try living with me for a year first? If you still feel nothing by then, I will let you go. If I'm not to your liking, you can just return me. Katarina feels a surge of panic. How could anyone refuse an offer like that? Nikolai stands up. Think it over slowly. I will give you all the time you need. Katarina presses him. And if I refuse? Nikolai turns his head. Then, well, just keep being friends. Until the day you're bored of me. Having a Grand Duke as a friend. That not a bad deal, is it? He takes a step forward. Katarina looks back. What is it? Nikolai walks over to her. If you ever feel comfortable enough one day, could you call me by my name again? Niki, I really liked it when you called me that. Katarina stands there, stunned. Her pupils dilate slightly. Nikolai pushes open the door. Well then, goodbye for now. Katarina stands rooted to the spot. A few days later, Katarina is standing by the window. She wrings her fingers with a conflicted expression. Are you here to see my father again? Nikolai strokes Lykate back. You're charming even when you make that face. Katarina says, Since that day, you've CCM here almost every day. Nikolai gazes into her eyes. Coming here has become the highlight of my day. Katarina crouches down. She gently strokes Lykate's forehead. Father isn't home right now. Nikolai drops to one knee. I'm here to borrow a book. Your father said I could CCM by whenever I liked. Katarina stands up. She gives a slight curtsy. In that case, please help your Lika, let it go. She tugs on the leash. But Lika doesn't budge an inch. A whimper comes from the dogged throat. Katerina turns back in confusion. How am I supposed to walk any faster? A voice carries over. Sister, I'm so cold. Katerina freezes. She looks down at Leica. Leica, you're a girl. Nikolai can't help but laugh out loud. Katerina whips her head around. Her cheeks flush red. Your Grace, Nikolai laughs heartily. His shoulders tremble. Katerina grits her teeth. Leica spoke, and I actually just accepted it for a second. Nikolai spreads his palms. I thought if she could talk, that'd probably exactly what she'd say. Katarina's eyes widen. Do you know ventriloquism? Nikolai leans in close to her face. Are you impressed? Katerina retorts loudly. Not at all. Ivan stands outside the manor gate. Is Duke Smirnov in? The butler bows slightly. His Grace is currently out. You may return at a later time. Ivan grits his teeth. Ted, fine, I'll wait here. Take me to the parlor when he returns. He suddenly clenches his fist. His knuckles turn white from the force. Katerina, I will never forgive you for this. Ivan stops in his tracks. He clutches his abdomen with one hand. Where is the restroom? The old butler points the way. Turn left at that corner. Ted, the very last room.
Ivan raises his index finger.
Wait right there. He turns abruptly. He rushes toward the end of the hallway. In order to sneak in here, he had to wait until the Duke left. He can't delay any longer. He must find Katerina immediately and take her away. A sinister glint flashes in his eyes. I won't let you escape me this time. Katerina stands before the bookshelf. Found it, Nikolai. She watches his back. Is this the one you recommended? Katerina turns back to look at the man behind her. That the one. He walks quickly toward the wooden ladder. Wait a moment. I'll get it down for you. He steps on. The soles of his boots make a slight scuffing sound. Katerina stands on her tiptoes. Her arms reach upward. Her fingertips touch the spine of the book. Got it. She pulls the book out with a tug. But her foot slips on the edge of the ladder. Her body suddenly pitches backward. Nikolai lunges forward. His arms steadily catch her falling body, cradling her in his arms. Katerina shuts her eyes tight. Her hands clutch his lapels. Nikolai looks down. His gaze falls upon her face. Be careful, Katerina opens her eyes. A blush colors her cheeks. Her heartbeat is clearly audible. Her soles click lightly against the floor. Katerina crouches down. Your Grace, this is the book I mentioned. Her fingertip brushes against the book cover on the floor, but the sharp edge slices right through her skin. A small bead of blood wells up. Ouch, Nikolai rushes forward. He catches her by the wrist, carefully inspecting the wound on her fingertip. Are you all right? Katerina pulls her hand back, pressing the injured finger against her chest. Nothing, I'm fine. Nikolai furrows his brow. Which publisher printed this? How could they make a cover this sharp? Without a moment's hesitation, he rips a piece from the hem of his white formal shirt. Katerina stands frozen in place. Her eyes drift to his exposed waist and abdomen. You're completely exposed. Nikolai tears off a strip of the lining and wraps it around her fingertip. Katerina speaks up. Just a scratch. You didn't have to go that far. Nikolai keeps his head down as he ties the makeshift bandage, his movements swift and practiced. I thought it was safe indoors. How could something so dangerous be left in the house? Does it hurt much? Katerina shakes her head. Not really. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment. Nikolai says, I'll go with you. Katerina waves her hand. You can't walk out looking like that. Nikolai looks confused. Why not? Katerina points to his shirt. Your clothes are ruined. I'll go to my father's room and find you a robe. Please, wait here for a moment. Nikolai catches her hand with his. Kata, he says, gazing into her eyes. CCM back as quickly as you can? Katerina looks puzzled. Why? Nikolai leans down toward her. Are you really asking because you don't? Katarina lifts her face, meeting his deep ice blue eyes. She suddenly raises her palm, pressing it firmly over Nikolai's face. Please stop looking at me like that. Nikolai stays still, letting her block his view. Like what? Katarina's brow furrows, her voice breathless. Just like that. When you stare at me like that, your eyes look like they're dripping with honey. Far too tempting. Don't you realize? Nikolai is slightly stunned. Is that really how I look when I'm looking at you? Katarina points at his face. Yes, exactly like that. Nikolai says, then hurry back. Don't let anything distract you along the way. Katarina takes Lykate lead and walks quickly toward the door. I'm not a child, you know? Nikolai watches her receding figure. What I meant was, don't let anyone but me have your attention. Katarina leads Lika down the long gallery. Her boots click against the marble floor with a sharp echoing sound. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks. She turns her head toward the corner. A hand reaches out from behind. It grips her wrist with a vice-like hold. She is dragged forcefully toward the corner. Ivan uses the momentum to lean in close. He traps Katarina between his arms. His eyes are filled with a chilling malice. Well done, indeed. Katarina's back hits the wall hard. Her pupils tremble with terror. What are you doing here? Ivan leans in close to her ear. A mocking smirk plays on his lips. You're quite something, aren't you? Finding yourself a new man so quickly. Katarina struggles with all her might. She presses her hands against his chest to push him away. Nonsense. Let go of me this instant. Ivan tightens his grip. His nails sink into Katarina's skin. Katarina gasps, Ow, that hurts. Lika suddenly bares its sharp fangs. A fierce growl erupts from deep within its throat. Ivan glares over his shoulder. What the hell is this beast? He kicks out with his leather boot. Get lost. Katarina's pupils contract sharply. She suddenly lifts her right foot and kicks Ivan hard in the shin. If you dare touch Lika, it'll kill you. Ivanette's body curls up in agony. You actually hit me because of this beast. He grits his teeth. His gaze is ruthless. Is this how you treat your future husband? Katarina clenches her fists. Fury burns in her emerald eyes. You actually believe that absolute garbage? Ivan lunges forward. Do you even know that man? That cripple you're living with. He lets out a sneer. His expression becomes increasingly manic. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't even be fit to stand beside you. Ivanette's throat suddenly tightens. His words are cut short. Nikolai has appeared out of nowhere. He has Ivan by the throat in a vice-like grip.
He pins him against the window.
So you're the one who'd been saying these things to Kata. His gaze is frozen over with frost. His knuckles turn white from the force. Broken syllables escape Ivanette's throat. I am Ivan Petrovsky, from the Petrovsky family, one of the Kingdomate founding houses. Nikolai's eyes are cold and empty. Then you should know exactly who I am. The bloodthirsty Grand Duke. What did you call yourself just now? Her future husband? He exerts a sudden burst of strength. He shoves half of Ivanette's body out of the window. Arrogant men like you. I can send to their graves whenever I please. Katarina rushes forward. Her face is pale with worry. Your Grace, please stop. Nikolai lets go. Ivan crashes onto the floorboards. He hits the ground with a heavy thud. Nikolai towers over him. He looks down with pure contempt. If you ever dare touch Kata again, it won't end so easily next time. We're done here, now get out, if you value your life. Katarina reaches out. Get up. Ivan swiped his hand away with a sudden jerk. Their palms collided, letting out a sharp smack. He stumbled as he rose to his feet, brushing past Katarina's shoulder. See you around, Katarina. Katarina crouched down, gently stroking Lykate's forehead. Okay now. She looked at the man beside her, worry edged between her brows. Your Grace, are you all right? Nikolai remained silent, simply staring ahead in silence. Katerina called out softly once more. Nikolai still didn't respond. His gaze was hollow and fixed. Katerina let out a helpless sigh. Honestly, she took Nikolai's hand in hers. You've got something filthy on you. Next time that bastard even causes trouble, don't get your own hands dirty. Nikolai lowered his gaze. Why? Katerina looked up, her eyes resolute. Why dirty your hands just to swat a fly? Besides, I was truly frightened just now. I was afraid you might actually kill him. Nikolai gazed at her, his voice low. Do you find me frightening? Katerina shook her head. I'm just worried it would tarnish your reputation. Not that it's stellar to begin with, but I'd hate to make matters worse. Nikolai looked away. To be honest, I felt quite hurt just now. I thought you would take that fellow at side. Katarina's eyes widened. How could you even think that? If there's ever a conflict between you two, of course it'll be on your side. The corners of Nikolai's mouth curved upward slightly. The frost in his eyes began to thaw, revealing a soft, gentle smile. A blush crept across Katerina's cheeks. I never said I'd actually marry you. Nikolai held her hand. Pushing me away only to pull me closer. You always catch me off guard. You seem to leave some leeway, but in truth you're quite ruthless. Katerina stood there, stunned. Doesn't that make you despise me? Nikolai leaned down slightly, bringing his lips close to her ear. Actually, I prefer it this way. He closed his eyes, his expression turning solemn. I will never follow in my father's footsteps. If the day ever comes where I do, I'd be more than willing to die at your hands. Katerina looked on in utter bewilderment. What nonsense are you talking about? You called me a beast tamer before. Nikolai opened his eyes, his gaze burning as he stared at her. What I mean is, you are the only person capable of controlling me. Nikolai lowered his gaze. Go ahead and announce it already. That I am yours? Take me away, and take good care of me. Katerina was left speechless. Her emerald pupils trembled slightly. A heavy silence fell between them. The hound Lika sat nearby, panting with it lets out a cheerful bark. A slight smile plays on Nikolai's lips. The Duke isn't that hard to deal with right now. And the atmosphere here is just right. Katerina sighs helplessly. There you go again with those words. Two maids pass by in the distance. Katerina glances at Nikolai's waist. The maids stop in their tracks. They bow deeply. Greetings, your grace and my lady. Katerina immediately steps in front of Nikki. He waves a hand. Thank you for your hard work. Nikolai watches the maids walk away. He then lowers his voice. Hurry up and announce it. That I'm your man. So that other women will stop staring at me. Katerina snaps her head up. I only did that to block the servants' view. Think whatever you want. Now, get out of here. Nikolai allows her to push him from behind. Is it really okay for me to walk around like this? Katerina shouts. Who cares? Duke Smirnov stands at the end of the long corridor. Your Grace, you've arrived, Katerina. Why are you here too? Katerina freezes in place. She gives a couple of awkward laughs. Father, what are you doing here? Duke Smirnov sizes up Nikolai. His brow furrows. What happened to your clothes? Nikolai's expression is nonchalant. Someone suddenly rushed out and ripped my clothes just now. Duke Smirnov's face is filled with shock. What, inside the ducal manor? To dare do such a thing in broad daylight. Something so brazen and shameless. Katerina. Did you see who it was? Katerina's pupils shrink. Cold sweat breaks out on her back. Tu don't know. She bolts. She disappears at the end of the corridor. Duke Smirnov looks confused. What is wrong with that girl? He bows to Nikolai in apology. My deepest apologies. Your Grace, Nikolai waves his hand. I was only joking just now. My clothes were simply snagged on something. Duke Smirnov breathes a sigh of relief. I see. If you don't mind, I can lend you a suit of clothes. Nikolai nods slightly. Much obliged, however, your eldest daughter certainly is fast. Duke Smirnov rubs his temples. That child is too wild. I truly worry about who she might marry in the... I hope that before I grow old, she can find a good partner she can rely on. Nicoleo's lips curve into a smile. You needn't worry too much about that. Sunlight spills onto the streets. My lady, what kind of soap do you plan to make this time? Bianca is carrying a brown leather suitcase. I'm going to make a soap that'd perfect for my sister. She's very sensitive to scents. She used to only use the ones I made. But recently she'd actually tried other soaps. This time I'm going to blend an even better fragrance, so she'll never want to use any substitute again. The maid asks, Shall I also? Should I wait outside? Bianca walks toward the shop door. Yes, I brought my essential oil bag. It shouldn't take too long. The bell on the door gives a crisp ring. The shopkeeper looks up toward the entrance. Welcome. Miss, what kind of essential oil are you looking for today? Bianca says, I want to try blending a new scent. A fragrance that, once used just once, will never be forgotten. The shopkeeper looks puzzled. Have you grown tired of your usual soap? You've been using that formula for a long time. Bianca lowers her eyelashes. She rests a fingertip against her chin. That it right, my sister is best suited for sweet scents. Something like strawberry jam. Please pack it up for me as usual. The shopkeeper nods with a smile. Anything else? Bianca says, Summer is approaching. I want to choose some refreshing scents for my father. The shopkeeper turns toward the back corridor. Please, take your time. A man pushes the door open and enters. Is anyone here? He surveys the empty shop. His gaze lands on Bianca. He walks in quickly. Are you the owner here? Bianca freezes in place. What? The man looks anxious. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Can you help me find a perfume quickly? Bianca gazes at him. He must be looking at my clothes and mistaking me for the perfumer. The real perfumer is busy with orders. The packaging might take a while. Since he's in such a rush, it'll help him until my package is ready. She asks, What kind of perfume are you looking for? The man furrows his brows. I don't remember the name. If you don't know the name, can you describe the scent? The man gestures with his hands. I get a fresh floral scent. Like lele, but with a bit of a woodsy note. Bianca picks up a test strip. She dips it in a clear liquid and holds it out to him. Is it this one? The man leans in to sniff it. His eyes brighten. Thank you. It looks like I won't get scolded today. Bianca looks down, organizing the counter. You certainly have it hard. The man gives a helpless smile. I really do. They insisted that I find this specific one. It had to be perfect, no matter what. Bianca says, Your master seems to have very particular taste. Some nobles are quite demanding. They can be terrible to their servants. The shop door is shoved open. An attendant rushes in, gasping for breath. I finally found you, young master. The man suddenly grabs the attendant's wrist. Why are you suddenly being so formal? He looks at Bianca awkwardly. My young master always likes to play these kinds of jokes. Well then, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your help. Bianca stands behind the counter. Please CCM again. The attendant looks panicked. What has CCM over you? Suddenly acting like this, have you lost your memory? The man shakes his head. I did not that. The attendant presses further. Then please tell me your name. The man brushes the hair away from his forehead. His gaze is deep. Luka Oblonsky. I have never seen such a beautiful woman. She is beautiful enough to captivate everyone he gaze. The attendant reminds him, but as you know, you shouldn't develop an attachment to her. Right, Luka is fiddling with the gift box in his hands. I know, the attendant points at the gift box. Is that the perfume His Highness requested? I almost forgot about it on the way back from the north. Luka nods. Fortunately, I found it. He looks down at the gift box. A smile appears on his lips. I did all thanks to her. Bianca walks out of the shop. The maid asks, Did you get everything? Please put it here. She looks at Bianca with confusion. Who are you looking at, my lady? Bianca stares down the street.
He looked just like my first love.
The maid looks surprised. Was it someone you knew as a child? Bianca shakes her head gently. But it couldn't be him. That man was just a commoner. The maid offers comfort. Please don't be too disappointed. I'm sure you'll meet him again. Bianca lowers her gaze. She walks forward in silence. The maid points across the street. My lady, look over there. Bianca looks up, looking puzzled. A young nobleman is holding a massive bouquet of flowers. Gregory is standing beside him. Both of them are staring at Bianca. Bianca freezes on the spot. Her face turns pale instantly. The young nobleman holds the bouquet, a brilliant smile on his face. He waves his right hand vigorously. Lady Bianca. Bianca remains frozen by the carriage. Can I just leave in the carriage right now? The maid whispers to her. They've already spotted you. Bianca puts on a warm greeting. Has everyone been doing well lately? The young nobleman says. I was planning to go straight to the Duquette Manor, but I didn't expect to run into you here. This must be fate. Gregory bellows. You are just insisting on forcing your way into the estate. I barely managed to hold you back. The young nobleman retorts. But we already had a set time to meet. How many times do I have to say it? Gregory looks at Bianca. I heard you weren't feeling well when I requested a meeting last time. Are you feeling any better now? Bianca responds politely. Thank you for your concern. Before he could even finish speaking, her body suddenly swayed. The maid shrieked, reaching out to support the young lady. She held the frail Bianca tightly. You'll faint if you stay in the sun any longer. The doctor ordered that you must stay indoors for now. Please, hurry back inside and rest. She glared at the two men. To think you would push yourself this hard just for this meeting. Bianca looked pale. Since our guests have CTM from so far, how could I simply hide away? I am truly sorry. I've been so scatterbrained lately. I should have replied sooner to confirm tonight's schedule. Gregory offered a gentle smile. I did quite all right. Dealing with that friend of yours is enough to exhaust anyone. I didn't want to add. The young noble chimed in. Since you're feeling unwell, let's call off tonight plans. Bianca instantly regained her energy. She lifted her skirts and ran toward the carriage. Then I shall take my leave. The two men watched her retreating back, utterly dumbfounded. When did she learn to run so fast? Gregory reached out, trying to stop her. Wait, please. The maid stopped in her tracks. Is there something else? Gregory looked bewildered. If Lady Bianca is unwell, why did she go out of her way to CTM here? It must be something very important. The maid explained. The young lady is very curious. She recently developed an interest in ancient languages and music, and is looking for a suitable tutor. Many regulars visit the spice shop, so the young lady wanted to go there to see if she could find a good candidate. She insisted on making the request in person. Gregoria's expression softened into one of gratification. She truly is a kind soul. Go on, escort her. She needs to go home and rest. The carriage pulled away. The wheels rolled over the cobblestones, letting out a sharp clattering sound. The two men stood on the street in silence. The spice shop door was flung wide open. The crash startled the clerk behind the counter. Gregory rushed to the counter. Recommend my candidate. The young noble followed closely, shouting back, No, recommend mine. Neither of them would budge. Their bickering echoed through the shop. Ivan held a letter between his fingers, his gaze cold as ice. I knew things would end up like this. He walked through the corridor, idly fingering the letter, a smug smile playing on his lips. Katerina, did you really think you could escape my grasp? You must be regretting how you treated me by now. I bet you're desperate to apologize to me. I should act reluctant at first, and then finally accept with a bit of a struggle. Nikolai sat squarely on the SA-fa, his gaze piercingly cold. Ivan froze in his tracks. The letter almost slipped from his hand. Your Grace, what are you doing here? Nikolai's brow is furrowed with impatience. The Duquette mansion is so spacious. Do I really have to stay in the same room as him? The butler bows slightly. My apology. Lady Katerina requested to see both of you at the same time. She said she has something to say. Nikolai closes his eyes. Since it is Katerina's wish, I understand. Ivan slowly sits down. A man, getting so worked up over a woman at words. How pathetic. Nikolai snaps his head around. His gaze is like a blade. Stand up straight, looking at you like that puts me in a foul mood. Ivan flinches, hunching his shoulders in fear. Cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. I just have a bit of a stomachache. The door swings wide open. Katerina walks in. You're both here. Ivan turns his head sharply. Katerina says, I've invited both of you here today to accept a proposal from one of you. Ivan bolts upright. What? His Grace actually proposed to you? Isn't he just toying with you? Nikolai sits steadily on the sofa. He turns his head toward Katerina. His gaze is focused. Kata, I'm not a frivolous man. Katerina sits tall in the head seat. Her gaze sweeps across the men on either side. Before choosing my future husband, I need to confirm if your love for me is genuine. Ivan leans forward suddenly. His expression is impassioned. Of course I take true love. Katerina, you are the only one for me in this life. Katerina tilts her head slightly. Her eyes are sharp. Are you willing to bet your life on it? Ivan freezes. He grits his teeth. He responds loudly. Of course I am. Katerina pulls a stack of documents from her robes. A radiant smile hangs on her lips. Then please sign here, both of you. Regardless of who the final winner is, you must accept the outcome. There shall be no complaints or objections afterward. Nikolai takes the quill. He puts pen to paper. Ivan stares at the contract in his hand. How could there be any problem with this? He quickly signs his name. Katerina points to the tea set on the table. The rules are simple. Whoever finishes this cup of tea first passes the test. One of the teapots is poisoned. The poison is extremely potent. The moment Idet swallowed, it will corrode your throat. What are you talking about? So one of us is going to die. Katerina remains seated and still. That why I asked if you loved me. Enough to bet your life on it. He looks at Nikolai. No matter how decisive his Grace is, there ain't no way he'd go that far. Nikolai reaches out and picks up the teacup. He tilts his head back. He downs the red liquid in the glass in one gulp. Without a moment's hesitation, a smirk plays on his lips. His gaze is cold and provocative. Did I win? Ivan points at Nikolai, roaring loudly. This is a scam. You and his Grace were in league, weren't you? This was just ordinary water from the start. He must have known everything all along. Katerina picks up the remaining teacup on the table. The tea splashes onto the white cloth. Fine bubbles begin to fizz. A sharp, corrosive sound rings out. Ivan recoils violently. His pupils constrict with terror. You're insane. You actually intended for us to drink that? Katerina! You wicked woman! He turns and rushes toward the door. His steps are stumbling and uneven. Don't you ever summon me for something like this again. The door is slammed shut. A loud bang echoes through the room. Katerina looks at Nikolai. Her eyes are filled with apology. I'm sorry, Your Grace. I took the liberty of arranging such a test. Nikolia's expression remains calm. All right, Kata. As long as you aren't hurt. Katerina gazes at his profile. Aren't you afraid, Your Grace? I am such a cold-hearted person. Nikolia's lips curl into a slight smile. A smile reaches the depths of his eyes. I think you would make the perfect wife for the cold-blooded Grand Duke. A faint smile touches Katerina's lips. Actually, Ivan was right. The tea wasn't poisoned at all. I just thought that if I said it was, both of you would give up. Nikolai looks puzzled. Then what happened with the tablecloth? Katerina gestures to the tablecloth. It's specially made of paper. It dissolves when it comes into contact with hot tea. What if it really had been poisoned? What would you have done then? Nikolai leans down. He moves in close to Katerina. I told you, I am willing to die for you. As long as you don't grow that is enough. If you could CCM to love me, that would be even better. Katarina tilts her face up. Your Grace, is that offer to return the goods still valid a year from now? Nicolai's expression softens. Of course, you can return me whenever you like. Katarina lowers her gaze. I have made my decision. She reaches out and grabs Nikolai by the collar, pulling him toward her. Let's get married. Her expression becomes anxious. Weren't you burned? How could you just down it all in one go like that? A smile lingers on Nikolai's lips. He watches her quietly. Nikolai asks in a low voice, is that true? Katarina lifts her face. Of course, I never joke about things like this. Nikolai's expression turns solemn. Are you sure you won't regret it? Though it is what I have always desired, I don't want you making a rash decision. The path of a duchess is harder than you imagine. If anyone dares to trouble you, I won't let them off easily. Trust me, and just do whatever you believe is right. Katarina puts her hands on her hips and lets out a soft chuckle. You aren't planning to use my name to kill off the people you've always hated, are you? Nikolai takes her hand. Whether I tyranny or just acting on a whim, I will always have your back. So feel free to be a villainess. Katarina blinks. I will obey your command. Since the Grand Duke expects so much, then I shall become a wicked woman through and through. A faint smile plays on Nicolai's lips. I knew I chose the right bride. Bianca gasps. What? You're getting married to the Grand Duke? Katarina sits by the curtains, her cheeks flushing red. Bianca reaches out and grabs her shoulders, shaking her vigorously. No use trying to hide it from me. CCM on, spill the beans. Katarina struggles. All right. I'm telling you first. Father doesn't know about this yet. Bianca stops. Really? Katarina smiles. Of course true. Bianca presses her. Then when do you plan to tell father? Katarina says. I plan to tell him as soon as possible. The proposal actually just happened. After giving it some serious thought, I made my decision. Bianca thinks back. So that why even went storming out? Katarina tilts her head. It seems he has a serious case of anger issues. Bianca adds, but he held it together quite well when the butler quoted a high price. He actually controlled himself quite well. She pouts. But I'm not happy about this. When did you and the Grand Duke get so close? He'd been visiting so much lately. I thought he was only here to see father. Katarina takes Bianca's hand. Actually, when I escaped from the villa, it was the Grand Duke who saved me. Bianca's eyes widen. The Grand Duke, Katarina nods. Yes, thanks to him, I was able to arrive safely. Bianca suddenly remembers something. Didn't you say the rain was too heavy that day, and you stayed the night at an inn? Katarina's face turns bright red in an instant. She reaches out and covers Bianca's mouth. Absolutely not what you're thinking. Just go to sleep. Bianca sits on the edge of the bed. Sister, do you love the Grand Duke? Katarina pulls up the quilt, hiding half of her face. I don't know. Bianca looks puzzled. You don't know? Katarina's eyes waver. But he is someone who, no matter what I become, will always respect me. He said he likes the real me, not some polished, perfect image. Bianca's expression softens. Then I suppose he passes. Katarina turns to look at her sister. Aren't you afraid? I heard that people in the north call him the cold-blooded Grand Duke. Bianca says, as long as you're happy, I'll support you with everything I have. If you thought he was a bad man, you certainly wouldn't have agreed to marry him. Katarina smiles. You think I have good taste? Bianca speaks firmly. I just trust you. You once said that you would never marry just to settle. Katarina nods. That right. She suddenly remembers something. Oh, you mentioned finding your first love at the perfume shop earlier. Bianca sits up. I met a man at the perfume shop today. He looked exactly like my first love. Katarina's mouth hangs open. Really, was it him? A sparkle glints in Bianca's eyes. I imagine he would look just like that. Luca walks over to the desk. He looks at Nikolai, who is hunched over his work. Why don't you try to relax? Aren't you supposed to be heading out today? Nikolai continues writing with his quill. Fine, I'm just meeting a few men. There ain't no need for perfume. Luca asks, then why were you in such a hurry to find it in your letter? Nikolai doesn't look up. I was just worried I might smell unpleasant. Luca furrows his brow. How strange. You never cared about these things when you were in the north. Almost as if you have a woman you want to impress. Nikolai stops his pen. That is exactly it. Luca stands frozen in place. What? Nikolai's gaze softens. I'm in love. Now I have eyes for no one else. Luca gives a helpless smile. You've been joking more and more lately. Nikolai sets down his pen. I'm getting married soon. Luca is stunned. Grand Duke, Nikolai looks calm. I'm getting married. Luca's eyes widen in shock. Why so suddenly? Nikolai says, what are there to be surprised about? I've reached the age where I should marry. Luca presses him for her identity. Don't tell me. That marriage the former Grand Duchess arranged. Nikolai looks down at the letters in his hand. No, she is from the south. Luca looks completely perplexed. Who is it exactly? A smile plays on the corner of Nikolai's mouth. Katerina Smirnov. Luca asks, Duke Smirnov's daughter? Does the former Grand Duchess know about this? Nikolai's eyes turn sharp. Of course she doesn't. That's why I've called you here in secret. Sit down, let it talk. Luca takes a seat on the SA-fa. I went to a lot of trouble to dodge the spies to get here. What exactly do you need me to do? Nikolai picks up the gift box from the desk. Would you be willing to be the witness at my wedding? You are the only friend I trust. Luca leans forward. Are you really getting married? Nikolai lowers his eyes. To stop the current Grand Duchess from interfering, I must fill the vacancy of the Grand Duchess. Luca falls silent. Nikolai unwraps the gift box. Since you bought a gift, I should at least thank you for bringing it all this way. Thank you, Luca looks a bit flustered. Why say such embarrassing things? Nikolai sits back on the SA-fa. From now on, I plan to work on becoming a better person. Luca looks skeptical. Is that even possible? Nikolai looks down and fiddles with the perfume bottle. I'll give it a try. In any case, I'd better than being the cold-blooded Grand Duke. He picks up the dropper.
He drops a transparent liquid onto the test strip.
The fragrance wafts through the air. Nikolai's gaze is profound. I'd a nice scent, isn't it? Nikolai abruptly puts down the perfume bottle. I take back what I just said. You're no longer the only friend I trust. Luca is bewildered. Why? Nikolai holds up the test strip. His eyes are cold. How dare you give me such cheap trash? This perfume has completely spoiled. Luca snatches the test strip. He brings it to his nose and sniffs. He suddenly starts coughing violently. That's impossible. It definitely didn't smell like this when I tested it. How did it end up like this? Nikolai leans back in his chair. Are you asking me? Perhaps you were swindled at the shop. Luca rests his chin on his hand and ponders. You don't seem like the type of person to be easily fooled. Nikolai crosses his arms. Luca Oblonsky. I'm very disappointed in you. Luca awkwardly avoids his gaze. I'll handle this perfume myself. But surely you don't use this tone when you speak to Lady Katerina, do you? Nikolai holds his teacup. What tone? Luca mimics a stiff, blunt voice. Like, is that so? Did it happen? Was it like that? Do you speak to Katerina that way too? Nikolai's eyes are cold. Is there a problem with that? Luca shakes his head. There is nothing inherently wrong with it. The dignity a ruler should have. But the future Grand Duchess might feel distant because of it. After all, every relationship is different, isn't it? Nikolai rests his finger against his chin. Is it my tone that makes her feel distant? He stands up. You really are my most trusted friend. Luca is stunned. Where did that CC? Nikolai turns around. A slight smile plays on his lips. Thank you for the advice. Luca sits alone in the empty parlor, watching Nicolette's retreating figure. Katerina sits on one side of the SFA. A contract like a prenuptial agreement shouldn't be based on a mere verbal agreement. Katerina sits upright, facing him. Does your grace truly intend to deceive the public? Nikolai says, even so, marriage is a serious matter. On what basis are you willing to entrust the rest of your life to me? Katerina gazes at his face. If I tat the Grand Duke, I can trust him. Nikolai lowers his gaze. In a year, I might become quite persistent. I might refuse to grant you a divorce. A blush creeps onto Katerina's cheeks. What if I'm the one who falls in love with you? And I don't want a divorce after a year. Nikolai averts his eyes. I am not worthy of your love. Katerina presses him. Why? Nikolai tightens his grip on the letter in his hand. I cannot be a good husband. Nor can I be a good father. Katerina takes a bite of a biscuit. You were proposing so desperately just a moment ago, and now you've suddenly turned so cold. If you feel that way, why did you suggest marriage in the first place? Nikolai sits up straight. During this 1 year, I will do my absolute best to be a good husband. I mean that with all my heart. Katerina gazes at him. So this resolve only lasts for a year? Nikolai leans in. I can't make promises about what happens after a year. So once the contract expires, please abandon me without a second thought. Katerina lowers her gaze. True. I'd find it hard to be a duchess forever. But for some reason, my heart feels a bit heavy. Nikolai reaches out with his fingertips. He lightly brushes her cheek. Katerina snaps her head up. Her pupils tremble. What were you just doing? Nikolai withdraws his hand. The sensation of her skin still lingers. Katerina covers her cheek. Why did you touch my face without warning? Nikolai remains calm. My apologies, you had powdered sugar on your face. He raises an eyebrow slightly. Must I announce it loudly before I touch you next time? Katerina argues back loudly. Unless it is absolutely necessary. We should avoid physical contact. Nikolai looks at her. He puts his pen to the agreement. Like when people suspect we aren't really a couple? Then who determines what counts as necessary? Katerina grips her quill tightly. Common sense. That gesture just now was completely unnecessary. Nikolai gazes at her. To me, it was necessary. If I hadn't taken care of it, it would have been dangerous. Because I might have been tempted to wipe it off with my lips. Katerina freezes on the spot. A blush instantly flares from her neck to the tips of her ears. Her pupils tremble violently. She hunches over the coffee table. Hurriedly writing, indecent remarks are strictly forbidden. The two walk side by side through the courtyard. Nikolai asks, What are your plans for the rest of the day? Katerina looks at her pocket watch. Other than dinner with my family, I have no other engagements. Nikolai gazes at her pocket watch. You always carry it with you. Is it something very precious? Katerina answers. I tat from when I was very young, a birthday gift from my father. Nikolai stops in his tracks. Since it doesn't keep time accurately, haven't you thought about having it repaired? Katerina shakes her head. It isn't broken. I slowed it down on purpose. Nikolai looks puzzled. Is there still any meaning in carrying it then? Katerina grips the pocket watch tightly. Actually, this is a memento left by my mother. Before mother passed away, she slowed down the hands of the watch to make time pass a little bit slower, though it sounds absurd. Nikolai gazes at her in silence. His eyes are deep and soulful.
He reaches out and covers the back of Katerina's hand.
His fingertips touch the cold metal. Kata, when I am with you, I also wish time would slow down. I want to spend more time with you. Katerina lifts her face. A faint shimmer glints in her eyes. Your Grace, Nikolai gazes into her eyes. Which is why we must marry as soon as possible. Don't you agree? Katerina laughs awkwardly. Why must you be like this? Nikolai says. You're pressuring me now. It'll make sure I get done right. Katerina falls into thought. Thinking about it carefully, Ited quite strange. Nikolai watches her. What is? Katerina looks at their clasped hands. Your tone has changed. Nikolai says. Has it? I hadn't noticed. Katerina freezes in place. Why has your tone suddenly become so casual? Nikolai remains composed. Since we are already husband and wife, and we live together, this level of familiarity is normal, isn't it?
He lowers his head slightly.
Otherwise, it would seem too distant. Do you not like it? Katerina averts her gaze. Ted, not that. I just feel like things are moving too fast. Becoming so close all of a sudden. Nikolai leads her along the cobblestone path. We are indeed very close. Aren't we? Katerina tilts her head. You and I? Nikolai asks back. Is that not the case? Then which do you prefer? The distance between us? Katerina lightly strokes her chin. As long as I set an appropriate distance. Nikolai takes a step back. What is an appropriate distance? Like this, Katerina stands still. What are you doing? Nikolai continues to back away. Or is being too close making you uncomfortable? Is this distance all right then? Katerina suddenly reaches out to stop him. Wait, there's something behind you. Nikolai takes another step back. I should be even further away. Katerina cries out in alarm. That dangerous. She suddenly grabs Nikolai's sleeve, pulling him back toward her with force. Nikolai wraps his arm around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. He leans in close to Katerina. That it right. This distance is perfect. The fountain splashes water everywhere. The two embrace amidst the mist. Night falls. The streetlights flicker on one by one. An intern lawyer slumps in the study's swivel chair, raising both arms high above his head. I'm exhausted. He takes off his round-framed glasses, rubbing his sore eyes. The lead attorney has already left. I should close up and head home too. A frantic knocking sounds at the door.
He puts his glasses back on,
letting out a long sigh. Why can I never get a break? He pushes open the heavy wooden door. Who are you? The person at the door says. I'm here to hire you for a lawsuit. The intern lawyer stands in the doorway. I can help with simple legal advice, but if I tet for a lawsuit, the lead attorney won't be able to see you until tomorrow. He picks up the logbook. Leave your name. I'll book you for the first consultation. The man interrupts him. There ain't no need for names. The intern lawyer turns around. What? Ivan steps forward from the shadows. I want you to handle this lawsuit. The intern lawyer waves his hands frantically. I'm just an intern. I've only ever done administrative work. I've never been in charge of a lawsuit directly. Ivan leans in suddenly. Don't you want to make a name for yourself? He holds up the documents in his hand. I take time to graduate from being a mere intern. The intern lawyer stands frozen. His pupils tremble. What do you mean by that? Ivan presses a hand on his shoulder. I have a story that will shock the world. Do you want to hear it? The intern lawyer steps aside. Please, seek him in. A white palace stands tall. A postman climbs the steps, knocking on the heavy wooden door. The butler takes the letter. His fingertip slides across the edge of the envelope. This is a lawsuit regarding marriage fraud. Katerina sits in an armchair. No wonder he'd been so quiet lately. Using such underhanded tactics is exactly Ivanette's style. The butler stands to the side. His expression is grave. So what do you plan to do now? Katerina puts one hand on her hip. First, keep this from my father and send a letter to Ivan. I want to see him tonight. Concern is etched between the butlerate brows. Are you sure we shouldn't inform His Grace? Katerina stares at the letter on the table. I need to talk to that guy first. If my father gets involved, he really will kill Ivan this time. She turns her head. A confident smile plays on her lips. Don't worry, everything is going according to plan. Night blankets the window frames. Bianca leans against the headboard, covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, coughing violently. A maid enters carrying a teapot. Her expression is anxious. This can't go on. Should I call the family doctor? Bianca waves her hand weakly. It too late. There ain't no need to make the doctor travel all this way. She puts on her shawl. Go and get some rest. I'll go get the medicine myself. She walks alone through the empty long gallery. Her footsteps echo against the stone tiles. Luckily, the pharmacy hasn't closed yet. I'll see him back as soon as I get the medicine. She pushes open the ajar door. The hinges let out a piercing screech. The physician voice rings out. Is this why we are meeting? Miss Bianca stops dead in her tracks. This is the first time I've CCM for the medicine personally. The physician continues speaking. How many times must I say it? That medicine has no effect at all. Furthermore, IT currently impossible to import. You should give up. Bianca freezes in place. How does he know which medicine I'm talking about? A blurry silhouette appears behind the curtain. You're looking for that fertility medicine from the Eastern continent again, aren't you, Lady Katarina? Miss Bianca clutches her clothes tightly. Her pupils suddenly contract as cold sweat beads on her brow. Her foot slips. She loses her balance. She slams into the table beside her. A vase crashes to the floor. Shards fly everywhere. The physician pulls back the curtain abruptly. He lets out a cry of surprise. Lady Bianca. Bianca slumps to the floor. What are you saying? She stares straight ahead. Her breathing grows rapid. Why is sister looking for a fertility medicine? Starlight envelops the estate. The carriage stops in front of the manor. Katarina dons a dark brown cloak. She pushes open the heavy double wooden doors. Wait outside. The knight bows and accepts the order. Understood. Ivan crosses his arms over his chest. Mockery glints in his eyes. How disappointing. You came to see me, and you actually brought a knight. Katarina steps into the room. How could I ever trust you and CTM to this meeting alone? She raises the grip of the gun at her waist. You'd better not try any tricks. I might look fragile, but I have no confidence in my own aim. Ivan's mouth curls up.
His gaze is fun of contempt.
Did you bring an empty gun with no gunpowder? I haven't forgotten how you scared us. With rubber arrows 12 years ago. Katarina pulls the trigger. Fire erupts from the muzzle. A bullet grazes Ivan's cheek. It shatters the mirror behind him. Ivan turns his head. He looks at the shattered mirror. Itad real this time. Katarina roars. Did you think I'd be fooled by your tricks a second time? Before the Grand Duke snaps your neck, I'll finish you off myself. Ivan rests his chin on his hand. His smile deepens. If I were to, rather than in the Grand Duke's hands. Personally, I wouldn't mind. Just the thought of it is thrilling. Katarina's brow furrows deeply. Her eyes are full of utter loathing. You have some nerve, saying such insane things. Ivan spreads his hands. His tone is flippant. I'm just happy to see you after all this time. If you hadn't arranged to meet me tonight, I had planned to, by sunrise tomorrow, expose your secret. Does the Grand Duke know you're barren? Katarina purses her lips tightly. Her pupils contract slightly. Silence solidifies in the air. Ivan lets out a soft chuckle. It seems he doesn't know. Once that secret is revealed, he will abandon you immediately. Who would want a Grand Duchess who can't produce an heir? He takes a step forward. But I'm different. My older brother will inherit the family estate anyway, so I have no pressure to provide an heir. We can live a happy life with just the two of us. Katarina lowers the gun abruptly. If I didn't love you, how could I have gone to such lengths? You only ever talk about yourself. Your feelings. Your desires. You're just spewing whatever you want to say. Ivan slams his hand onto the table. Is the Grand Duke any different? Don't compare me to someone like him. Is he really that special? I've always been watching you. Why does it have to be him?
He grips Katarina's wrist firmly.
For power and money, you're actually willing to give up your body and heart. If I can't have you, I'll drag you into the same swamp as me. Katarina looks at him. What is it you actually want? What will it take for you to drop the lawsuit? Ivan's expression looks lonely. You still don't get it. All I want is for you to look at me. He reaches out to stroke Katarina's cheek. His fingertips tremble slightly. I love you. I've loved you since the first time I saw you. Just once. Can't you look at me the way you look at him? Can't you show me a gentle expression? Katarina forcefully shoves his hand away. Just looking at you like that, is that really enough for you? Ivan opens his arms wide. His expression becomes manic. I want you to marry me. Be my wife. That is my true wish. Katarina sits back on the red. Her back is pressed against the frame. Your wife? Ivan holds up 3 fingers. A man doesn't ask much of his wife. Only 3 things. Even if the husband is unfaithful, the wife must only have eyes for him. She must also have a beautiful face that makes him feel proud. And absolute obedience to her husband at word. That it. Katarina presses her hand to her temple. Her expression is filled with anger. This is utterly preposterous. So you're allowed to cheat, but a wife isn't? I really should just shoot him now. To shut that filthy mouth of his. Ivan spreads his hands.
His tone is matter-of-fact.
Men and women are different. A manly affair is merely a physical betrayal. But a woman gives away both her body and her heart. Katarina leans back. And if a woman is like a man, and has an affair without any emotion, Ivan swings his arm sharply. That even worse. How can a woman cheapen her own body like that? A woman's body belongs to her husband. Katarina slams the table and stands up. Ivan is startled by this sudden outburst of authority. His body reflexively leans back. Katarina stands with her hands on her hips. I see your point. I no longer have the energy to fight with you. Then let's do as you say. Her lips curl upward. She flashes a radiant smile. Let's get married. Even at eyes widen. You really want to marry me? Katarina raises her index finger. Her eyes are cold and calm. But the Grand Duke mustn't find out. Otherwise, hell kill you. The wedding must be as simple as the engagement ceremony. Ivan clenches his fists. Joy spreads across his face. I've always felt that weddings are just meaningless formalities. He walks up to Katarina. As long as we swear our vows before a priest, it is a legal marriage. That is enough. He stops smiling.
He lowers his head and takes Katarina's hand.
Are you truly going to marry me? You've chosen me, haven't you? Not that, Grand Duke. A slight smirk plays on Katarina's lips. At dawn, the day after tomorrow. In Padovangrad. In the 3rd chapel of the temple. Itat under renovation right now. No one will disturb us. We'll hold a secret vow ceremony and then we'll run away together. Living just the 2 of us. A flush creeps onto Ivan's cheeks. His eyes sparkle with light. Katarina. He suddenly opens his arms wide. He pulls Katarina into a crushing embrace. Well, do exactly as you say. We'll live together happily forever. Just the 2 of us. Katarina rests her chin on his shoulder. Her gaze is icy. Nikolai is drying his hair.
His hair is slightly disheveled.
A faint sound comes from behind him. He turns to the side. His gaze falls on the bushes on the terrace. He lets out a puzzled hum. Katarina is hiding behind the leaves. She presses her index finger to her lips, signaling for him to stay quiet. Nikolai opens the terrace door. Kata itit so late. Is something the matter? Katarina leans out from the bush. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Nikolai leans down. If itat urgent, then CCM inside first.
Take my hand.
Katarina reaches out and places her hand in his. Nikolai pulls her into the room. He shuts the door behind them. So, what is this about? Did you find yourself missing me in the middle of the night? Katarina takes a step forward. She closes the distance between them. Nikolai instinctively retreats. His calves hit the edge of the bed. He loses his balance. Katarina lunges forward. She pins him down onto the bed. Nikolai lies on his back on the bed. His breathing quickens. Kata, we aren't married yet. Katarina speaks. Let's get married first then. She looks down into Nikolai's eyes. I just saw Ivan. Nikolai bolts upright. He grips her shoulders tightly. What? Why didn't you tell me? Why would you meet him alone? What if something had happened to you? Katarina's brows furrow. Save the scolding for later. Time is of the essence right now. In Hessen, marriage is divided into two types. One is registering to enter the husband at family tree. The other is a ceremony held before a priest. Registration requires approval documents and the endorsement of the high priest. Nikolai crosses his arms over his chest. His brow is deeply furrowed. Then what about the It should have been an Onsen Alpha Time event. But now it has to be so rushed. A chill flashes through his eyes. If I'd known, I should have dealt with even sooner. Katarina leans in close to his face. Your Grace, were you just thinking of something wicked? Yes, Nikolai replies. Wouldn't it be simpler just to kill him? As for the body, he opens his palm. It can be burned or sunk to the bottom of the lake. Katarina waves her hands frantically. Stop. We aren't here to plot a crime. She presses her hand to her forehead. I don't want to be a criminal. And I certainly don't want my husband at hand stained with blood. Nikolai freezes in place. A blush creeps onto his cheeks. She just called me her husband. Katarina puffs out her chest. She looks him straight in the eye. I just want to become your wife as soon as possible. Katarina, de Vasily. Nikolai is stunned. He can't stop a smile from spreading across his face. Say it again. Katarina tilts her head. Katarina, de Vasily. Nikola's voice is filled with longing. The sentence before that. Katarina rests her finger on her chin. She looks confused. I just want to become your wife as soon as possible. Nikola's eyes are full of joy. I can die happy now. He stands up. What do we need to do first? Katarina says. First we have to, 2 days later. Even adjusts his formal collar. A smug smile is on his face. What a perfect day for a wedding. Everything was perfectly beyond reproach. He looked around. Why hasn't Kata arrived yet? A sharp shout rang out. Move before Ivan could react. He was knocked heavily to the ground. He scrambled to pick himself up. He glared forward, gritting his teeth. Kata, you... His words cut off abruptly. His pupils contracted sharply. Katarina was dressed in a pure white lace wedding gown. The hem spread out like waves. She tilted her head slightly. She looked down at him with a calm gaze. Ivan stood up abruptly.
He dusted off his formal suit.
I tet nothing, by the way. You look truly radiant today. Katarina tilted. A faint smile played on the corners of her mouth. You look great too, dear. Ivan froze in his tracks. His pupils dilated in shock. Dear, Katarina looked him straight in the eyes. Is something wrong? Ivan waved his arms flusteredly. Dear, that address is simply perfect. I ted just that you look different from usual today. Katarina lowered her eyelashes. You once said that you wanted love and devotion. Since we are to become husband and wife, I don't want to live like enemies after the wedding. Up until now, I admit I have been far too arrogant. Right, from now on, I promise I'll always be gentle with you. Evanet's cheeks flushed red. His heart skipped a beat. Is this really that wicked girl, Kata? I've actually tamed this wild moray. I did what no one else could. The priest's solemn voice echoed through the chapel. Lamb of God, Katarina Smirnov, now with Ivan Petrovsky, are officially wed as husband and wife. From this day forth, she shall be known as Katarina Petrovsky. I hereby declare before God that these two are officially united in marriage. Katarina closed her eyes. Her expression was serene. But then the sound of sobbing reached her ears. She opened her eyes in confusion. Tears were streaming down Ivanet's cheeks. Katarina watched him. On such a happy day, why are you crying? Ivan sobbed. I can't believe it. I'm just so overwhelmed. This isn't a dream, is it? Katarina's tone was flat. I had not a dream. Do you really love me that much? Ivan wiped his tears with the back of his hand. Yes, I love you to distraction. I love you, Kata. Katerina withdrew her hand. However, dear, when you used my secret to threaten me and forced me into this marriage, I was truly hurt. Ivan looked a bit sheepish. I'm sorry, dear. At the time, I just wanted you so badly. I felt I had no choice. Katerina crosses her arms over her chest. But just to get me to marry you, to actually forge a lawsuit. Why take such a risk? Ivan spread. He looks smug. Thanks to those lies, we are married now. I'll withdraw the lawsuit tomorrow. Don't worry, Katerina breaks into a radiant smile. A flush rises to her cheeks. Really, thank you. Ivan, she suddenly spins around. Her skirt flares in the air. She strides toward the back of the chapel. Ivan stands frozen. Where are you going? Katerina grips the heavy curtain with her fingertips. Actually, I've prepared a surprise for you today. Ivan looks perplexed. A surprise? Katerina yanks on the curtain with force. This thing is too heavy. It's hard to pull open. The priest steps forward. Do you need help? Your Highness? Katerina turns her head. Yes, give me a hand. Ivanette's pupils contract sharply. Why did he call her Your Highness? The curtain is yanked open. Blinding light floods in instantly. The vast square is packed with people. Countless eyes turn toward them in unison. Ivan freezes in place. His voice trembles. What is this? Katerina spreads her arms wide. Welcome, Ivan. A mocking smirk plays on her lips. Her gaze is icy. Welcome to Hessen. The first outdoor trial in history authorized by the Grand Duke. The judge sits on a high platform. He looks down at the packed gallery below. Solemn bells echo throughout the square. Duke Smirnov stands in the crowd. His brow is deeply furrowed. Bianca huddles close to her father. Her hands are crossed over her chest. Her eyes are filled with unease. Ivan looks around. His face is ashen. What on earth is happening? He grits his teeth. This prank has gone too far. What is the meaning of this? Don't you know that trials can only be held in a courthouse? Katerina tucks a lock of hair behind her ear. A mocking smirk plays on her lips. That is usually the case. But Hessenet territory is vast, and its population is large. To solve the limitations of the courts, this is a pilot run. Tomorrow, it will be codified into imperial law. Ivan clenches his fists. So this is really a lawsuit over a fraudulent marriage. Katerina replies. Exactly, and you just admitted it yourself. You admitted to filing a false. Ivan sneers. His eyes turn dark and sinister. Stop playing games. He swings his arm violently. We've already taken our vows before the priest. Pilot run or not, it's too late to turn back now. You should know this very well. Without the husband-debt consent, you cannot get a divorce. Did you think I would agree so easily? The priest suddenly raises his hand. Pardon me. Sorry to interrupt. Actually, this marriage is not legal. Ivan whips his head around. What did you say? The man wears a smile. His tone is light and relaxed. I'm not actually a priest. Ivan lets out a roar of fury. You bastard. I went to the priest's office myself yesterday. I even paid him. The man remains perfectly composed. Oh, that. I was there at the time, because I had some work to handle.
He reaches up and grabs the short hair on his head.
He gives it a sharp tug. The wig slips right off, revealing his natural long dark blue hair. It just so happened that the priests were all out. So, you asked me to take care of the matter for you. My true identity is... Nikolai steps forward. He places a hand on the man's shoulder. His gaze is cold and sharp. This is Boris Taranov, my aide. Boris bows slightly. Indeed, that is my actual post. Boris spreads his hands. While I haven't taken holy orders, I am quite a devout believer. Ivanette's face flushes a deep red. A strangled groan escapes his throat.
He lunges toward Katerina,
letting out a wild roar. Nikolai strikes in an instant. He seizes Ivanette's collar in an iron grip and flings him backward with the momentum. Ivan loses his balance. He slams heavily onto the cold floor. sliding backward in a pathetic heap. Nikolai steps in front of Katerina. His eyes are ice cold. How dare you be so insolent? The surrounding crowd begins to whisper. Threatening a lady is no way for a gentleman to act. How can he be so barbaric? Ivan snaps his head up. His eyes are rimmed with red. He erupts into a scream. This is all a misunderstanding. He stumbles. He points a finger at Katerina. Does anyone know what that woman is hiding? Ivan spreads his arms wide, facing the high platform and the surrounding crowd. Your Honor, and citizens of Padovangrad, please listen to me. His finger trembles as he points at Katerina. Your Grace is being deceived by this wicked woman. She only wants money and power. She is a shameless fraud who has deceived everyone. Katerina remains expressionless, quietly observing the accusations before her. Duke Smirnov is seething with rage. He takes a step forward. How dare he insult Kata like that? Bianca grips the hem of her feathery coat tightly. She whispers to hold him back. Father, please stay calm. I don't know what Sister's plan is, but my intuition tells me that now is not the time to intervene. When the time is right, I will step forward myself. Ivan faces Nikolai, Your Grace, hearing what I have to say next. Please try not to be shocked. As a woman, that lady has a fatal flaw. A look of confusion flickers in Nikolai's eyes. What does that mean? Ivan catches his hesitation, and a smug curve forms at the corner of his mouth. It seems the Grand Duke is also completely in the dark. He suddenly pulls a piece of paper from his coat and holds it high above his head. That woman is barren. I have a doctorate diagnosis right here, proving she has been judged infertile. How could such a wicked woman be fit to be a candidate for Grand Duchess? I once tried to love her, to accept all her flaws, but she is the one who truly committed a crime. A commotion erupts among the crowd. An unmarried woman is infertile. How could such a tragedy strike a ducal house? Especially since this concerns the bloodline of the Grand Ducate family. Katerina closes her eyes. The corners of her lips curl upward, and she lets out a soft chuckle. Is that all? Ivan freezes in his tracks.
His pupils contract in shock.
What? Katarini's tone is tinged with mockery. Are you finished? It seems this is your final trump card. Cold sweat breaks out on Ivanet's forehead. A sense of unease ripples through his heart. What is going on? Her hidden secret has clearly been exposed. Why is she still so confident? Katarini's gaze turns sharp. You will see CM to regret everything you just said. When the truth and your accusations are proven to be nothing but lies, you will pay a heavy price for defaming my reputation. Ivan waves the paper in his hand, screaming hysterically. Don't try to play dumb. The evidence is right here. Where do you think you can hide? Katarini's expression remains indifferent. If I tell evidence you want, I happen to have a piece myself. She takes an envelope from her robes and hands it to Boris beside her. Boris walks briskly toward the bench and presents the document to the judge. The judge takes the paper and adjusts the glasses on the bridge of his nose. His pupils suddenly contract. This is a certificate personally issued by the Archbishop of the South. Alliances between noble families have always been major affairs. For a house of such high standing as the Grand Ducate, routine physical examinations are conducted every year to ensure the continuation of the bloodline. When Katerina and Bianca were young, they had already undergone examinations arranged by their father. In preparation for marriage, the family would apply for a certificate of health in advance and have it personally sealed with wax by the Archbishop. Katerina ponders. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 months to obtain this certificate. But if already made the necessary preparations, they read always away. The day before the trial, Duke Smirnovet's brow is deeply furrowed. A trial concerning the Grand Ducate marriage contract? What on earth is going on? Katerina tightly grasps her father's hand. I'm sorry, Father. There is no time to explain everything right now. The trial begins tomorrow. In order to win, I must prove that, as the future Grand Duchess, I am without any defect. She looked her father straight in the eyes. You have a personal relationship with the Archbishop, don't you? Please help me, father. Duke Smirnovet's expression was grave. He remained silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a soft sigh. The judge bowed low. Please forgive my rudeness. I offer my belated greetings to the future Grand Duchess. Yvonne's facial muscles twitched violently. This is absolute nonsense. That evidence must be a forgery. The judge's gaze turned ice cold. Are you questioning the Archbishop? Such remarks not only tarnish the Archbishop's honor, but they are an insult to the temple itself. Yvonne was speechless. He instinctively backed away. Kata, why did you destroy the certificate back then? I saw it with my own eyes. You even begged the doctor who was leaving the estate. Katerina stood still. Her pupils trembled. That was because Bianca let out a cry. That certificate wasn't meant for my sister at all. Katerina looked up. Her eyes were wide with shock. Bianca met everyone's gaze directly. Her voice echoed through the hall. That certificate was mine. It wasn't my sister. The one who is truly infertile is me. Katerina tilted her head up. Her pupils trembled in shock. Bianca's gaze was resolute. Why keep it hidden until now? Their mother lay on the wide bed. Her face was pale. Katerina, Bianca, she reached out with great effort. She stroked her two daughters by the bedside. I'm worried you will end up like me. Especially Bianca. She seems so fragile. The mother looked at the young Katerina. Her eyes were pleading. Katerina, from now on, please, you must take care of Bianca. Katerina was a devoted elder sister. As a young girl carrying her longbow, she held Bianca's hand tightly. Katerina pushed open the door. She rushed to the bedside. She looked at her unconscious sister. The doctor put down the medical report. Although Lady Bianca is no longer in critical danger, unfortunately, she will be unable to bear children in the future. Katarina's pupils contracted sharply. What did you say? She clearly recovered. How could this happen? The doctor averted his eyes. She has recovered from the illness, but this appears to be a side effect of the potent medication. Katerina pressed him further. Is there no cure? The doctor shook his head. None at present. Katerina gripped the report tightly. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. Do not let my father or Bianca know. She handed the report back to the doctor. This report must be destroyed. Do you understand what I'm saying? The doctor took the paper. I will take this secret to my grave. Even leans in close to her ear, a twisted smile hanging on his lips. You're infertile, aren't you? I saw you have the doctor destroy the report. If you don't do as I say, I'll make all your secrets public. Even had it wrong from the very beginning. He thought that secret belonged to me. But I knew very well, as long as Bianca wouldn't be looked down upon. Once the truth is exposed, the people who once adored her will turn their backs without hesitation and stab her with their words. The temple declares children to be a gift from God. Such dogma stifles any possibility of a cure, and even research is forbidden. Even if she tried to explain, no one would be willing to listen. Katerina clenches her fists, her gaze resolute. I would rather never marry for the rest of my life than humble myself to such a lowly position. She straightens her back. She absolutely cannot let her sister be treated that way. Anyway, I never planned on getting married. Besides, I'm the eldest daughter. I must bear all of this alone. Bianca stands on the terrace, her expression gentle, yet sorrowful. I can't bear to see my sister suffer because of me. She shouts at Yvonne. If you want to condemn a defective woman, then aim it at me. I don't care if I ever get married, nor do I care if others look down on me. If my happiness must be built upon my sister's pain, then I'd rather not have it at all. Bianca's eyes are rimmed with red, tears welling up in them. I'd rather grow old alone for the rest of my life. People exchange looks, whispering amongst themselves. To think the bond between these sisters is so deep. Why must such kind ladies endure this torment? Using a laddiet's secret to blackmail her. is simply unworthy of a gentleman. Bah, you bastard! Get out, you despicable worm! You're a disgrace to all men. Ivan is driven back by the crowded disdain, his footsteps faltering. Consumed by shame and rage, he roars at the crowd. Why is everyone targeting me? You all clearly think the same way in your hearts. Don't you? Someone should have stopped this troublemaker long ago. Nikolai walks up behind Katerina. His large palm rests on her shoulder. He looks down at the chaotic assembly. His gaze is cold as iron. The trial is not over yet. Why is he allowed to shout in the assembly hall? Seize him at once. The guards swarm forward, pinning Ivan firmly to the ground. Ivan struggles and screams. Do you think you're any different? You're just hypocrites who treat people based on their status. You flip-flop faster than turning a page. Katerina steps forward and stops in front of Ivan. She looks down. Enough, Ivan. Ivan raises his head with effort, his eyes bloodshot. Kata. He tries to reach for the hem of her dress. I did all of this because I love you. I only did it because I love you too much. Katerina takes a step back. She avoids his touch. Your feelings don't matter. One-sided love is no justification for a forced marriage. Ivan sinks down, weakly to the ground. Kata, I'm begging you. Katerina stares straight ahead, her gaze sharp. Didn't you say it before? The husband is the sky, and the wife is the earth. That it right. That is what most people believe. Countless men have wanted to clip my wings, trying to tame me. After hearing it so often, even I started to waver. Bianca looks up, her eyes filled with worry. Sister, Katerina's mouth curls up slightly. But do you know what? I found someone who truly sees me. He holds swords and cannons in his hands, yet he acknowledges my existence. He respects my feelings, and loves the real Katerina. That man is Grand Duke Nikolai. Ivanette's pupils tremble in shock. Katerina lifts her chin. Fury burns in her emerald eyes. Even if the Grand Duke had nothing, and was a mere commoner, I would still fall in love with him. In this world, there is no living creature that a man like you can tame. And remember how you ought to address me. She places a hand over her heart. I am the wife of Grand Duke Nikolai. The judge looks solemn. Silence. The request to review the original documents is denied. The gavel falls heavily, letting out a dull thud. The plaintiff shall bear all legal costs. Given the defendant's insult to the Grand Duchess's reputation, he is to be detained immediately, until the trial. Ivan is dragged toward the doors by guards, his body scraping against the floor. Kata, I was wrong. Grand Duchess. I was truly wrong. The carriage wheels roll over the gravel path, with a rhythmic beat. Passing through a lush, tree-lined road, Katerina leans against the carriage cushions. She lets out a long sigh of relief. Itet finally over. Nikola's gaze falls on her face. You did well. That speech was quite impressive. When you said I was a special man just now, was that acting? Or did you mean it? I never imagined you saw me that way. Katarina's cheeks flush crimson instantly. Her eyes dart away in a panic. Well, Nikola's lips curve into a smile. It seems the moniker Southern Vixen really doesn't suit you after all. Katerina says, Your Grace, you're just blinded by love. But I can actually be quite cruel. Did you know that? Nikolai pinches her cheek. I certainly don't see any cruelty here. Katerina says, Even if no one is watching, do you intend to keep touching me without permission? That a violation of our contract. You know, don't you? Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. A faint smile plays on Nikola's lips. Who says no one is watching? The heavens are watching, and the earth is watching too. If you're going to lie, at least make it somewhat believable. Katerina mutters under her breath. I really can't win an argument with you. Did you happen to swallow a debate script, along with your meal earlier? Nikolai lets go of her hand. His expression is composed. Except for this one thing. I don't think I'd lose to anyone. Katerina looks confused. And what is that one thing? Nikolai takes Katerina's hand. His voice drops an octave. Arguing with you. He brings Katarina's hand to his lips. All this time, I have been ruling over others. Now I've begun to crave being controlled by someone. So please, Sikiam, and rule over me. Katarina snaps her hand back. I'm going to tell my father. The Grand Duke actually takes me for a traitor who insults her ruler. A smile hangs on Nicolet's lips. Don't misunderstand my loyalty to you like that. To clear up this misunderstanding, I must go and pay a formal visit to my father-in-law. The tailor shows off a design sketch. How about this proposal? The former queen wore an ivory gown at her wedding, and it has since become the latest trend. That's why I prepared this specific style. Katarina stares at the sketch. Her brow furrows slightly. I don't like clothes that are too revealing. The tailor turns to Nikolai. What does your grace think? Nikolai crosses his arms. His expression is stern. The one wearing the clothes has the final say. Everything shall follow the Grand Duchess's preferences. The tailor bows their head. Their body trembles slightly. My deepest apologies. Your grace, Katarina turns her face. There it, a hint of testing in her eyes. Are you sure? I can choose anything I want? Nicolet's lips curve upward. Of course I'm a tyrant. I've never cared for laws or traditions. Whatever you wear, you'll have me captivated. So please choose as you wish. Katarina freezes in her tracks. Her cheeks flush crimson instantly. She stands up abruptly. She grabs the gown and runs toward the dressing room. Then I'll try this one on. She hides behind the door. We clearly said wed divorce after a year. If you keep saying things like that, it's just not fair. A maid reminds her softly. My lady, please take off your shoes first. Nikolai sits on a bench. His hands rest on his knees. He looks up. His gaze freezes on the space ahead. His pupils contract slightly. Katarina walks over, lifting the hem of her skirt. White lace wraps around her neck. How is it? Anise flickers in the depths of her emerald eyes. Does it not look good? Nikolai suddenly raises his hand to cover his eyes. Resignation seeps through the gaps in his fingers. Are you trying to make every man in this world go completely blind? Katarina stands there stunned. Then she bursts into a fit of laughter. Nikolai takes her hand in his. He plants a kiss upon it. To have you as my wife, I am the luckiest man on earth. Katarina catches her breath. A deep blush creeps onto her cheeks. Your Grace, Bianca approaches quickly. Her eyes are filled with awe. Sister, you look absolutely stunning. The maids chime in from the side. You look radiant, my lady. Katarina lowers her head. Why does everyone keep making me blush? Duke Smirnov stands in the distance. He watches his daughter's silhouette. Remaining silent, nightfall blankets the estate. Duke Smirnov walks out into the courtyard. Why did your grace summon me at this hour? Nikolai turns his head. A faint smile plays on his lips. There are some matters I wish to ask of my father-in-law. I found myself unable to. Would you care for a walk? The two walk side by side along the forest path. Nikolai speaks. Duke Smirnov. Duke Smirnov bows his head slightly. Yes, your grace, please, go on. Nikolai says. As you know, I lost my parents when I was very young. Duke Smirnovet's expression grows solemn.
Indeed, Nikolai turns around.
He gestures with an open hand. So, I wish to ask, how can one become a good husband? Could you teach me? Duke Smirnov freezes in his tracks. His eyes are wide with shock. This is simply unimaginable. I was by no means a worthy husband. If only I had stopped her from having more children back then. If not for the pressure to carry on the family bloodline, my wife might still be alive. Nikolai reaches out. He places a steadying hand on the Duke's shoulder. Duke Smirnov, I don't believe that. That your wife gave birth solely for the sake of family duty. That it was the only reason she had children. Is it not because we love someone that we wish to have a child with them? To build a family together? I believe your wife felt the same. I am certain of it. I swear I will make Katerina happy. I will love and protect her with all my heart. Duke Smirnovet's eyes well up with tears. His lips tremble. Your Grace, Nikolai pats his shoulder. So please be more informal with me. Why don't we just do away with these tedious formalities? A rustling sound comes from behind the bush. Nikolai snaps his head around. His gaze turns freezing cold in an instant. Duke Smirnov bows deeply. I cannot overstep the bounds of etiquette and address you by name, but I will truly consider you my son-in-law. Nikolai gazes at the elder. If you could treat me as a son, I would be even happier. Duke Smirnov straightens up. He lets out a hearty laugh. Understood, Your Grace. Sunlight streams into the spacious drawing room. The table is piled high with gift boxes and flowers. Katerina looks puzzled. Is today the day for the tutor interviews? What is all this for? A radiant smile plays on Bianchi's face. I've developed an interest in ancient languages and music, so I decided to hire a teacher. Katerina blinks, really? Nikolai speaks. Father-in-law, how about I preside over the interviews? After all, someone who is to enter this cannot be chosen carelessly. Duke Smirnov nods. Of course you may. A slight smile curls the corner of Nikolai's mouth. A glimmer of hidden meaning flashes in his eyes. Splendid. A rustling sound comes from outside the window. Nikolai's gaze locks onto something ahead. Boris hurries forward. What is it, Your Grace? Nikolai lowers his voice. There seems to be a suspicious person outside the manor. Could you go check it out? Boris bows, receiving the order. Understood. Katerina walks toward Nikolai. Worry is etched between her brows. Your Grace, is something wrong? Nikolai offers a smile. Nothing. Katerina points toward the end of the hallway. Time for the interviews. Late, go. Nikolai pushes open the heavy carved doors. He walks down the corridor alone. Until I confirm it myself, there is no need to worry the others. He stops in his tracks. His gaze turns sharp. But if my intuition is correct, he beckons a young guard over. Could you do something for me? The guard immediately straightens his back. Yes, Katerina stands in the distance. She watches Nikolai. He seems to have a lot on his mind. When the time is right, I'm sure he'll tell me. Bianca stands at the top of the stairs. She waves, sister. Brother-in-law, hurry over. Katerina pushes her thoughts aside. I'm coming. Nikolai puts down the list in his hand. His brow is deeply furrowed. None of these people will do. They're too incompetent. I don't like a single one of them. Katerina says, if you reject everyone, we won't be able to hire any teacher today. Nikolai leans back in his chair. His tone leaves no room for argument. I want my sister-in-law to receive the finest education in Hessen. I have no use for mediocrity. Bianca looks at Nikolai. A flicker of gratitude flashes in her eyes. Thank you for being so thoughtful. Nikolai turns to the butler. Proceed with caution. Interview them one by one. The butler bows, understood. Your Grace. The glow of the setting sun bathes the grand manor. Golden specks of light dance in the air. The butler stands at the door. He bows to everyone in the room. Thank you all for your effort, Bianca says. Sister, brother-in-law, thank you for all your hard work. Nikolai's brow furrows slightly. Was that person just now really the last one? Katerina turns her head. Her eyes are filled with confusion. What is it, Your Grace? Nikolai crosses his arms over his chest. I haven't found any suitable candidate yet. The butler stands to the side. He reminds him in a low voice. But Your Grace, we've already interviewed many people. Every single person on the list has been here. Nikolai's brow furrows slightly. His gaze becomes sharp, staring at the butler face. Katerina speaks softly. Though these candidates might not have met your expectations, they are actually all quite talented. Nikolai turns his face. He calls her name in a low voice. Kata heavy footsteps echo at the end of the corridor, urgent and disorganized, accompanied by heavy panting. The door is suddenly burst open, with a loud bang. Sorry, I'm late. Lucas stands up straight. He adjusts his collar, a gentle smile on his face. I am here for the interview. A flash of surprise crosses Nikolai's eyes. Well, hello there. He covers his mouth. We meet again. A shout pierces the minaret silence. Mr. Luca. Luca opens the door. Did the Grand Duke send you? The guard looks panicked. The Grand Duke is looking for you urgently. You must leave at once. Doubt shows in Lucate's eyes. Did something happen to the Grand Duke? The guard grabs his arm. I'll explain on the way. The sound of hoofs rings out urgently. Two fast horses rush out of the manor gate, disappearing into the forest path. Bianca looks at Luca. I thought you were just a servant. I didn't expect you to be a tutor. Nikolai crosses his arms. Do you know him? Bianca answers. I saw him in the shop. He was pestering the shop assistant to buy perfume, insisting on finding the exact one. I had thought he was serving some picky and eccentric noble. Nikolai rests his chin on his crossed hands. A smirk curls at the corner of his mouth. I understand why. Luca stands opposite them, looking slightly embarrassed.
He gives a dry laugh.
Katerina rests her fingertip against her lower lip. Since Bianca knows him, I might not be able to evaluate him objectively. She turns to look at the man beside her. What do you think, Your Grace? He doesn't even have a resume. Nikolai says, but he still made it in time. Let's give him a chance for an interview. Bianca clenches her hands, her face full of expectation. Katerina picks up a piece of paper from the table. Since there is no resume, then have him translate a passage of ancient text on the spot. He presents the sheet of paper in his hand. This entire page must be translated. Luca stares down at the text on the paper, lost in thought. Katerina asks, how long will this take? Luca lightly touches his chin with his fingertip, his eyes scanning the lines of text. Including the final polish, it should take about 10 minutes. A hint of surprise flashes in Bianchi's eyes. 1,000 words in 10 minutes. Katerina laughs. In that case, well, wait outside, so you can focus on your work. The door slams shut, letting out a dull thud. Katerina looks solemn. That text was incredibly obscure. To think he claims he can finish it in 10 minutes. It seems he truly is talented. Bianca calls out softly. Sister Katerina turns her head. What is it? Bianca folds her hands over her chest, excitement gleaming in her eyes. I forgot something. I'll be right back. Once the interview is over, please ask him to wait for me for a moment. Katerina watches her sister run off, responding with a helpless sigh. Fine, I understand. Bianca walks down the corridor alone, her cheeks flushing crimson. I have always hoped to see him again, even if only by chance. To reunite like this is truly wonderful. Katerina puts her hands on her hips, watching the direction in which Bianca disappeared. Bianca seems very eager to learn. Nikolai stands beside her, a look of scrutiny in his eyes. Does she really have such a strong passion for academics? Katerina reminisces. Her health was always poor when she was young. She never got to finish her education. We both attended the Molniski Womenette Academy. Nikolai looks at her. You actually went there? Katerina nods. Yes, though I eventually dropped out. Regardless, Bianca has always longed to learn. I want to support her in achieving all her dreams. Nikolai says, I don't understand. Katerina stops in her tracks. Understand what? Nikolai gazes into her eyes. You care for your sister so deeply, yet people call you the Southern Vixen. You aren't a vixen. You're more like a beautiful true NG. Katerina stands frozen. Her cheeks instantly flush crimson. She spins around suddenly. 10 minutes have already passed. Let's go back inside. Nikolai watches her flustered figure retreat, letting out a soft chuckle. She looks out the window, a thoughtful gaze in her eyes. Katerina pushes open the door. Your Grace, what are you dawdling for? Nikolai starts walking. Sorry, Kata. Late, go. Katerina's eyes are filled with doubt. Did something happen? Am I right since a moment ago? You've been acting quite strange. The butlerate voice comes from behind the door. Grand Duchess, the time for the test has CTM. Please seek him in. Nikolai gently pats Katerina's hand. Nothing get wrong. Don't worry, let's finish the interview first. After all, we need to choose the final candidate. Katarina lets go of his hand. All right, let's go. Nikolai says, in the entire kingdom, you won't find another person with such talent. His abilities rival those of the professors at the Hessen National Academy. Luca places his hand over his chest. He bows slightly. I am deeply honored. Nikolai flips through the manuscripts. It would truly be a pity to let such talent slip away. Katarina says congratulations. You're hired. She spreads her hands. Suddenly she remembers something. I haven't asked for your fun name yet. What is your name? Luca looks directly at her. Luca Taranov. A flash of surprise crosses Katarina's eyes. Do you happen to know Boris? Luca's back stiffens. His pupils contract suddenly. Of all names, she had to mention Boris. He quickly recovers his composure. A gentle smile plays on his lips. Yes, the Taranov family has served the nobility for generations. Nikolai covers the corner of his mouth. He lets out a soft chuckle. Luca says, I am also acquainted with His Grace. Nikolai freezes. The smile vanishes from his face. Katarina suddenly turns to look at Nikolai. Your Grace, why didn't you say so earlier? Nikolai's tone is hesitant. I thought it would be better to stay neutral during the interview. Since it is a long-awaited reunion, we certainly have much to catch up on. Katarina nods. In that case, I'll go and arrange the lesson schedule. Luca looks at Nikolai. Why did you make me a tutor? I won't be staying in the south for long. Nikolai stands by the window. Because under the current circumstances, you are the safest choice. Luca furrows his brow. What exactly do you mean by that? Nikolai's gaze turns icy. The assassins sent by Oksana seem to have tracked us to this estate. Luca's expression is filled with shock. What, is that true? Nikolai raises his hand to his forehead. He lets out a sigh. Itet not confirmed yet. Itet just an intuition. That why I'm entrusting this to someone I trust. I need you to stay here, to protect Katarina's family, until my plan is fully realized. Luca lowers his head. Understood, he ponders. I never expected her to be the Grand Duke's sister-in-law. Nikolai's tone is cold. Don't get any ideas you shouldn't have. That will only make things complicated. Luca turns his head to the side. You don't need to worry about that. Nikolai turns around. You know as well as I do. Once I leave, this connection with the South will be completely severed. His right hand suddenly clenches into a fist. His knuckles turn white from the force. But I still can't help wanting more. Bianca stands at the end of the corridor, holding a small cloth bag. A smile plays on her lips. Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Nikolai says, I'm showing him around the estate. He starts work next week. Bianca clasps her hands in front of her. Her eyes sparkle with light. That wonderful news. Nikolai waves his hand. You may leave now. Luca bows slightly. All right, thank you. Bianca walks briskly to his side. Would you like me to see you out? I happen to have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Luca freezes in place. A faint blush creeps onto his cheeks. Of course, Boris hides behind a thick tree trunk. Wary, he observes the surroundings. I'm certain I saw him run in this direction. Black leather boots step onto the soil, making a dull thudding sound. Boris whips his head around. His palm presses firmly against the rough tree trunk. Terror glints in his eyes. The figure in black robes raises a sharp blade. The blade cuts through the air, letting out a sharp whistle. Boris sidesteps to dodge the attack. He pins the figure in black to the ground. Who sent you? Bianca holds up her skirt as she walks down the stairs. I must have startled you just now. You must have thought I was the perfumer. Luca stops walking. He turns to look at the girl beside him. Yes, what happened? A blush spreads across Bianca's cheeks. Her gaze flickers away. Actually, I'm a regular at that shop. The perfumer happened to be out, and you seem to be in a hurry for the perfume. She wrings her hands together. I accidentally mistook the perfume next to it for the one you wanted. and wrapped it up. She takes a cloth bundle from her bosom and holds it out to him. This is what you were actually looking for. Luca reaches out to take the bundle. His fingertips brush against the soft fabric. I did sense there was some misunderstanding. Actually, you didn't have to worry at all. The bundle slips from their hands and falls to the ground. Luca quickly bends down. I'm so sorry. Bianca reaches for it at the same time. Their fingertips collide. Their eyes lock. For a moment, they stop breathing. Startled, Bianca jerks her hand back. She clutches her chest and steps back. Luca hurriedly apologizes. I'm truly sorry for startling you. Bianca looks flustered. Itet, all right. She brushes back a stray lock of hair. A smile plays on her lips. He finally back in his owner at hands. I'm so glad we could reunite like this. It'll be in your care from now. Lucate's expression softens. Of course, likewise. He stands at the edge of the steps. Thank you for walking me out. I can take it from here. Bianca waves her hand. All right, see you next week. The corner of Lucate's mouth turns up slightly. I'm also glad to see you again. He stands still in the evening glow, letting the falling leaves brush against his shoulders. Even if this time is destined to be brief. Hurried footsteps echo through the corridor. Boris crosses the hall. Grand Duke Nikolai stops in his tracks. Boris, is there any progress on the investigation? Boris rests his hands on his knees, gasping heavily for breath. That man was indeed an assassin. Nikola's gaze turns ice cold. Did you find out who sent him? Boris straightens up. His expression is troubled. I tried to interrogate him, but he took his own life the moment he was captured. Nikola's brow furrows deeply. What? He turns around. His tone is sharp and unquestionable. Have the knights and the Grand Ducal Patrol seal off the perimeter. Report any suspicious signs immediately. Boris bows, receiving the order. Understood. Nikolai lets out a long sigh. Why? Why must this happen at such a critical moment? It seems a lucky little mouse has set its sights on us. In that case, Katerina stops in her tracks. Are you saying we're moving the wedding forward? I have no objection. But why so suddenly? Nikolai gazes into her eyes. A smile plays on his lips. Because I want to become your husband as soon as possible. Don't you want that too? Katerina stands there, stunned. Her pupils tremble slightly. Wait, she suddenly takes a step forward. Are you avoiding my question again? Nikolai looks confused. What are you talking about? Katarina's brow furrows. Your behavior lately has been very strange. Do you realize that you've been making those terrifying expressions lately? Clearly something is bothering you. But every time I ask, you evade the subject. Are you hiding something from me? Nikolai spreads his hand. Absolutely not. Katerina stares into his eyes. Then tell me the truth. Swear to the heavens. Are you sure you really have no secrets from me? Nikolai remains silent. A flash of struggle crosses. Katerina lowers her gaze. Her voice trembles. You lied to me. She suddenly turns and runs away. Don't follow me. Nikolai reaches out, trying to stop her. Kata, wait. Katerina hurries along, lifting her skirts, racing through the thick trees. He stops in his tracks abruptly.
He braces his palm against the rough tree trunk.
Why won't you just tell me the truth? He turns his head. He catches a faint, unusual sound. A jet-black gun barrel pokes out from the bush. Katerina leans low and charges forward. Her right leg sweeps out with a powerful force. She kicks the man in black squarely in the face. She looks down on him coldly from above. Her eyes are like ice. Who are you? How did you get in here? The man in black strikes out suddenly. You arrogant little girl. Katarina's eyes widen in shock. I should tear that sharp tongue out of your head first. A hand suddenly reaches out from the side. It grips the man in black's throat in a deathly hold, lifting him completely off the ground. Nikola's gaze is as cold as iron. His voice is low and dangerous. Who sent you? Speak if you want to live. Katerina freezes on the spot, watching the scene unfold. Nikolai turns his head. His tone is stern. Kata, don't CCM any closer. The man in black suddenly exerts force. A black-gloved hand claws violently at Nikolai's cheek. Nikolai increases the pressure in his grip. Katerina lets out a cry. Wait, the man in black collapses to the ground. He coughs up blood. Katerina leans down over him. Wake up! She notices an envelope peeking out from the bodyed coat. What is this? She picks up the envelope. Her gaze locks onto the bright red wax seal. It is the crest of the Borodin family. Could the one targeting you all this time be the former Grand Duchess? Nikolai slowly crouches down. I'm sorry, Kata. I was too afraid to tell you the truth. He lowers his eyes. Exhaustion is written across his face. I was worried you would leave me. She isn't the only one watching me. The boyar nobles of the north can't be trusted either. She was Yuri de Vasili's third wife.
Oksana?
Most members of, as well as the high-ranking court officials, are all boyar nobles from Hessen. Nikolai drops to one knee. He presses his palm to his forehead. This concerns your life, yet I foolishly chased after such a fleeting happiness. I was too naive. Katerina gazes at the man before her. She calls out softly. Your Grace, Nikolai looks up. His expression is grave. Kata, even if you decide to call off the wedding now, all right. I will respect your decision. So, are we calling it off? Katerina freezes in place. Her pupils tremble slightly. Katerina stands up abruptly. Grand Duke, I am truly disappointed in you. Are you really such a coward? How can you give up so easily? If you have already made up your mind to marry me, then take responsibility. Nikolai pulls her into an embrace. Hesitation flickers between his brows. Kata, are you sure you won't regret this? Katerina raises her face. Her gaze is firm. I won't regret it. Not one bit. Your Grace is a brave and strong person. Aren't you? Nikolai gazes at her. The coldness in his eyes dissipates, replaced by a touch of softness. You're right. He rests his head on Katerina's shoulder. It was a lie to say I could abandon you. I promise never to say anything like that again. No matter what happens, I will protect you. I'm sorry, Katerina. And thank you. Katerina looks back at him. I'm not the kind of person who lives with debts. Whether it alimony or anything else, I'll settle everything according to our contract before I collect. So from now on, cheer up. She breaks into a smile. Because I'm going to protect you too. Nikolai gazes at the young woman in front of him. You truly are impossible not to love. Katerina suddenly pulls him into her arms. Her arms tighten around him. The truth is, I have long since become your Grace's only weakness. The road ahead is bound to be even more treacherous. But I will never let him fight alone. Katerina rests her cheek against Nikolai's shoulder. Her eyes are full of resolve. No matter what happens, I will protect her. The chapel is empty and solemn. Duke Smirnov sits on a pew. Katerina is finally getting married. He turns to look at his daughter. A hint of melancholy flickers in his eyes. If your mother could have seen this, she would have been so happy. Bianca responds softly. Father Luca walks in. He greets the two of them. Bianca looks up in surprise. Her pupils tremble slightly. Luca bows slightly. Congratulations on the wedding of the Grand Duchess. Duke Smirnov nods slightly. I heard you will be serving as the Grand Duke witness. Please have a seat, Luca says. It is truly an honor to see you all again. On such an occasion. He turns to look at Bianca. The witness has a heavy task today. Let's work hard together. A look of anticipation fills Bianca's eyes. Yes, I'm ready. Music begins to play within the chapel. Bianca holds her breath. She looks straight ahead. The ceremony has begun. Nikolai is dressed in a white formal suit, with a red sash draped over his shoulder. He walks through an archway adorned with flowers, heading toward the center of the chapel with steady steps. Two maids stand guard by the door. Your Grace, Are you ready? Katerina is wearing a pure white wedding gown, her veil trailing down to the floor. I'm ready. The wooden doors slowly swing open, letting out a heavy resonant sound. Katarina's pupils tremble slightly. Even though this is just a simplified wedding that skips the tedious formalities, this feeling is quite strange. If this were a formal wedding, would it feel any different? Nikolai stands before the altar. He watches the bride as she approaches. Katerina quickens her pace. Joy shines in her eyes. Your Grace, her toe suddenly catches on her hem. She loses her balance and falls forward. Nikolai lunges forward.
He reaches out to wrap his arm around her waist.
He pulls her securely into his arms. Careful, Katerina leans against Nikolai's chest. She looks up and smiles. Thank you. Nikolai gazes down at her. His eyes are full of tenderness. You look breathtakingly beautiful today. A flush creeps onto Katerina's cheeks. She gives a radiant smile. Your Grace, you look remarkably handsome as well. The two stand facing each other before the altar, surrounded by clusters of flowers. Even if this were a formal wedding, I think it would feel exactly like this. The carriage stops in front of the manor. Bianca rushes. Sister, you look like a completely different person. This outfit suits you perfectly. Katerina reaches up to touch her hair. She smiles brilliantly. Thank you. Bianca covers her mouth. Her eyes are filled with surprise. Why did you suddenly change your hair color? And you too, brother-in-law. Katerina takes Nikolai's arm. We just wanted a change of mood. Katerina stands. By the window, a honeymoon? Can we really go? Nikolai looks down at Katerina. The knights sent to scout the next city haven't returned yet. We have plenty of time for a trip. A hint of loneliness flickers in his eyes. Besides, this doesn't even count as a formal wedding. This might be our last chance to travel freely. Katerina asks, Where are we going? Nikolai crosses his arms. We're going to Vesnespro. Katerina's eyes widen. She had been to that place once before. It was so beautiful she couldn't take her eyes off it. But what if assassins show up? Nikolai's lips curve upward. His gaze is full of confidence. We've already planned for that. Katerina twirls a lock of hair around her finger. She looks hesitant. When they first met, she hadn't realized he was so unfathomable. The carriage speeds along the forest trail. Wheels crunch over fallen leaves. Katerina says, With the wedding and honeymoon following so closely, I have such complicated feelings. Nikolai sits beside her. Don't worry, once we reach our destination, it will be fun of joy. Katerina turns her head. Her cheeks flush. She gives a radiant smile. I'm really looking forward to it. Rain pours down in torrents. It washes against the towering stone walls. Katerina stands before the eerie old castle. It feels like ghosts could haunt this place at any moment. Nikolai says, Let it go back. We can find somewhere else. Boris carries the heavy leather suitcases. It's at peak tourist season right now. All the nearby inns were fully booked when we tried to reserve a room. Nikolai's brow furrows deeply. Even so, how could you possibly stay in a place like this? Katerina is draped in a large coat, huddled behind Nikolai. Achoo! Nikolai whips around instantly. He grabs her by the shoulders with both hands. A look of frailty in her eyes. I'm fine. Nikolai lifts the suitcase with one hand and pulls Katerina close with the other. Let it head inside right now. Boris bows. I will CCM to collect you first thing tomorrow morning. Katerina offers a small smile. At least the room should be somewhat decent, right? The receptionist flips through the registry, looking indifferent. I'm sorry, but your name is not on the reservation list. Nikolai stiffens instantly. What did you say? That impossible. Is there another room available then? The receptionist folds their hands. Regrettably, all our guest rooms are fully booked. There are no vacancies at the moment. Nikolai's voice turns sharp. That makes no sense. I followed the reservation procedure exactly. Katerina speaks up. It's pouring outside. We have nowhere else to go. Is there truly no way to work this out? The receptionist takes a copper key out of a wooden box. In that case, there is one other option. We've only just started working here, so I don't know the exact reason why. But here is a key labeled Forbiddens to guests. Katarina presses further. The reason? Is that room undergoing renovations? The receptionist shakes their head. Not because of that. Because haunted. Lightning streaks across the night sky. Nicolai's expression freezes. Katarina's head snaps up. Her pupils tremble with a hint of dread. The receptionist holds the key out to them. What do you intend to do? Will you take the key to this room? The two of them stand frozen on the spot. Their eyes are filled with hesitation. Torrential rain lashes against the roof. Nikolai carries the suitcase down the long corridor. I'm sorry for making you stay in a place like this during our honeymoon. Katarina's steps are light. Your Grace, have I ever mentioned to you? Nikolai looks at her. Mentioned what? Katarina clenches her fists. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. I've read a lot of mystery novels. I've always wanted to see a place like this. She stands before the door, clasping her hands together. This place has a perfect locked room mystery atmosphere, doesn't it? Nikolai pushes the door open. He surveys the room. The room looks quite ordinary. A bit disappointed. Katarina. She steps into the room. You're right. It seems those rumors about it being haunted are just nonsense. Nikolai sets down the suitcase. You've been out in the rain for too long. Go take a bath. Otherwise you'll catch a cold. Katarina looks up and asks, Then I'll go first. Is that okay? Nikolai turns around. His expression is calm. Why don't we bathe together? Katarina freezes instantly. Her pupils tremble. What? Nikolai undoes the top button of his shirt. He hooks his finger in the collar and pulls it open. We certainly have shared a bath before. Even if it was in the same tub. Katarina leans against the wall. You're standing too close. Nikolai leans his arm against the wall, trapping Katarina in the narrow space between them. We're married now, aren't we? Don't tell me that you only teased me back then, because I was just a commoner to you. Katarina retorts. When did I ever tease you? Her movements suddenly lock up. Her pupils contract in shock. What was that? Nikolai spins around quickly. A dark silhouette is reflected in the mirror. He steps in front of Katarina to shield her. His gaze is as sharp as a blade. Katarina lets out a sharp scream. Was that a real ghost? Nikolai's expression is grim. That was a person. Wait here for a moment. Katarina grabs his arm suddenly. Wait, what if I tet an assassin? We promised to protect each other. Remember, Nikolai looks at her hand gripping his. A hint of softness appears in his eyes. Fine. Katarina walks toward the door. Let's go check it out together. She twists the handle with force, but the door won't budge an inch. Nikolai leans in to examine it. What is it? Katarina asks. You locked the door earlier, didn't you? Nikolai nods in confirmation. Of course I did. Katarina is puzzled. If the door was locked, how did that person get in? A sharp scolding echoes from the hallway. A woman dressed in a purple gown is shouting at the receptionist. How could you let anyone stay in such a dangerous place? I told you, there's a cursed, vengeful spirit in there. Katarina sees the woman at face. Her pupils contract suddenly. Nikolai asks, what is it? Do you know her? Katarina's lips tremble slightly. That Madame Borodin, a baroness, and the headmistress of the Molnitsky Womenette Academy. I swore I'd never see her again, because I was a notorious figure there. A harsh burst of static comes from the loudspeaker. Good morning, everyone. I am the headmistress of Molnitsky Womenette Academy. Madame Borodin speaking. It is time for the assembly. Everyone, please take your seats. The students file toward the long tables. They stand and respond. Yes, headmistress. Madame Borodin stands at the podium. She surveys the students below. You are receiving the finest education in Hessen. You are the dreams and future of the Molnitsky Womenette Academy. Your every word and action represents the reputation of this institution. No matter where you are absolutely forbidden from displaying any unseemly behavior. Katerina rests her chin on her hand. She listens to the lecture with utter boredom. Madame Borodinette's gaze is sharp as a blade. A few days ago, there was a red-haired student who was running and laughing loudly in the corridors. I hope she will take some time to reflect on her actions. The students around her all turn their heads. Their eyes converge on Katerina. Katerina furrows her brow deeply. A fire of rage ignites in her eyes. What are you all looking at me for? Can I even laugh freely anymore? Inside the etiquette classroom, Madame Borodine paces with heavy steps, patrolling between the rows of students. Are you really paying attention to the lesson? Everyone's posture is absolutely wretched. She stops in front of one student. She flicks her folding fan and strikes the student's shoulder hard. Don't be like those spineless commoners. Your back isn't straight enough. You lot are simply hopeless in this regard. The student who was hit has tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry, Madam Principal. Katarina's emerald eyes burn with fury. Are you blaming the commoners? Do you really think being a noble makes a student any better? Her companion beside her pulls her sleeve in terror. She pleads in a hushed voice. Katerina, you're going to ruin everything. Katerina shakes off her companion's hand. She stares straight ahead. Isn't this blatant discrimination? Madame Borodine turns around slowly. Her gaze is cold and sinister. When looking at an elder, you should open your eyes with elegance. How dare you glare at me with those eyes? A hopeless I don't even know where to begin teaching you. She raises her right hand high. Today we are going to settle this once and for all. Katerina spots the opening. She shoves her away. Madame Borodine lets out a cry of surprise. She falls to the floor in a heap. Katerina, what do you think you're doing? Katerina stands with a straight back. I just wanted you to understand that being hit hurts. Please use your words to communicate. Do not resort to violence. And stop discriminating against students. Morning sunlight streams into the classroom. Madame Borodinette's voice rings out again. Good morning, everyone. Remember, grades aren't everything in life. The Molniski Womenette Academy is dedicated to raising people of integrity and grace. Despite our efforts, it seems some students are still struggling with their studies. Are you listening, Katerina? Don't worry too much. The academy will never give up on any student. Katerina snaps her head up. Her cheeks flush with anger. Now she's actually calling me out by name. She can't physically harm me, so she'd chosen to humiliate me this way. Katerina stands inside the doorway. She looks respectable enough on the surface, but behind the scenes, discriminating against and hitting students is a daily habit. Madame Borodine roars at the receptionist. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. There is a ghost in room 404. The receptionist tries to soothe her. Please calm down, there are guests inside. The door is suddenly pushed open. Madame Borodine lets out a gasp. Good heavens, she covers her mouth. Her gaze sweeps across Katarina's face. Katarina's expression is blank. Her gaze is as cold as iron. I've always wondered if you're still exactly the same as you were before, Madame Borodine. Nikolai takes a step forward. What exactly do you think you're doing? Pushing open someone else's door without permission is extremely rude. The receptionist bows low. I am terribly sorry. I clearly didn't explain the situation well enough. Madame Borodine straightens her back. This room was supposed to be empty. So when I saw someone inside, I truly thought I had run into a ghost. I am very sorry. I was just far too startled. Please forgive my lack of manners this once. Katerina watches her in silence. Is it because my hair that she doesn't recognize me? A smile hangs on Madame Borodinette's lips. It was indeed my fault to be so discourteous upon our first meeting. Katerina muses to herself. There ain't no way a woman like her has turned over a new leaf. A voice calls out, Madame Borodine. A short-haired girl approaches. Headmistress, do you remember me? Madame Borodin folds her hands over her chest. My goodness, is that you, Judith? You were always such a kind and upright student. Judith lowers her head slightly. She seems a bit awkward. I'm sorry for not visiting since graduation. I've been very busy with work lately. She introduces the gentleman beside her to the headmistress. This is Baron Lanskoy. He is quite famous in the art world. I'm currently serving as the baronet assistant. Madame Borodin gives a look of approval. Itet, truly wonderful to be an assistant to such a celebrity. She gracefully extends her right hand. Itet, a pleasure to meet you. I am Madame Borodin, the headmistress of the school Judith graduated from. Baron Lanskoy takes her hand. He performs a standard hand-kissing salute. The pleasure is mine. I am Lanskoy, an artist, and a baron. Judith looks at the receptionist. There was no one at the front desk. That's it, why we came here to check. The receptionist bows in apology. I am very sorry. Please forgive the inconvenience caused to you all. Since everyone is here, allow me to make an announcement. Dinner will be served in 1 hour. Please return to your rooms to rest for now, and proceed to the dining hall at the scheduled time. Baron Lanskoy turns toward the corridor. Judith, I'm heading back to my room first. Judith curtsies slightly. Very well, Baron. Suspicion flickers in Katerinid eyes. They read something strange about this place. Candlelight flickers in the dining hall. The waiter sets the plate gently on the table. Excuse me. Katerina looks down at the food on her plate. Doubt flickers in her eyes. She leans over slightly, leaning in toward Nikolai beside her. Don't you think this hotel is a bit strange? Nikolai turns his head to look at her. What do you mean? Katerina says. In a hotel this size, I haven't seen any employees besides Mr. Mangano. I haven't seen any other staff members. And although they said IT had fully booked, it seems like we are the only guests. Nikolai looks thoughtful. Now that you mention it, you're right. An exclamation comes from the other end of the long table. Madame Borodin opens an exquisite round box. She dabs a bit of red paste onto her fingertip. Goodness, how can this color be so vibrant? She examines it closely against the light. I had no idea that such a thing could have such a luster. Judith says, Madame Borodin, this color suits you perfectly. I already have another shade of red, so please don't be modest. Accept it as a gift. Baron Lanskoy swirls his wine glass. He turns his head toward the waiter behind him. My glass is empty. Could you pour me a bit more? The waiter bows slightly. Of course. Red liquid is poured into the glass, shimmering under the light. The waiter leans in close to Baron Lanskoy's ear. I've always been a fervent admirer of your paintings. Baron Lanskoy freezes instantly. A short, muffled gasp escapes his throat. A violent coughing fit breaks the dead silence. Baron Lanskoy doubles over.
He presses his right hand firmly against his chest.
Everyone at the table looks over at him. The waiter looks panicked.
He pulls a white napkin from his pocket.
My deepest apologies. Please, let me use this napkin to wipe that for you. Baron Lanskoy's face turns a deep shade of red. He shoves the waiter-at hand away. The napkin flutters and falls to the floor. Katarina's eyes widen in shock. She watches the scene unfold. Baron Lanskoy pulls his own handkerchief from his pocket. He presses it tightly against his mouth and nose. My apologies. Please don't misunderstand. I simply have a severe case of mysophobia. Once he finishes wiping his mouth, he tosses the handkerchief into the wastebasket by his feet. I cannot use anything, except for the handkerchiefs I bring from home. I hope you all understand. Nikola's brow furrows slightly. If he claims to only use handkerchiefs from home, why would he throw it away immediately after a single use? Baron Lanskoy reaches out and pulls Judith close. My assistant always prepares plenty for me, so I'd had no trouble. Judith remains silent, letting the Baron hold her shoulder.
The man.
Baron Lanskoy places his palm on Judith's waist. His fingertips slowly caress her through the fabric. Seeing how neatly you iron all of these, sometimes I truly feel as if you are like a wife to me. Katarini's pupils contract instantly. Her eyes are filled with shock and disgust. What? This is just part of my job. A dinner knife drops to the floor. Katarina bends down to pick it up. Baron Lanskoy places his hand on Judith's leg. Judith suddenly swings her hand and slaps away the persistent hand with a heavy thud. Her movements are decisive yet discreet. Katarini's brow furrows deeply. Fury ignites in her eyes. Has he lost his mind? She stands up abruptly. The table tilts to one side. Baron Lanskoy lets out a scream. His body jolts backward violently, slamming into the back of his chair. Katarina straightens up. She is clutching a dinner knife in her hand. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. This was just an accident. My knife fell. Baron Lanskoy slams his hand on the table and stands up. Do you think that's an excuse? If you killed someone and called it an accident, would that make it all right? You rude brat. He stomps around the long table in a rage, striding toward Katarina. Nikolai steps in front of Katarina. His eyes are filled with pure ice. If you have the nerve, say those words one more time. Baron Lanskoy turns deathly pale. Cold sweat beads down his temples. He grits his teeth. Damn it, I need to go change my clothes. Judith looks at Katarina. Thank you for helping me out back there. Katarina says, to be honest, it really isn't easy. He even makes his assistant wash his handkerchiefs. Nikolai quickly walks to Katarina's side. Kata, are you all right? Are you hurt? Katarina looks up at him. She gives him a reassuring smile. I'm fine. Nikolai reaches out and strokes the top of Katarina's head. His touch is gentle. It looked like you bumped your head just now. Katarina's face flushes slightly. Her eyes dart away. I did nothing. I was just being careless. Nikolai pulls back his hand. His expression instantly turns grim. If he dares to say something like that again, I won't let him get away with it. Katarina lets out a soft chuckle. Thank you. The flames on the candelabra burn quietly. The firelight reflects off the ornate wall decorations. The banquet continues. Judith's profile betrays a hint of worry. I think I should go upstairs and check. He'd been gone for too long. Katarina sets down her glass. Quite a bit of time has passed indeed. A gust of wind slams the window open. The candles inside flicker violently and are extinguished in an instant. Darkness engulfs the hall. The sound of chairs and tables clashing rises from all sides. Light a fire. Isn't there any other source of light? Quick, do something. Katarina looks around. Everyone, please calm down. An attendant approaches, holding a lantern. A blue light pierces through the darkness. Fortunately, there are magical items here that emit light. Katarina muses. Even in an old hotel like this, surprisingly, magical tools were also prepared. Judith clasps her hands in front of her chest. Her fingertips tremble slightly. Could you accompany me to the baronet room? The lights in the corridor seem to have gone out as well. The group stops before the closed wooden door. They try to pound on the door panel forcefully, letting out an X-ray of dull thuds. Is anyone in there? Baron. His brow is furrowed. A chill rises from the depths of his heart. Something feels wrong. The door must be opened. Where at the key, Nikolai turns his shoulder. He slams into the door. CC him out this instant. The door is forced open violently. Baron Lanskoy is lying on the floor.
His body is rigid.
Motionless. Moonlight filters through the curtains, casting cold patterns of light across his back. Judith lets out a blood-curdling scream, covering her mouth tightly with both hands. Katarina holds her breath. Her emerald pupils tremble in the shadows. What on earth is going on? Nikolai kneels beside the Baron on one knee. He reaches out to check the pulse at the baronet's neck. He'd already dead, the attendant says. No stab wounds or blunt force injuries were found. It looks like he died from some kind of poisoning. Judith presses her fingertips hard against her lower lip. Who could have committed such a cruel act against the Baron? The headmistress speaks up. The door was clearly locked. Couldn't it have been suicide? Nikolai shakes his head slightly. It wasn't suicide. All the blood rushed to his head. His face is completely flushed. The Baron seemed to have tried to induce vomiting before he died, causing his blood pressure to skyrocket, rupturing the capillaries, leaving behind these hemorrhagic spots. Judith gasps. I can't believe such a thing actually happened. Katerina snaps her head, letting out a short gasp of inquiry. She points to the hands of the corpse. Look at this. The fingernails on all 10 fingers are worn down. There are scratch marks all over the floor. He was struggling desperately until the very end. Those who commit suicide usually choose painless poisons. Considering these signs, he is much more likely to have been murdered. Nikolai turns his head toward the attendant. Was there anything unusual about this guest? The attendant holds the lamp. His expression is somewhat hesitant. Now that you mention it, he just bought a 1-year long-term stay pass today. Katerina looks incredulous. For a whole year? Judith explains. The Baron was very fond of the view from this room, so he paid a year worth of fees in advance. He planned to CTM and paint here whenever he liked. Katerina says. If that is the case, the likelihood of suicide is even lower. No one would prepay a whole year at room fees on the day they plan to die. The headmistress looks terrified. So someone really was murdered here. Katarini's gaze locks onto the trash can in the corner. She looks at the attendant. Can I borrow your gloves for a second? The attendant pulls a pair of gloves from his pocket. I believe there is 1 spare pair left. Katerina leans down to search the baronet pockets. Her fingertips rummage through the fabric. Nikolai looks at her with a frown. Why are you searching his pockets? Katerina explains. The Baron said he only uses handkerchiefs brought from his own home. Do you remember? She straightens up. The pocket on the side he used while in the restaurant is empty. There are 2 left in the other pocket. She then picks up a scrap of cloth from the trash bin. And here is another handkerchief with the exact same pattern. Judith, does the count add up? Judith counts them carefully. Yes, including the 2 he threw away when he arrived. That makes 6 in total. He looked like he was coming down with a cold, so I gave him a few extra. Is there something wrong with that? Katerina says. Nothing. The headmistress grits her teeth, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. She lets out a sharp cry. If this really is a murder, I'm leaving. It's too dangerous here. Katarini's expression turns grave. Wait, the killer might still be here. The headmistress lets out a cold sneer. Please, spare me the clichés, just now. We were all in the same room. How could that be possible? The killer must be hiding in some corner, waiting for the chance to strike again. If we stay here any longer, we're all going to die. She glares around at everyone. Since no one else is planning to leave, then I'll go alone. Katerina reaches out and grabs her by the shoulder. Do you know how to use a gun? Or a dagger? The headmistress freezes in her tracks. What on earth are you talking about? Katarini's gaze is icy. I'm just wondering, if you were to run into the killer alone, would you actually survive? If the murderer is truly lurking in the shadows, being on your own is the most dangerous thing you can do. That's why we have to stick together. The headmistress remains silent, her fingertips trembling slightly. Nikolai stands in the middle of the group. Regardless, everyone here is a witness. You must stay and give your statements. Tonight, we'll all stay at another inn together. Tomorrow morning, we'll see the magistrate immediately. Carrying a lantern, the attendant leads the way. I can't believe it. The wooden bridge has collapsed in the raging current. Broken planks are being swept away by the spray. The river has breached its banks, completely cutting off the way forward. Katerina clutches her cloak tightly. The river is overflowing. The bridge is out, Judith says. What do we do now? The attendant holds the lantern high. Everyone, there is a ferry over there. Let's head that way. He waves his arms. Please, make sure you stay close to me. Judith lets out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. Katerina pushes Nikolai. Your Grace, hurry. Nikolai points toward the turbulent river. Look over there. I have an ominous feeling. Judith follows behind the deceased. Her footsteps are unsteady. How did it end up like this? This is impossible. Madame Borodin slumps into the mud. This can't be happening. Itet absolutely impossible. Judith pulls her hood tight. The rain lashes down violently. We are completely cut off. There is no way out. Katerina says. The rain is too heavy. Once the weather clears up, then we can send a distress signal. For now, how about we head back to the hotel? Nikolai nods in agreement. That is our best option for now. There is nothing else we can do. Hurry up. The rain becomes even more intense. They trek through the muddy forest path, returning once more to that isolated building. Nikolai walks to the bedside with a teacup. Kata, have some hot tea. Katerina sits on the edge of the bed. Thank you. She lowers her head and takes a sip. The warm liquid slides down her throat, but it cannot dispel the chill in her heart. I wonder if we can make it through the night safely. Do you think the killer could be an outsider? Nikolai turns around. His brow is deeply furrowed. Are you suggesting the killer is among us? Katerina grips the teacup. Except for you and me. The other three are all suspects. Judith is the most suspicious one. As his assistant, she was closest to the victim during work. If she has been harassed by the Baron for a long time, she would have a clear motive for murder. Nikolai is lost in thought. That at a sound analysis. But the other two aren't innocent either. Just now, Madame Borodinet's behavior in bursting into the room was very strange. She kept muttering about evil spirits. If she's so afraid, why did she see TM in? Between her and Baron Lanskoy, there must be some kind of connection. Katarina's eyes grow sharp. Maybe it isn't an affair, but there is definitely a secret relationship. Nikolai nods.
Indeed.
But that waiter, Mangano, is also suspicious. In this enormous hotel, he's the only employee we've seen. Why are there no other staff members? If there really is no one else, how does he manage to run the place alone? In a situation like this, shouldn't he have contacted his colleagues for help immediately? He claims he never had a formal handover. So how did he know where the ferry was? Madame Borodin rolls over on the bed. She presses her finger to her lower lip, rubbing it repeatedly. She sits up. What is wrong with my lips? They feel so strange. A heavy thud suddenly comes from outside the window. Madame Borodin turns around in terror. Her back goes stiff. What was that? Don't tell me IT actually a ghost. He shakes his head. Ghosts don't exist in this world. I'm going to prove it right now. He grabs the silver candlestick. He walks quickly to the window. His fingertips grip the window frame. He suddenly exerts force. The window is flung open. Cold wind pours into the room. He takes a sharp breath. His pupils contract suddenly. A shrill scream tears through the long night, echoing throughout the entire building. Katerina stands up abruptly. She rushes out the door. Your Grace, hurry. Nikolai follows close behind. Kata, wait. Itet too dangerous. Katerina rushes into the corridor without looking back. Her gaze is grim. The killer has already made their move. The headmistress's pupils contract in fear. She freezes in place. She stares ahead. A broken whimper escapes her throat. Her body trembles violently. Cold sweat slides down her cheeks. She opens her mouth to call for help, but she can't make a sound. If this continues, I'm dead. She takes a step. Her skirt sweeps across the floor. It makes a dull rustling sound. She swings the candlestick. The metal carves a silver arc through the air. She strikes forward with all her might. I haven't done anything wrong. I have nothing to hide. She suddenly freezes. Her expression is petrified. At this moment, the headmistress grips the edge of the terrace. Her gaze sweeps across the empty rain. Where did they go? Could I have been so terrified that I actually hallucinated? Suddenly, her neck is caught in a stranglehold. She claws at her throat with both hands. Her fingertips sink into the flesh. Blood seeps through her fingers. It drips down from her jaw. Katarina slows her pace. The sound is gone. It should be right around here. Nikolai grips the hilt of his sword tightly.
His gaze is alert.
Don't leave my side. They could lunge out at any second. Katarina is puzzled. Are you really carrying a sword on our honeymoon? Nikolai's eyes are cold. Boris and the knights aren't here. I must be ready for anything. An attendant appears suddenly. His expression is somber. I see. This was meant to be a pleasant trip. I feel deeply responsible. Nikolai suddenly swings his sword. The tip of the blade points directly at the attendant's throat. Why are you here? The attendant raises his lantern. His body is stiff. I only rushed over because I heard a scream. Katarina watches him. Even so, running over here empty-handed is quite reckless. A heavy thud comes from behind the door. Nikolai's expression changes instantly. The sound came from here. Everyone, get back! He turns his body sideways.
He drives power into his right leg.
He kicks the locked door with a heavy blow. Katarina pushes open the door. Her voice trembles in the silence. Madame, her pupils contract suddenly. She stares straight ahead. The headmistress is suspended in midair. Her body sways in front of the window frame. Nikolai rushes toward the terrace. He swings his sword at the air in front of him. The headmistress falls heavily to the floor. A muffled thud echoes. Katarina runs forward quickly. Madame, are you all right? She reaches out her hand, intending to help her up, but her gaze falls to the floor nearby. A thin string glints in the light. Glass shards sparkle on the ground. Katarina catches her breath. Who on earth would do such a thing? The headmistress's head hangs low. The red welts on her neck are shocking to see. Nikolai looks back into the room. Kata, stay here for a moment. Katarina nods in response. Okay, Katarina quickly questions the headmistress. Madame, what happened? Did someone break into your room? The headmistress lets out a fractured groan. Katarina's brow furrows slightly. Can you not speak? She suddenly lunges forward, clinging tightly to Katarina. Her body twitches violently, and she lets out terrified gasps. Katarina gently pats her back. Calm down. A hint of suspicion flashes in her eyes. The headmistress was alone when it happened. Why was she the only one who ate poisoned food at the restaurant? She tries to look back. It seems she is in extreme shock. Katarina ponders. If it were truly poisoning, the effects should have manifested long ago. But she seemed perfectly normal just moments ago. Could this all be an act? She pushes the headmistress away, staring at her with sharp, piercing eyes. The headmistress freezes, a look of bewilderment in her eyes. Katarina's pupils contract suddenly. What is Judith's room number? The waiter replies. Itet right next door. Room 408. Katarina rushes into the corridor. Her footsteps are rapid. I completely forgot. The waiter shouts from behind her. Itet, too dangerous for one person. Katarina stops in front of room 408. She hammers on the door with all her might. Dull, heavy thuds echo. Judith, are you in there? If there really is an intruder or an accomplice, her life might be in danger. The waiter rushes up, get back. He turns and lifts his right leg, kicking the door with a heavy blow. The sound of wood splintering is explosive. The door lock is blown off. Katarina rushes into the dark room. Judith is sitting on the edge of the bed. She lifts the sleep mask from her forehead. She looks bewildered. What happened? Look at the time. Katarina lets out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. You're safe. Didn't you hear any noise? Judith rubs her eyes. No, I sleep with earplugs in. Katarina grabs her by the wrist. CCM out. Itet only safe if we all stay together. Judith stands there, stunned. What exactly happened? Katarina tightly grips her wrist. The killer just attacked the headmistress. Nikolai comes running from the end of the corridor. Kata, he leans in toward Katarina. He whispers something in her ear. Katarina's pupils tremble slightly. She turns to face the group. In 10 minutes, we'll meet in room 509. Judith covers her mouth. The killer is out there. It's too dangerous to go out now. Katarina looks her straight in the eye. I already know who the killer is. The attendant speaks up. In that case, why wait 10 minutes before gathering? Katarina turns her head. Her gaze is icy. I suspect the killer also needs a little time to prepare for the final act. She turns abruptly and leaves the room. The headmistress stands by the door with a lamp. Her expression is pained. Katarina looks at her. Madame, please write down your statement. Katarina and Nikolai walk through the corridor. Their footsteps echo through the empty inn. The two stand side by side on the terrace, overlooking the curtain of rain. Nikolai asks in a low voice, have you really figured out who did it? Katarina bites her fingertip. Her brow is furrowed. To be honest, I'm still missing one piece of decisive evidence. Nikolai's gaze falls upon the table. The cubes of cheese are neatly sliced. He reaches out. He pinches a piece of cheese between his fingers. He presses it against Katarina's lips and forces it in. Katarina covers her mouth. A blush creeps onto her cheeks. Why did you suddenly feed me cheese? Nikolai looks down at her. His expression is calm. How does it taste? Katarina's eyes widen. You play a prank like that, and then have the nerve to ask how it tastes. She extends the tip of her tongue, licking the corner of her lips. She savors the taste carefully. It just tastes very salty. She freezes in place. Her pupils suddenly contract. The fragments in her mind instantly click into place. Katarina snaps her head up. I know who the killer is. Katarina rummages through the trunk with both hands. There eat no time. Where is it? She lets out a cry of surprise. Found it. Nikolai stands behind her. Kata, are you ready? Katarina clenches her fists. Her eyes are filled with resolve. Yes, let it go. The headmistress grips her quill. She writes rapidly on the paper. Is it finally time to act? Katarina pushes the door open and enters. Madam, have you finished writing? The headmistress hands the paper over. Katarina takes the paper. You included all the details surrounding the incident, didn't you? The headmistress nods slightly. Katarina looks at her. Thank you. Well then, shall we head upstairs now? Nikolai leads the way. The attendant follows closely behind with a lantern. Judith and the headmistress follow behind Katarina. Judith stumbles, dragging her right foot as she moves slowly. Her sole scrapes against the floor, making a harsh, dragging sound. Katarina stops and looks back. Judith, are you all right? Is your foot okay? Judith snaps her head up. A hint of panic flashes in her eyes. Katarina says, I noticed earlier in the room that you seem to be struggling to walk. Judith says, I slipped earlier while running toward. I must have sprained it then. Katarina takes a step closer. That must be very painful. Let me help you up the stairs. Judith instinctively retreats. No need. Without waiting for an answer, Katarina reaches out and wraps an arm around Judith's shoulder, supporting her weight by force. All right. Let it go. Judith's body is rigid. All right. She lets out a sharp cry. She loses her balance and falls heavily backward. Katarina falls with her. The two tumble down the stairs, making a X-ray of dull, heavy thuds. Nikolai spins around. He rushes down the steps. Kata, he helps the fallen Katarina to her feet. Are you all right? Are you hurt? He looks anxious as he checks her arms. Katarina shakes her head. I'm fine. Judith is kneeling on the floor, her hands frantically fumbling over the steps. Where did it go? Katarina holds out her hand to her. Judith, are you looking for this? Judith takes it. Yes, this is it. Thank you for helping me find it. Katarina helps her up. You're welcome. Let's get upstairs quickly. The metal plaque for room 508 glints with a cold light. Katarina stands inside the room. Her gaze sweeps across everyone present. All right, let's begin the reenactment of the crime. First, the killer prepared 2 silk threads. One was coated in crushed glass shards and glued to make it harden. The killer fixed the thread to the railing of room 508, diagonally above the headmistress' room. The killer then moved to room 509. The silk thread swayed in the rain, with a heavy cloth tied to its end. Once the preparations were complete, the killer returned to room 508, held their breath, and waited for the prey to fall into the trap. Katarina pushes open the balcony door. The wooden door is right here. Her fingertips brush across the edge of the cold railing. The markings are still clearly visible. The killer yanked with all their might, pulling the rope in their hand. White fabric flutters outside the window. Due to the temperature difference between inside and outside, condensation has formed on the window panes. It looks just like a ghost drifting in the wind and rain. The headmistress rushes to the edge of the terrace, brandishing the candlestick in her hand. The killer had already anticipated her reaction. He suddenly cuts the rope tied to the fabric. The headmistress leans out, looking down as the attack. There is no way to avoid it. A wire instantly tightens around her neck. Katarina stands by the terrace. The killer calculated everything, but he didn't expect that one variable. A shout rings out. "Madam, are you all right?" The killer quickly releases the rope. He runs toward the door. The sound of Nikolai kicking the door comes from outside. This one is locked too. The killer hurriedly returns to the terrace. Are they really planning to search every room? I must get out of here. In that situation, there was only one place to escape. A dark figure leaps into the curtain of rain. His body traces an arc through the air. His hands grab the edge of the upper floor. His toes slam hard onto the terrace. A dull thud echoes from the floor. The killer braces himself with one hand, panting heavily. Is that when you injured your ankle? Katarina turns her head, her gaze locking onto Judith's face. Her eyes are cold as ice. Judith clenches her fists, her voice rising in agitation. What nonsense are you talking? Are you actually suspecting me now? Just because I sprained my ankle? Even if I'm a suspect in the headmistress case, when the Baron died, we were all in the dining hall. Nikolai takes a step forward, closing in on Judith. You still had plenty of opportunities. All you had to do was poison the baronet handkerchiefs in advance. Judith's face turns deathly pale. She instinctively shrinks back. What did you say? Nikolai stares into her eyes, his tone steady and certain. The Baron is right-handed, so he would habitually use the handkerchiefs in his left pocket first. As you noted, before arriving at the hotel, the Baron had already used the two handkerchiefs in his left pocket. And in the dining hall, he used the very last one. When he returned to his room, out of habit, he reached into his left pocket again. Finding it empty, he took the final handkerchief from his right pocket. He didn't know that all the handkerchiefs were coated in a deadly toxin, which caused the edges to discolor. He essentially inhaled the poison himself, creating a perfect lockage room murder. If Kata hadn't reminded me, I would have missed this clue as well. Katarina is crouching on the floor, inspecting the items. Your Grace, don't you find it strange? The color of these discarded handkerchiefs looks only the person responsible for preparing the handkerchiefs could have used the baronet germophobia to carry out the killing. Judith bows her head and bursts into a manic laugh. Her laughter echoes through the dim room. The headmistress screams and lunges at Judith, gripping the other's shoulders with a deathly hold. How could you do this to me? An attendant rushes forward, trying to pull the two apart. Stop it, the headmistress's eyes are wild with madness. People like that deserve to die in terror. Katarina gazes out the window. Why did Judith feel she had to kill those two? The rain falls in torrents. It washes over the pitch-black forest. What exactly do they have in common? From the very beginning, this plan required several conditions to be met at once. Katarina turns her head. Her expression is heavy with thought. Judith, there is still something you haven't told us. Am I right, please? Tell us the truth. Judith keeps her head low. Behind her glasses, her eyes betray an inner struggle. Judith grits her teeth. Her eyes are filled with nothing but hatred. I can never forgive those two. The headmistress stands on the podium in the assembly hall. She speaks to the students, announcing Judith as this semesterate model student. Please, give her a round of applause. She hands over the certificate. Her face is full of approval. Congratulations, Judith. You really are an exceptional student. Judith accepts the certificate with both hands. Thank you, ma'am. Judith is surrounded by her peers. Who else could it have been but you? A commoner woman wouldn't even get a chance to show her paintings. I knew you'd win. Judith wears a modest, reserved smile. Thank you, everyone. A female student runs up from a distance. Judith, the professor wants to see you in the office. A flicker of confusion crosses Judith's eyes. All right, I'm coming. Steam rises from a teacup. Professor Yu sits across from her on the essay fa. Judith, about your plans after graduation. Have you made up your mind yet? Judith sits with her hands folded in her lap. I'm still thinking it over. Professor Yu continues. To be honest, you would make an excellent teacher. But the reason I called you here today was to ask if you'd like a letter of recommendation to work as a private tutor for a noble family. As you know, those kinds of households aren't easy to get into. Aristocratic families these days prefer female tutors. Judith lowers her gaze. Thank you for the opportunity, Professor. But I'd like to think about it a little longer. She sits alone in the empty classroom. If the academy focused more on art instead of dull art history, could my technique have improved even more? Judith grips her paintbrush. But what at the point of any of it? A woman born as a commoner will never have the chance to exhibit her own work. Do I really have to give this up? A voice calls out. I've never seen a piece so breathtaking. Judith snaps her head up. Who are you? The man replies. I am Lanskoy, the artist. I'm giving a lecture here next week. I was just stopping by to tour the academy. Judith freezes in her seat. Her pupils tremble slightly. An artist, Lanskoy reaches out and takes her sketches. With just a little refinement, this work could be something truly magnificent. Judith hurries to stop him. Please, wait a moment. Lanskoy holds the drawings high, keeping them out of her reach. You have extraordinary talent. Judith reaches out. Please, give them back. Lanskoy says, if you don't mind, would you like to become my student? I won't charge you a single cent. On the contrary, I'll have you assist me in my work, and pay you accordingly. What do you think? Judith catches her breath. He recognized my art. I can finally do what I love. She speaks up. Yes, I'll do it. Judith carries her suitcase into the studio. She looks around the room filled with easels and books. Lanskoy says, this is my studio. I look forward to working with you. Judith nods. Yes, my lord. Lanskoy stops in his tracks. He turns his head to caution her. The world that prejudice against female painters is still deep-rooted. Can you keep this secret for now? Judith grips the handle of her suitcase. Yes, I understand. To assist in your creations is already a wonderful learning opportunity. Lanskoy reaches out to stroke her head. Good girl. Thank you. The baronet roar shatters the silence. Judith, he shoves the door open violently, clutching a white shirt in his hand. This shirt reeks. Did you even bother washing it properly? Judith stops her brush. She turns her head. Her eyes are filled with exhaustion. The commissioned works are piling up like a mountain. I really haven't had the time. Lanskoy swings his arm violently. He throws the white shirt at Judith's face. Stop making excuses. Then finish the painting quickly. Do you know how long ago I assigned this to you? What on earth have you been doing all this time? Judith crouches down. She picks up the clothes scattered on the floor. When exactly can I finally paint under my own name? Last month, you said. If I just waited a little longer? Baron Lanskoy looks down at her. A sneer hangs on his lips. Everything has a process. It's not something I can decide on a whim. Judith stands up. She looks Baron Lanskoy straight in the eye. I'm quitting. I'm sick of this indefinite waiting. I can't do this anymore. You keep calling me your student, but what makes me any different from a maid? Baron Lanskoy swings his hand abruptly. He delivers a sharp slap to her face. If you want to get out, then by all means try it. No matter where you go, I will make sure everyone knows that you are a shameless, ungrateful wretch. If you had just been obedient, none of this would have happened. He turns and walks toward the door. I'm hungry, go prepare dinner. The waiter hands over a bronze key. Room 404. Please convey my gratitude to the Baron once more. The rumors of ghosts have made running this place difficult. It is thanks to the Baron that we've been able to pull through. Judith stands before the counter. 2 suitcases sit beside her. She takes the key. Certainly, the attendant bows. I'll deliver the luggage to your room. Judith stares at the key in her hand. Why? Why does the Baron always insist on booking room 404 under an alias? She speaks. Wait, I'll take care of it myself. Judith pushes open the door to room 404. Itet not as terrifying as the rumors suggested. She sets down the heavy suitcases. She scans the room at furnishings. Booking a haunted room under an alias. What on earth is he hiding? Judith lies flat on her back on the bed. I don't want to go back. I never want to go back to that place again. Low cursing echoes from the corridor. That brat Judith. If she hadn't given me the key and just slipped away, what would I have done? Judith sits up abruptly. Thatted the baronet. She holds her breath. She listens as the footsteps stop outside the door. I can open it even if I locked. This key is just for show. Judith clutches her hair tightly with both hands. How did I fall asleep here? If he catches me, I all over. What should I do? The door is shoved open. The headmistress strides into the room. I'm exhausted. The Baron says, I no easy feat avoiding everyone's gaze. The headmistress sits on the edge of the bed. Why did it have to be this room? The student who died here was from our academy. It gives me the creeps. Lanskoy takes off his coat. Was it the student who left the Despot Club? Why care about a dead person? Thanks to that incident, that we can stay here away from prying eyes. Judith is hiding under the bed. Why are the headmistress and the Baron meeting here? The headmistress stares at Lanskoy. Speaking of which, why choose Judith? You don't actually like her, do you? Lanskoy sits down beside her. That and absolute nonsense. I only chose her because I knew she'd paint diligently for me. Every piece Judith has produced so far, if submitted to the critics under my own name. Do you know what happened? Countless nobles are praising me as a genius artist. They're falling all over themselves to buy my paintings. The headmistress covers her mouth in wonder. Really, that is marvelous. Lanskoy's eyes turn cold and dark. Yes, but now I intend to get rid of Judith. The headmistress snaps her head around to look at him. Her eyes are full of shock. Are you insane? Why discard the goose that lays the golden eggs for you? Lanskoy's brow furrows. She keeps wanting more and more. When these low-born people approach me, I always for status and ambition. They ought to know their place. Such greed is simply nauseating. I can't bear it any longer. Judith is hiding under the bed. Her heart is pounding wildly. She clenches her fist tightly. Tears well up behind her glasses. The headmistress shifts her body closer to the Baron. From now on, you will only see the people I arrange. Through the Despot Club, I have always selected obedient students from the academy. Why must you get involved with someone like that? Lanskoy? Greed glints in the baronet eyes. If one eats from the same menu every day, eventually one gets bored. The headmistress asks, do you not want me to arrange them for you anymore? Baron Lanskoy lets out a soft chuckle. Of course I'm joking. Aren't you worried about being discovered by high society? After all, you are still running that club. The headmistress says, don't worry, not just high-ranking officials. Even the underworld crawls at my feet. I no exaggeration to say that I hold all of Hissen in my hands. Judith's body trembles with fear. How could this be? How could she do such a thing? Has she been deceiving me all this time? I have nowhere to go. I have no power to turn the tables. But I refuse to let it end with only me like this. Baron Lanskoy entrusted everything to me, from booking rooms to daily chores. And because of that, I was able to get the key to this room. Today is the day I chose for my revenge. The headmistress screams, "You ungrateful bitch! I gave you special treatment, and yet you dare to stab me in the back." Judith says, "I originally intended to use this after everything was over, but now there is no other way." She opens the small, red, circular case. This contains a lethal dose of poison. The headmistress's eyes widen. "What did you say?" Judith says, "Don't worry, the portion for you will only cause paralysis." Things didn't go as planned. I take a pity, but it doesn't matter anymore. She lifts her head. Tears stream down her cheeks. "Headmistress, I truly hope you live in agony, abandoned by everyone, and die in eternal loneliness. I will pray devoutly for that." Judith looks bewildered. This isn't my lipstick case." She looks down, staring at the object in her hand. Her pupils tremble with terror. Katerina approaches from behind. "When you fell on the stairs just now, I secretly swapped it. You had something hidden in your sleeve, which I found suspicious." She looks Judith straight in the eye. Her tone leaves no room for argument. Even worthless people are still living. Why should it be you who has to die? Those people must receive the punishment they deserve. Don't give up. I will help you. Judith stands frozen in place. Tears burst from her eyes. She sobs, bowing her head, letting her pent-up emotions collapse. The laws of this country were supposed to punish the guilty. It is precisely because the law failed that such tragedies keep. The headmistress points at Katerina and shouts, "Who do you think you are? How dare you presume to say who should be punished? Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" Katerina turns her head. Her gaze is as sharp as a blade. "Then does Madame know who I am?" The headmistress crosses her arms. Her face is full of disdain. "Why should I care who you are? Honeymooning in a dump like this, you're clearly nothing but a vulgar commoner." Katerina leans close to the headmistress's ear. Her voice is low and dangerous. "Vulgarity isn't determined by class. Since you insist on discussing hierarchy, I will make an exception just this once." She delivers a powerful kick. The headmistress loses her balance. She tumbles forward. She lets out a gasp. She screams, trying to fight back. "How dare you kick me?" Katerina grabs a folding fan from the table. Her movements are swift. She swings the fan, striking the headmistress hard on the neck. "Why are you still standing? That posture doesn't suit you. Get down." Palms on the floor. The headmistress is forced into a prostrate position. What is this?" This position. Katerina stands in the moonlight. Her eyes are cold. In the presence of the Grand Duke and his wife, when performing the etiquette for a first meeting, one must lower themselves as much as possible. The headmistress trembles. "Katerina." Nikolai looks down at her. His gaze is bone-chilling. The headmistress breaks down completely. Her forehead slams against the ground. "I have committed a capital offense." "Your Grace." Nikolai lets out a cold snort. "What a tragic thing to say. You've given me the perfect reason to nationalize the Molniski Womenette Academy. For that, I should actually thank you. Donations increase every year, yet enrollment spots for commoner students are decreasing. That curiosity is what brought me here. To think the headmistress would commit such atrocities against her students." The headmistress pleads in despair. "I was wrong, Your Grace." Nikolai stands tall over her. His eyes are filled with ice. "Contempt and abuse toward my subjects, and even insulting me and my wife. I will personally oversee it, to ensure every one of your crimes is punished with the severe." Judith stands before Katerina. "Grand Duchess, I am truly grateful to you." She bows deeply. "I will accept my punishment without complaint, to atone for the sins I have committed." Sunlight spills onto the clearing. A small boat pulls up to the shore. Boris runs quickly toward Nikolai. "Your Grace, are you all right?" "When I came this morning, I found the bridge had been cut. Then you immediately ordered the investigators to CCM. Do you have any idea how shocked I was? Nikolai stands before Judith. His cloak flutters in the wind. I'll hire a capable lawyer from the capital. Katerina patted the attendant's shoulder. Please, CKM with me for a moment. She picked up the medicine bottle. Are you just going to leave the wound like that? You hurt yourself on that broken door. The attendant was flattered. I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Katerina took hold of his wrist. Her movements were gentle. In fact, considering the circumstances at the time, I even suspected you yesterday. Thank you for holding out until the end. He looked up. A warm smile played on his lips. One day, I'd like to visit your hotel again. May I know your fun name? The attendant bowed slightly. My name is Polano Mangano. Nikolai's voice came from the distance. Kata, where are you? Katerina turned and ran off. Please rest here for a while. The attendant nodded. All right, I understand. He looked down at the bandaged back of his hand. He fell into a long silence. He took off his glasses. It had been a long day. Could it be that they got married privately, without notifying the capital? He walked out of the room. It was an honor to meet you both. Your Grace and the Grand Duchess. Nikolai stood at the bottom of the steps. He looked around. Kata, where are you? Katerina stepped out from behind the door. She was draped in a brown cloak. I'm here, Your Grace. Nikolai snapped his head around. I didn't see you. I was worried. Katerina explained softly. Mr. Mangano was slightly injured. I was just treating him. An investigator stepped forward. Excuse me. I'd like to speak with that. I heard he was with you when the incident occurred. Where is he now? Katerina led the investigator toward the front desk. The hall was empty. She looked at the deserted counter. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Where did he go? She looked around. I clearly told him to wait here for a moment. Someone rushed in. Captain, you should CTM take a look over there right away. Katerina looked at the people collapsed on the ground. Her pupils trembled. Heavens, what on earth happened here? She knelt beside an attendant. Are you conscious? Anxiety showed in her eyes. Why are you here? The attendant leaned in his companion at arms. His expression was dazed. I'm not sure what happened, but a guest with glasses, an aquiline nose, and a beard. He handed me a biscuit. After eating it, I can't remember anything. Katarini's eyes widened suddenly. Wasn't that Emir Mangano? Nikolai repeated the name in a low voice. Mangano. Katarini's brow furrowed. Why would he do such a thing? It couldn't have been for revenge. Everyone was left unscathed. An investigator stands to the side, reporting. Not a single valuable or bit of money was touched. Even the ornaments remain exactly as they were. Nikolai says, it seems his target was only one of those three people. Katerina falls into deep thought. Who on earth is Mr. Mangano? Outside the knight's temporary quarters. The sunlight is blinding. Katerina stands before Nikolai. What, you want me to go back right now? The honeymoon was supposed to be 4 days and 3 nights. You were clearly the one looking forward to this the most. Nikolai says, I'm sorry, Kata. The attendants tactfully withdraw into the distance. Give them some space. Katerina looks Nikolai straight in the eye. Her eyes are filled with confusion. I don't understand. Why am I the only one being sent back? Nikolai raises his hand to cover his eyes. Fatigue is etched between his brows. We've been receiving anonymous reports about the Molniski Womenette Academy. After experiencing this incident, I feel a heavy sense of responsibility. The headmistress, Madame Borodin, happens to be a distant relative of my stepmother. Katerina freezes on the spot. Her pupils tremble with surprise. Nikolai gazes into her eyes. I am truly sorry. As a ruler, I must settle this matter before I leave. Until I return to the palace, I want you to stay somewhere absolutely safe. Katerina puffs out her chest. Then staying by your side is the safest place for me. Nikolai looks at her helplessly. Even when assassins are threatening my life from every side? He takes Katerina's hand. His grip tightens slightly. Of course, if something were to happen, I wouldn't hesitate to give my life to protect you. Katerina asks in return, since you have that kind of resolve, then why can't I stay with you? You said that we would never have another chance to travel together. Nikolai remains silent for a moment.
His gaze grows deep and resolute.
To me, is there anything more important than my dreams? He suddenly leans down, resting his forehead against Katerina's shoulder. Their body trembled slightly. Itet, your safety. Katerina stands there, stunned. I understand. Nikolai straightens up. He calls out loudly. Boris, the Grand Duchess is leaving for home now. Make the preparations immediately. The Knight Order will escort her back safely. Boris steps forward quickly to receive the order. Yes, Your Grace. Katerina stands to the side, looking a bit dazed. Are you really sending me away right now? Nikolai looks at her. You're tired too. Please go back and rest as soon as possible. Take care of yourself. Go home safely. Katerina watches his retreating back. Is he really just leaving like that? The knight stepped aside to lead the way.
He interrupted his train of thought.
Your Grace, please, this way. Katerina let out a long sigh of relief. I know you're worried, but at the very least, I can protect myself. Unless these deep-rooted class prejudices are corrected, the same tragedies will only continue to repeat themselves. A fire ignited in Katerina's eyes. Her expression became resolute. I can no longer just sit back and watch. Boris bowed his head to report. The investigation into the Molnitsky Womenette Academy is now completely finished. Through the sisterhood, Madame Borodin is in collusion with the Hessen National Academy. She not only assisted the Borodin family with money laundering, but she also provided cover for their misdeeds. One of the conspiracies involves they take advantage of the Molnitsky Akademiet coming-of-age ceremony to lure in the graduating students. They arrange meetings between the students and the noble members of the club. To keep things hidden, they force commoner students to wear blue rose brooch. This way, only inner members can identify them. Those nobles exploit their commoner status, forcing them into illicit relationships. In the end, they use threats and violence to keep them silent. Nikolai suddenly covered his face. A sigh escaped through his fingers. This is even worse than what Judith told me. Boris added. Prince Mikhail also seems to be a regular there. Nikolai snapped his head up. His gaze was sharp. What? Boris said. While it is uncertain if he was directly involved in the crimes, the former Grand Duchess has been covering up the members' atrocities. I fear it will be difficult for him to escape completely unscathed. Nikolai gritted his teeth. Is he in the south right now? Boris replied. He is not in the capital at the moment. We are currently tracking his exact location. The door was suddenly flung open. Katerina stood in the doorway, breathless. Nikolai stood up in surprise. Haven't you left yet? Katerina's gaze was unwavering. I've made my decision. I'm going with you. Nikolai placed his hands on her shoulders. This isn't as simple as you imagine. Katerina looked straight into his eyes. A ruler carries a heavy burden. As your wife and the Grand Duchess, how can I just sit comfortably at home? I want to fulfill my duties as Grand Duchess as well. Nikolai sat at the table. He lightly tapped his fingers on the tabletop. Those are the fun results of the investigation. Katerina gasped. The Molnitsky Womenette Academy. I can't believe such things were happening there. Nikolai handed her a round object. Kata, take this. Katerina reached out and took it. What is it? Nikolai explained. This magical tool can track your position. Using this pocket watch, I can see exactly where you are at any moment. Katerina gripped the magical tool. A look of confusion crossed her face. Why give me this so suddenly? Nikolai's expression turned grave. Because there ain't no telling what might happen next. We must be fully prepared. Of course, I will never leave your side. But you still need to take this. Katerina lets out a light chuckle. All right, Nikolai turned toward his adjutant Boris, who is standing nearby. Boris bows in acknowledgement. Yes, Your Grace. To thoroughly root out the academic corruption, we plan to hunt down the key figures involved. First, we will take action at the ball in a week at time. To apprehend the members of the Despot Club, Katerina presses him further. How do you plan to do that? Boris, yes. The Order of Knights will be on standby outside. When the nobles depart with the students wearing blue rose brooch, that will be our moment to strike. Katerina speaks up. I will infiltrate the banquet hall myself. Nikolai furrows his brow, shock evident in his eyes. What? Katerina says. If I don't go in directly, the risk of missing the others is too high. Nikolai crosses his arms and leans back slightly. In that case, I have one condition. I will go with you, Kata. Rena stands frozen in place. Boris says, but you need an invitation to enter. Without one, you won't be able to get in at all. A slight smile plays on the corner of Nikolai's mouth, his expression fun of confidence. As for that, I have my ways. Katerina tilts her head, half doubting. Really, Nikolai pushes back his chair and stands up. His movements are crisp and decisive. All right, we'll discuss the rest tomorrow. Let it go, Kata. Boris stands to the side, watching the two of them leave with a look of utter confusion. Your Grace, the carriage wheels roll over the gravel road, making a rhythmic sound. Katerina slowly opens her eyes, strands of hair falling across her cheek. She looks around. Where are we now? Nikolai sits across from her. To a hotel in the city. We haven't slept all night. I'd best if we get some rest first. Katerina hunches her shoulders, her pupils trembling slightly. Your Grace, where exactly are you looking? The maid Aliona squats on the grass, holding up a finger solemnly. Listen up, everyone. All men are predators. You must be wary of every single one of them. Bianca tilts her head, resting her fingertip against her lower lip. But aren't there any herbivores like squirrels or rabbits? Katerina crosses her arms. What exactly should I be wary of? You'll have to Aliona helplessly presses her hand to her forehead. Katerina suddenly straightens her back, tightly clutching the hem of her skirt. Nikolai reaches forward. No matter how I think about it, this just won't do. Please forgive my rudeness. Katerina snaps her eyes shut, her cheeks turning crimson. Wait a moment. Nikolai drops to one knee. He presses both hands on her knees. He suddenly lifts the hem of Katerina's skirt. Katerina lets out a cry of surprise. Her body recoils. Your Grace! Nikolai stares at her knees. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Have you been enduring this pain all this time? Katerina freezes in place. Her gaze falls on her red, swollen, and scraped wound. It must have happened when I swapped Judith's lipstick case. I must have heard it when I fell. I didn't even feel the pain at the time. Nikolai opens the medical kit. He takes out a medicine bottle and some cotton. My fault for not noticing sooner. I wanted to treat you right away, but I decided to wait until you woke up. Katerina awkwardly clutches the edge of her skirt. Then you should have just said so. You made me get the wrong idea. Nikolai presses the medicine-soaked cotton to the wound. Sorry, Kata. This will sting a bit. I would rather have dozens of wounds on my own body than have you feel a single shred of pain. I really wish I were the one who was hurt. Katerina gazes at him blankly. Dozens of wounds for a single scrape? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Nikolai gives a self-deprecating laugh. You and I are different. I've long been used to being covered in scars. But you grew up under your parents' protection. Since the contract isn't over yet, I have a responsibility to return you safe and sound. I will never allow you to be harmed. Nikolai suddenly leans in close. He props his hands on either side of her. What exactly did you misunderstand just now? I'm very curious. What was our noble Duchess thinking? Katerina cries out and leans back. Nothing. Nikolai lies on the large double bed.
He turns his head to look at Katerina, who is standing by the bed.
I've heard that no matter what, a husband and wife must share the same bed. Katerina is wearing her nightgown. I'll sleep on the sofa. Nikolai says, We should get used to sharing a bed before the move, Katarina says. Is that really necessary? There are already 2 pillows here. Nikolai suddenly snatches a pillow. He tosses it behind him. Now there are none. Katarina's lip twitches. She looks utterly helpless. I can see what you're doing. Nikolai lies in the bedding. He turns his face toward her. Kata, are you asleep? Katarina answers with her eyes closed. I'm asleep, Nikolai chuckles. Who talks in their sleep? Ever since I met you, I've finally found the joy in life. Just by looking at you, my world becomes interesting. Haven't you realized that yet? Katarina says. Deciding to buy that scimitar that day was the right choice. Nikolai murmurs softly, why? Katarina answers, because thanks to that blade, we were able to meet like this. And it found a reason to live again. Nikolai suddenly pulls Katarina into a hug. Katarina's eyes widen. What are you doing? Nikolai buries his face in the crook of her neck. His voice is low and raspy. Smelling your scent? Itet incredible. I feel so at peace. I think I'll remember this scent forever. Katarina freezes on the spot. She sits up. Do you think using an excuse like liking my scent gives you the right to sneak in physical contact like this? Nikolai reaches out and wraps his arms around her waist. I truly do love your fragrance. He closes his eyes. He pulls her tightly into his embrace with both arms. I won't do anything else. Let it just sleep like this. Katarina's cheeks burn. Her heartbeat is deafening in the silent room. All right, she reaches out to her side. Her fingertips touch the cold bed sheets. She feels around repeatedly, but there is nothing there. She throws back the covers. She sits up and looks around the empty room. Where did his grace go? A deep voice echoes in the room. Do you long for death as well? Nikolai is on his knees. His hands are tightly clasped. I was wrong, Father. Please forgive me.
His father looks down at him.
His right hand rests on the hilt of the sword at his waist. I warned you. Do not draw attention to yourself. Did I not? The sharp, shrill sound of a sword being drawn rings out. Nikolai collapses. His body won't stop trembling. A man lunges forward.
He grips the Father's sword arm with all his might.
Stop, Father. The father roars. Let go of me. Today I will settle things with that brat once and for all. The man suddenly turns back. Nikolai, run. Get out of here now. Nikolai turns and runs away. The father swings the long sword. Let go of me. Ruslan, do even you dare to look down on me? Don't you recognize your own father? Ruslan says, the one who doesn't recognize the other. Is you father? He grits his teeth. Do you feel no guilt toward our late mother? The father suddenly throws a punch. He strikes Ruslan hard across the face. Just how long are you going to stay this insane? Ruslan's body, like a puppet with cut strings, is sent flying backward. His head slams heavily against the cold table. Nikolai's eyes widen in horror. Brother, are you okay? The father cradles Ruslan. He lets out a desperate howl. Nikolai takes a step forward. Brother, father. The father turns his head. His face is shrouded in shadow. This is all your fault. You should have died with your mother. Get out of my sight, now. Nikolai's eyes are bloodshot and red. Tears stream down his face. He turns and runs deep into the corridor. His footsteps echo through the empty mansion. He bumps right into someone. A dull thud echoes. A woman gazes down from above. Goodness, what happened? You must be frightened out of your wits. Nikolai sobs, his body trembling uncontrollably. The woman's lips curl into a smirk. Her eyes are filled with ice. That is why you should never have been born. You really are a foolish child. She pins Nikolai's shoulders down firmly. She whispers, if you had just died along with your mother, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Nikolai struggles in terror. Let go of me. The woman wears a twisted smile. Since Ruslan died so young, should I actually be thanking you instead? Nikolai is lying on the SFA. His forehead is drenched in cold sweat. His chest heaves violently. Niki, Katerina lets out a soft sigh. What kind of dream is he having? Is he in this much pain, even in his Katerina strokes Nikolai's forehead. Nikolai slowly opens his eyes. Kata, he sits up. Katerina asks, was it a nightmare? Nikolai lowers his gaze, avoiding her eyes. Sorry, I'm a restless sleeper. All right, please don't worry about it. Katerina watches him. This doesn't seem like a on-off thing. She suddenly suggests, shall we sleep together? Nikolai snaps his head around. His eyes are wide with shock. What did you say? Katerina. Just that. They say as long as two people lie side by side, not even nightmares can creep in. So, hold my hand, and let's sleep. Nikolai lets out a soft chuckle. A look of helplessness plays on his lips. What kind of nonsense is that? Katerina reaches out her hand. CCM on, hurry up. Nikolai responds in a low voice. All right, thank you for worrying about me. Time flies, and the day of the ball arrives as scheduled. 2 invitations lie quietly on the table. A blue rose brooch glints in the light. Katerina picks up the brooch and examines it closely. All the girls attending the ball will be wearing this. Right, Nikolai nods. That it right. It is a mark that only club members can recognize. Katerina presses him curiously. How did you get your hands on this? The headmistress exclaims from behind the iron bars. Your Grace! Nikolai stands in the shadows looking down at her coldly. Shut your mouth. You'd best not say a word. Nikolai crosses his arms over his chest. I told you there would be a way. Katerina nods. I see. I suppose it is best not to ask for the details. Boris pushes the door open. Your Grace, it is time to depart. This ball is being held for the nobility. He looks troubled, staring at Nikolai's silver hair. Don't you plan on dyeing your hair? Night falls. The grand palace is brilliantly lit. Several girls lift their skirts as they ascend the magnificent stone steps. We've actually made it to the ballroom. A place like this is somewhere commoners wouldn't even dare to dream of. All thanks to Headmistress Borodine. The girl with the long hair lowers her voice. Don't you think the academy has been strange lately? Despite the promise of free tuition for top students, the staff at pay was cut in half. Yet the headmistress is seen in high-end boutiques all the time. The girl in the short gown freezes. Her eyes are filled with confusion. That is indeed suspicious. Another girl claps her hands, breaking their conversation. All right, focus. With our background, we'd never normally have a chance to step inside here. Stop doubting the headmistress. She pulls a brooch from her dress, holding it out to the other two. Hurry and pin this to your chest. The headmistress arranged this specifically, so that at our first ball, we'll be taken care of. Wear it, and we'll be easily recognized in the crowd. The 3 girls help each other adjust their gowns, pinning the brooch in a conspicuous place. Katerina takes Nikolai's arm. Let's go in. The 2 of them walk side by side into the brightly lit ballroom. Katerina looks around. It is crowded under the grand chandeliers. Goodness, there are so many people. How are we going to find them in this crowd? Nikolai frowns slightly. His gaze sweeps across the swirling dance floor. Why don't we dance while we search? Katerina refuses flatly. We don't have time for that. Nikolai suddenly lets out a sharp exclamation.
He reaches out and pulls Katerina into his arms.
A stranger in black crashes into them. Nikolai turns his head. His eyes lock onto a man in a black hat behind him. How long have you been following me? The man in the black hat swings his arm wildly. The red wine sloshes violently in the glass. The glass tilts. The red liquid splashes out onto Nikolai's white suit, leaving a glaring dark red stain. Katerina looks up in alarm, staring at Nikolai's icy profile. The man in the black hat stumbles and falls to the ground. His face is flushed as he waves his arms about. Give me another glass of wine. 2 attendants rush over. What happened? Nikolai's pupils contract slightly. A flash of piercing coldness glints in his eyes. An assassin? Katerina leans in close to him. Your Grace, are you all right? Your clothes and hair are soaked. What should we do? The attendants hoist the drunk man by his shoulders. You're far too drunk, sir. Allow us to escort you out. Katarina's attention is drawn to something in those girls wearing the brooches are being surrounded by various male partners. The brooches shimmer under the lights, like a silent mark. A man in red hands over a glass. This wine tastes quite good. Would you like a glass? The short-haired girl takes the glass. Thank you. She tilts her head back and gulps down the red wine. A cryptic smile plays on the lips of the man in red. The short-haired girl's legs give way. She begins to fall backward. The man in red catches her by the shoulders. A triumphant look crosses his face. The short-haired girl leans into his arms. I'm sorry, I suddenly feel so dizzy. The man in red says, You must be tired. Let it go somewhere quiet to rest. The short-haired girl mumbles with fading consciousness. All right, Katerina stands in the distance, witnessing the entire scene. Her pupils contract sharply. They drugged the wine. The target is getting away. Katerina grits her teeth. Rage burns in her eyes. She turns abruptly and rushes toward the gates. Nikolai reaches out to stop her. Kata. Wait, outside the manor the night is pitch black. Carriages are lined up neatly by the iron gates. Is everything burned to ash? The man in green replies, Yes, we can leave now. Rapid footsteps approach from behind. Oh my goodness, how could you leave me behind? Katerina stands at the manor entrance, clutching her chest with one hand. Hello, the man in red notices her brooch. How is it that I've never seen such a beautiful student before? He turns toward her, a frivolous smirk on his lips. Hello there. Katarina's gaze holds a hint of helplessness. I only went to the powder room for a moment, and when I came out, all my friends had vanished. I've been looking for them everywhere. She turns her head sharply, glancing toward the carriages parked in the darkness. Several unconscious girls are slumped inside the carriage. My friends. Katerina clasps her hands together, smiling radiantly. They really can't handle their wine. So it was you gentlemen who were kind enough to help them? The man in red and the man in green exchange a glance. Of course, if you don't mind. Would you like to join us? I'd like to get to know you better somewhere quiet. Katerina covers her mouth with the back of her hand. I'm not sure if I should. Everyone seems to have a partner. But I'm all alone. Rage seethes within her. What kind of GM are... Another man in blue steps forward. As it happens, we're one person short for our destination. If you CCM with us, the numbers will be just right. CCM along. Katerina walks toward the carriage. Then I would be honored. Behind a high window of the manor, Boris asks, Have you found the girls wearing blue rose brooch? The guards shake their heads. Not yet, Boris says. Keep a sharp eye out, we must find them. Nikolai rushes out. His formal suit is covered in dark red wine stains. Damp strands of hair are plastered to his forehead. Boris turns around. Your Grace, your hair. Nikolai cuts him off. She was just taken away in a carriage. The carriage wheels jolt violently through the night. They crush dried branches underfoot. A piercing sound rings out. Boris exclaims in shock. The Grand Duchess is missing. Nikolai covers his face with his hands. I chased after her immediately. But I still lost her, and the magic artifact isn't giving any response either. Please, let her be safe. A faint green light glows in the darkness. Nikolai stares fixedly at the pocket watch in his palm. I've caught her location. A holographic map slowly unfolds inside the carriage. A point of light flickers amidst the complex streets. Nikolai watches the pulsing dot. Just hold on a little longer. Katerina looks around the empty room. Where are my friends and those gentlemen? The man in red steps forward. His tone becomes flippant. They'll be here soon. Katarina's brow furrows slightly. A flash of alertness flickers in her eyes. This casual tone. What at going on? Two men walk in. Your friends said they were tired. We've already sent them off to rest. Forget about them. Let it have some fun. We have plenty of time. What should we play? Don't worry about your friends. A cold light reflects in Katerinite pupils. They've finally shown their true colors. The man in red raises his wine glass. He swirls the deep red liquid. Itet, no fun if you're the only one sober. That would be quite boring. A twisted smile hangs on his lips. He approaches step by step. Drink it. Katerina stares at the swaying liquid in the glass. Her pupils tremble slightly. Is this what they gave to the other girls? The men urge her on. Hurry up and down it in one go. What are you waiting for? Katerina tilts her head up. The three men stand side by side. Their gazes are locked onto her throat. Katerina pauses her movements. By the way, there don't seem to be any servants here. The man in red steps forward. You certainly have a lot of questions. Katerina steps back. I just noticed that such distinguished gentlemen actually have to go and get the wine themselves. The man in red lets out a scoff. The servants only see TM to clean during the day. He suddenly reaches out. He slams his hand heavily against the wall behind Katerina. So at this hour there isn't a single soul around. No matter what happens here, no one will ever know. He bursts into a fit of wild laughter. Look at her expression. I'm only joking. Katerina grips the wine glass tightly. Have you heard of that, GM? The three men look at each other. A hint of hesitation appears on their faces. Katerina speaks. Where a group of people has to search for a single person. The man in red speaks. I didn't know there was a GM like that. Sounds interesting. Katerina gently swirls her glass. But Itet no fun without a penalty. The loser has to drink this. How about it? A glint of cunning flashes in his eyes. So, do you want to play with me? Katerina raises her wine glass. I'm going to go hide now. Why don't you all try to find me? The man in red says. That sounds like fun. The man in green points to the side. Quick, put out the lights. The candles are blown out. A wisp of white smoke rises. Darkness instantly swallows the parlor. The man in blue spreads his hands. He fumbles around in the dark. Where did that young lady hide? The man in green closes his eyes. A smile hangs on his lips. A hand in a white glove reaches out. A handkerchief is soaked in a red liquid. The fabric flutters in the air. Katerina grips the man in blue by the shoulders from behind. She clamps the handkerchief tightly over his nose and mouth. The man in bluey pupils contract. He lets out a muffled whimper. The man in red whips his head around. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. What was that noise? A wine glass shatters on the red liquid spills across the ground. The man in red freezes in place. What is wrong with everyone? He whips around. Then he swings his arm, trying to snatch away the long pole. How dare a commoner girl pull a stunt like this? Katerina dodges to the side. The pole traces an arc through the air. He looks around. A bead of sweat forms on his temple. Where did she go? The man in red suddenly appears behind her. His arms lock tightly around her neck. You should have just drunk that wine like a good girl and gone to sleep quietly. Stupid girl. Katerina struggles desperately. Let go of me, the man in red sneers. Looks like we've caught ourselves a prickly one. How dare you attack men of such high status? You need to be taught a lesson. A man sits up from the SFA. His eyes are filled with ice. What at all that noise outside? He props himself up, looking toward the parlor. What are you doing? The man in red holds Katerina in a death grip. Hold her tight. Hurry up. Katerina roars. You've got it all wrong. She grabs the man in redded arm behind her. She slams her head back with force. He lets go in pain, letting out a cry of shock. Katerina leaps up. Once I get out of here, I'll make every single one of you pay. She lifts her skirt. Aiming at the man in green as he lunges, she delivers a sudden kick to his chest.
He lets out a scream of agony.
He slams heavily into the tables and chairs behind him. Katerina lands steadily. Calling you young masters is a complete waste of breath. Her eyes are full of contempt. What a pathetic pile of trash. I can't stand being around trash like you. The silver-haired man gazes at Katerina. A slight blush rises to his cheeks. Heat's so cool. The sound of shattering glass suddenly explodes. Nikolai breaks in through the window. The silver-haired man huddles in a corner of the SA. Nikolai rushes into the room. His eyes are filled with anxiety. Katerina freezes on the spot. Her pupils contract slightly. Katerina cries out, "Your Grace!" A man in green leaps out from behind him. Nikolai witnesses this scene. His eyes are instantly shot through with. He roars as he rushes forward. "Kata, get down!" A dull thud of physical impact rings out. The man in green lets out a scream. Nikolai roars, "Do you want to die?" The man in red looks toward the silver-haired man huddling by the SA. "Your Grace!" The silver-haired man trembles. "Go, now!" He looks up. His face is pale. His eyes are filled with terror. "We have to leave here immediately." Katerina slumps to the floor. She looks a bit dazed. She looks up at the door. Two figures are fleeing in a panic. Are they trying to escape? The silver-haired man is sprinting down the hallway. Where is the carriage? The man in red leads the way. This way, Katerina's gaze locks onto them. She suddenly rips the blue dancing shoes off her feet, gripping them tightly in her hand. "You bastard! Stop right there!" She swings her arm. The dancing shoe traces an arc through the air. It strikes the silver-haired man squarely in the back of the head. The silver-haired man lets out a scream. He loses his balance. He tumbles forward. He clutches the back of his head. The veins in his temples bulge. He glares back at Katerina. "You're dead meat." Katerina looks at his face. Her pupils contract suddenly. The silver-haired man is taken aback. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. He abruptly turns around. He dashes into the depths of the corridor. Katerina murmurs softly, "He really does have silver hair." Silver hair is the symbol of the House of Vasily. Could that person be a member of the royal family? Or one of Nikoliad's confidants? At least a relative of Nikoliad, surely. Nikolai rushes over from behind. "Kata." He pulls Katerina into a sudden tight embrace. He rests his chin on her shoulder. His arms are wrapped tightly around her. "I was so scared. I was so scared something would happen to you." Katerina turns to hug Nikolai. "I'm fine, after all, you came to my rescue." A smile spreads across her lips. Her eyes are filled with tenderness. "Thank you for coming." Nikolai looks down at her. His gaze falters for a moment. Kata, a dry cough breaks the silence. Boris is standing not far away. His expression is fun of, "Your Grace, I know you are busy right now. But this matter is extremely urgent. We found it. The membership list for the Despot Club, and that secret ledger. They have been laundering money under the guise of donations." Nikoliad's expression shifts instantly. A cold sternness settles on his brow. Katerina's eyes widen in surprise. They enter the dimly lit study. Several assistants are busy combing through the documents. Katerina looks grave. "Your Grace, we must pursue them. We cannot allow this to happen again." Nikolai rests his fingertips against his chin. "I agree." He looks toward Boris. "Did you see two men fleeing on your way here?" Boris bows his head. The road was completely empty. "We came in through the main entrance. Perhaps there is another exit." Nikolai knits his brows. "I see. But that means we don't know where they fled." Confidence gleams in Katerina's eyes. "Don't worry, I can find their location." Nikolai looks puzzled. "How?" Katerina recalls the scene from moments ago. "I slipped a magic tool into his shoe. Actually, the magic tool landed in that Mene hat. Let it hurry and catch up." The man in red jumps down from the carriage. He looks around. His expression is wary. "Your Highness, it seems we've lost our tail." The silver-haired man steps down from the footboard. He adjusts his black cloak. "This place is..." He stares at the massive red-and-white striped tent ahead. Lights flicker behind the canvas. "Are you insane? What are we doing here?" He spins around abruptly and grabs the man in red by the collar. The man in red turns pale. Your Highness, please calm down. Only members are allowed inside. The silver-haired man whispers through gritted teeth. That man is my brother. The man in red gasps. What? The silver-haired man lets go. His fingertips tremble violently. Why would my brother be there? The man in red looks ghastly. Was that man the Grand Duke? The silver-haired man clutches his head. Why is he in the south? If he finds me, I am a dead man. The man in red spreads his hands, trying to soothe him. Your Highness, no one followed us on the way here. If the Grand Duke forces his way in, we can use the chaos to escape, so please calm down. Let Tay go inside first. How about it? The silver-haired man turns sharply. His cloak sweeps through the air in an arc. He strides toward the entrance. The man in red rushes to keep up. Your Highness, wait for me. Katarina hitches up her skirts and leaps from the carriage. Itet right here. She gazes at the massive striped tent in the distance. Those bastards are inside. A blue light flickers twice and then dies out completely. Nikolai says, it seems the magic power has been depleted. From here on, we'll have to find them on our own. Katarina gazes at the tent. Her face shows confusion. Why would they CCM to a circus all of a sudden? Nikolai crosses his arms over his chest. This isn't a circus. There should be animal cages nearby, but I don't smell any wild beasts. Katarin's expression turns grave. Now that you mention it, you're right. And Itet not even circus season. Katarin's pupils tremble slightly. If they're using a circus as a front, there must be illegal activity going on inside. Boris reports. I've received a tip-off. They're running an illegal gambling arena and fight club here. To evade detection, they only admit members. Only those with invitations can enter. Katarina grits her teeth. Rage burns in her eyes. To think criminal activities are happening right under our noses. I wonder how many victims there are. A cold smirk plays on Nicolai's lips. I had planned to deal with the Despot Club later, but this is the perfect opportunity to round them all up in one go. The main entrance is heavily guarded. Two burly men with swords at their waists block all access. Entering through the front won't be easy. Katarina undresses as she speaks. Boris, go to the carriage and get the spare clothes. Nikolai barks a low command. Turn around. Nikolai's eyes widen. Kata, why are you suddenly taking your clothes off? Katarina presses her index finger to her lips. What if someone sees us? We can't get in without membership IDs, right? Nikolai turns his head to avoid looking. Even so, you can't just change right here. Katarina leans close to his ear. A mischievous smile plays on her lips. You just need to shield me, Your Grace. Nikolai covers his face with one hand. Helplessness shows through the gaps in his fingers. Only I need to disguise myself. Katarina What? Nikolai turns around. Worry is written across his face. Who knows what dangers lie inside? You should stay behind. Katarina looks him straight in the eye. I'm the only one who can identify those members. You didn't get a good look at their faces in the dark. Nikolai is momentarily speechless. True, Katarina says. If we dawdle any longer, the matches will be over, and we'll lose their trail completely. Boris comes running with a pile of clothes. Here. I've brought the spare clothes. Katarina takes the clothes. Thanks. Let it get changed quickly. Let it go. Boris hands the other set to Nikolai. These are for you, Your Grace. The tent entrance is brightly lit. The guard beckons mechanically. Next. He narrows his eyes, staring at the approaching figures. Nikolai has changed into a dark leather vet, showing off the firm lines of his arms. Katarina has changed into a red and white dress. The two walk toward the entrance side by side. The guard suddenly thrusts his scabbard across, blocking their path. Wait, his eyes are full of suspicion. I haven't seen you two before.
He sizes up Nicolai at build.
His tone is icy. Are you really a gladiator? Nikolai remains silent. A chill lingers in his eyes. He looks down coldly at the man. Katarina reaches out and wraps her arm around Nicolai's waist. She presses her entire body against his chest. My darling is quite handsome, isn't he? Nicole's body stiffens. His pupils tremble in shock. Darling, Katerina says in a coquettish tone. My darling air is just too noble. That it why heat often misunderstood. But now I tet my darling turn to compete. We're already late. If we miss the match, he won't get paid. The guard lets out a sneer.
He withdraws his sword.
Are you here to cheer for your man? Most women leave in tears after watching these matches. Confidence gleams in Katerina's eyes. I tet fine, my man is strong. Heat never lost. The guard steps aside. Since you're so confident, I'll look forward to it. Katerina enters the tent with her arm around Nikolai. Thanks, she whispers, leaning close to Nikolai. A brilliant smile is on her face. Your Grace, I did pretty well just now, didn't I? Nikolai remains. He looks away with a grim expression. He picks up his pace toward the interior. Let's get inside first. A deafening roar sweeps through the arena. The stands are packed with people. The frantic shouts almost lift the roof off. In the center of the arena, a gladiator's lips curl upward. He lets out a cold, sinister chuckle. He throws a violent punch. His heavy fist slams down like a hammer. It lands a direct hit on the face. The sound of bone shattering is drowned out by the frenzy. The opponent falls to the ground screaming. His body twitches violently. The gladiator pins the man's chest with his foot. He stands tall and proud. The entire audience goes into a frenzy. The cheers are earth-shattering. A silver-haired man waves his fists in excitement. This is the best way to blow off steam. He suddenly freezes. His pupils contract in absolute shock. Why is my brother standing there? Cheers sweep the arena like a tsunami. The dense crowd in the stands waves their arms wildly. The shouting is deafening. The gladiator cracks his neck with a snap. He sizes up his opponent with a contemptuous gaze. A pretty boy like you. What are you doing in a place like this? The man in Reddit eyes widen suddenly. His breath catches instantly. Your Grace, what are you doing? The silver-haired man says nothing. He leans forward.
He pulls his hat brim down tight.
His black boots stomp heavily on the ground. Nikolai walks steadily toward the center of the arena. His expression is cold and stern. The gladiator lets out a sneer. Let's get this started. The spectators in the stands go into a frenzy. Kill him. The gladiator takes a massive step forward. If you're just standing there to pose, then die. I'll finish you in a single punch. Nikolai sidesteps to avoid the heavy blow. The fist grazes his chest, carrying a sharp gust of wind. The gladiator grits his teeth and turns, so arrogant. He swings his right arm, sweeping horizontally once more. Nikolai leans back slightly, dodging the strike aimed directly at his face. The gladiator's pupils shrink. You dodged it. The fist arcs through the air, but it only hits an afterimage. Nikolai remains expressionless, staring at his opponent with frigid eyes. He glides backward with light, effortless steps. The gladiator roars in rage. You dodged again. He lunges, swinging both fists in rapid succession. Nikolai maintains his composure throughout, weaving through the dense shadow of fists. Boos erupt from the audience. Why isn't that pretty boy fighting back? Attack if you don't want to die. Gamblers wave their tickets, their faces contorted and hideous. Just die already. Don't hold up our payout. Disgust pools in the depths of Nikolai's eyes. Those who enjoy this sport are certainly twisted, but you participants are even more sickening. He looks around. Amidst the voices of the frenzied nobles, his own voice is low and gravelly. How dare they treat my people this way? Inside the dim locker room, a gladiator curls up in a corner, his body shaking uncontrollably. He lets out broken sobs. He covers his face tightly with his hands, terror visible through the gaps in his fingers. I killed someone. I killed a man with my own hands. Two gladiators stand nearby, whispering. Looks like a rookie. One of them sighs. By the way, didn't you say you'd quit after the last fight? The older gladiator lowers his head, his gaze hollow.
I did say that.
He curls his lip in a self-mocking smirk. But I have nowhere else to go. Except here. The higher-ups only care about their favorites. Positions in the Knights are all filled by the cronies of the powerful. For former mercenaries like us who only know how to fight, there is no place for us at all. My son is very ill. I can't even afford medicine, let alone a doctor. Anger ignites in Nicolai's eyes. Military strength shouldn't be valued only during war. This whole thing is corrupt to the core. The gladiator suddenly throws a punch at Nikolai. Stop dodging. Hit me back. Nikolai sidesteps the attack, his eyes cold. I didn't expect him to be so easily provoked. This should buy enough time. I wonder how Kata is doing. Katarina weaves through the crowd, her eyes searching frantically. Where has that silver-haired bastard hidden himself? If this takes any longer, His Grace might get hurt. I must find him quickly. She slams hard into a wall of muscle. Losing her balance, she falls to the ground. Ouch, a red-haired man leans down. He extends a right hand wrapped in bandages. Are you hurt? Katarina takes his hand and stands up. I'm fine. I wasn't looking where I was going. Sorry, she sizes up the stranger. A trace of doubt rises in her heart. What is the deal with this person? The red-haired man pulls back his hand. His expression is indifferent. All right, I was distracted too. Katarina ponders. The match is still ongoing. Does he plan to leave just like that? Or is his purpose for coming here not to watch the match at all? She speaks up. Isn't the injured one actually you? The red-haired man looks stunned. Katarina points at his arm. Your arm is wrapped in bandages. The red-haired man's tone is flat. Nothing. He turns toward the exit, his footsteps steady. In that case, I'll take my leave. Katarina's pupils contract suddenly. She suddenly rushes forward. She grabs the man's wrist with a firm grip. Long time no see. Mr. Polano Mangano. The red-haired man's body freezes. He slowly turns his head. A sense of detachment is in his eyes. I'm afraid I don't know anyone by that name. Katarina stares intently at the knot on his bandages. Her tone is resolute. I'm not very good at tying knots, so my technique is quite unique. A certain smile hangs on her lips. I am probably the only person in this country who ties such strange knots. Am I right, Mr. Mangano? Mangano's body freezes. A drop of cold sweat beads on his temple. After a long silence, he lets out a soft chuckle. I expect nothing less from you. You have a sharp eye. Katarina stares at him. Setting all that aside, which one is the real you? Why are you here? Mangano turns. I will explain everything. Just wait until I've handled things here. Katarina stands frozen on the spot. Her pupils tremble slightly. A sudden bang, tears through the air. Freeze! A large group of fully armed soldiers rushes onto the grounds. Their weapons are aimed uniformly at the crowd. The sound of marching boots is deafening. Chief Justice has an order. Katarina looks around in shock. An order from the Chief Justice? An officer rests his hand on the sword at his waist. His expression is solemn. Nobody move! Screams break out in the crowd. People flee in panic in all directions. Run! Spears CC racked to form a perimeter. No one is allowed to move. Boris looks around in shock. Knights, what on earth is going on? The commander looks stern. Arrest them all.
He glares at Boris.
Why are the Grand Ducate Knights here? Boris retorts. And why is the Ministry of Justice here? A faint smile plays on his lips. It seems our objectives are the same. He lets out a sharp roar, his eyes filled with resolve. Don't let a single one get away. Arrest them. The soldiers' roars rip through the air. Don't move. The crowd descends into chaos. Gamblers attempt to break through the perimeter. Get back. The soldiers level their spears, forcibly suppressing the riot. A red-haired man reaches out and grabs a civilian by the shoulder, dragging them away from the danger zone. Boris grips the sword at his waist, wearily watching the surroundings. Katerina stands at the edge of the stands, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic crowd. The situation has spiraled out of control far too quickly. He must be nearby. A silver-haired man in a black cloak moves swiftly through the corridor. His leather boots click rhythmically. Katerina snaps her head around, her eyes locking onto a figure in the distance. Found him. She lifts her red dress and hurries down the wooden gallery. Her eyes are fixed on the back of the figure ahead. He stops abruptly, his pupils contracting suddenly. A dead end lies ahead. Katerina braces herself against the wooden wall, her fingertips turning white from the strain. I won't let him escape this time. She leaps down from the high platform, her skirt fluttering in the air. She steadies herself with one hand, her movements sharp and practiced. A burly man blocks Nicolai's path, brandishing his fists and shouting, "You bastard! Consider yourself lucky."
If it weren't so chaotic right now.
I would have. Nikolai turns his head. His eyes are filled with a chilling cold. Stop annoying me. Get lost. The burly man is intimidated by. He lets out a gasp, instinctively stepping back. Nikolai hurries through the chaos. Kata, a guard, pulls back a red wooden curtain. That bastard. He curses through gritted teeth. I knew there was something off about that guy. He glares at Nikolai. Is he a spy? The guard draws a long sword from his waist. The blade gleams under the red light. He silently approaches Nikolai back. Nikolai looks around. Kata, where on earth are you? Please be safe. The guard suddenly raises his sword, stabbing toward Nikolai back. A sword whistles through the air, precisely parrying the lethal strike. Nikolai's pupils contract suddenly. The guard clutches his bleeding arm, letting out a scream. My hand is broken. The red-haired man sheathes his sword. His expression is cold and stern. Are you all right? Your Grace, Nikolai stares at the Manet face. I tit you. He turns and rushes toward the corridor. The thud of his boots is hurried. Save the thanks for later. The silver-haired man hurries through the dim backstage area.
His breathing is heavy.
His footsteps echo through the empty room. He pulls back the red wooden curtain with a jerk. Every corner is a dead end filled with clutter. Damn it, a dead end. He looks around frantically. He picks up a short sword. There is no more time. He slashes through the curtain. I can't let brother find out about this. Katerina walks into the room. Where do you think you're going? The silver-haired man gaze is icy. You just won't leave me alone. He suddenly remembers something. Katerina leaps into the air. She delivers a heavy kick, a sweeping strike. I'm going to make you pay for all your crimes. Katerina keeps her eyes locked on him. Her gaze is full of confidence. Did you really think I wouldn't catch you? The silver-haired man retreats several steps. Cold sweat trickles down his cheek. Do you know who I am? Katerina closes in on him, step by step. I've had my eye on you ever since you started your dirty work at the club. I've been watching you. Illegal gambling, and all those rotten dealings. You really are a master of every vice. The silver-haired man grinds his teeth. Who do you think you are? Katerina says. Confess now, let it all end here. CCM with me. The silver-haired man swings his sword suddenly. The blade grazes the tip of Katerina's nose. Get lost. Katerina's pupils contract. She dodges the fatal blow. This is absolute madness. The silver-haired man sweeps his sword again. His movements are ruthless. I told you to get lost. Nicolai's shout echoes from the corridor. His voice is urgent. Kata, the silver-haired man's movements falter. Thatted brother-it voice. He looks panicked. He reaches out and grabs the green curtain nearby. He throws it over Katerina. Katerina lets out a cry of surprise. Her vision is plunged into darkness. You little bastard. The silver-haired man spins around abruptly. He swings the short sword in his hand. The sound of tearing fabric is ear-piercing. Katerina pulls away the green cloth obscuring her vision. She shouts in anger, Get back here. She stares at the gash he cut. Her pupils contract suddenly.
He actually escaped.
Nikolai pulls back the red door curtain. He bursts into the room. His footsteps are hurried. Kata, are you alright? Katerina turns around. Her expression is a bit dazed. Nikolai pulls her into his arms with a jerk. His arms wrap tightly around her. Today was far too close. Thank goodness you're safe. Katerina leans against Nikolai at broad chest, listening to his heavy heartbeat. I'm also glad that you are safe. Nikolai says, if I catch him, I'm going to break his legs first. Katarina's eyes are cold. If that man really is a member of the Grand Ducate family, how will he react when he finds out the truth? Nikolai shields Katerina as they walk out of the wooden magnolia. The noise of the crowd washes over them. An official wearing glasses stops in his tracks. His gaze is locked onto Nikolai. He lets out a gasp. It can't be. The official bows down in fear. He pays his respects to Nikolai. Your Grace, Nikolai asks. Do you recognize me? The official pushes up his glasses. Yes. When I accompanied Chief Justice Polano to report to the court, I saw you, Nikolai says. You are the Chief Justice of the Southern District, the one who stood behind Lord Pavel Petrovsky. Katerina suddenly, her pupils tremble. Wait, that man isn't Polano Mangano. Heat even at elder brother. The equestrian champion I've always admired is actually him. Pavel Petrovsky. Katerina is sitting in a tree. Two maids are hanging out bed sheets. Did you hear? About the champion of the equestrian competition. Who won? I heard it was a commoner. Really, a commoner actually defeated the knights. And it was an overwhelming victory. I heard he's incredibly handsome. His skills are simply breathtaking. Not only did he break the record for the fastest time, but even the strongest knights were left in the dust. Heavens, how dashing that must be. Katerina lifts her face. Her eyes are full of longing. She clasps her hands together. A blush colors her cheeks. The maid cradles her own face. Handsome and highly skilled in martial arts. If only he could become a high-ranking officer, everything would be perfect. Katerina falls from the tree. She lets out a cry. She lands in the grass. She clutches her waist. Her brow is furrowed. The maid rushes to the bush. My lady, are you all right? You shouldn't have been climbing trees. Katerina gazes at the man before her. Father once used ridiculous letters as a cover to pass on that secret intelligence. Never did I think we would meet again in a place like this. Pavlet's expression is grim. I am from Vaspespro, the captain of the spontaneously organized suburban militia.
He lowers his eyes, his tone icy.
That at a place where mercenaries go to make a profit. In the end, they were all sent back as corpses. I found it suspicious at the time. So I investigated further and discovered that right here, under the guise of fighters, they entered an illegal gambling ring. It wasn't a competition at all. It was a one-sided slaughter. Even if someone was lucky enough to survive, they were left permanently disabled. The audience placed frantic bets, and the amounts kept growing. Constantly inciting violence and murder, I couldn't just stand by and watch. Thanks to the Chief Justice issuing a search warrant and authorizing the soldiers to intervene, things finally moved forward smoothly. The judge raises his hand to his forehead. In my youth, I was fearless. I pursued justice and handled countless cases. The boyar nobles always stood their corrupt old boy networks, their intricate regional connections, and that damned bloodline. Every step was a struggle. Without evidence, I couldn't act recklessly. It wasn't until Pavel obtained that membership that I finally found the courage. Nikolai looks at the two of them. If it hadn't been for the two of you, we wouldn't have been able to catch so many criminals red-handed. You have both worked hard. The judge asks Nikolai, Your Grace, where will you go from here? Are you returning to the north? Nikolai says, I still have some personal matters to attend to here. I plan to set off for the south immediately. Katerina's eyes snap wide open. Pavel, Nikolai says. Kata, leave the matters here to the judge. Katerina. Pavlet's eyes. Don't we have things to talk about? Pavel lowers his gaze, avoiding her eyes. Yes, Katerina stands in a clearing in the woods. Regarding the trail leading to Mangano, Pavel turns his head. That was the source. Thatted exactly where we tracked them down. A fun moon hangs in the night sky. Are you all right? Pavel carries his wounded companion on his back, trudging through the forest with difficulty. Please, just hang on a little longer. Once we reach the village, I'll get you treated. The companion leans against his shoulder, whispering, Lord Pavel. I recognize one of the members of the gambling syndicate. Pavel stops dead in his tracks. Who? The companionate voice grows faint. The painter who often appears in the newspaper illustrations. Pavelet pupils contract sharply. Baron Lanskoy. In order to obtain his membership, I monitored Baron Lanskoy for a very long time. On the day he went to the hotel, I drugged all the employees there and infiltrated the place disguised as the manager. However, an unexpected variable appeared. Nikolai says, that must have been us. Pavel speaks in a flat tone. Everything that happened after that is exactly as I told you before. Katerina gazes at Pavel. Since you are a member of the Petrovsky family, why did you specifically go to the border to form a militia? With your status, you could have joined any knightly order you wanted. Pavel is silent for a moment. His adamant apple bobs slightly. Ever since I left the family, I have lived my life as Katerina stands there, stunned. He became a commoner? Pavelet expression is dejected. On that day, I felt ashamed of the name Petrovsky. Day after day, pushing people toward death, more obsessed with status than human lives, with knights acting with total impunity. I have no need for a family that commits such inhuman acts. To be a member of the Boa family, yet live such a shameful life, that is the true torture. Nikolai gazes at him. Do you not regret it? A faint smile plays on Pavelet lips. I don't regret it. My current life as a commoner allows me to help those truly in need. That gives me a much greater sense of fulfillment. Nikolai takes a step forward. You chose to become a commoner, but you didn't choose a world where you'd be discriminated against, one where your talents would be buried. He extends his hand. CTM work for me. Pavel stands there, stunned. Pardon me, what did you say? Nikolai looks him in the eye. The Grand Ducal Guard. The captainate position happens to be vacant. I need someone with real combat experience to be by my side and offer counsel. I will personally compensate the village for the loss of your presence, on the condition that you must bring along the militia members who once fought beside you. I will send other capable hands to fill the void you leave behind for the villagers. Pavel flushes with emotion. Your Grace, he drops to one knee. I am ready to follow your command. Nikolai speaks. Now, as my guard captain, do you swear to do everything in your power to protect me and my wife? Pavel raises his head. Yes, I am willing to give my life to protect you both, my lords. Nikolai looks down at him. Do not give your life. Your life belongs to me now too. I strictly forbid you from throwing it away recklessly. Pavel bows his head in acceptance. As you command, your grace. Katerina stands to the side, chuckling softly. That is certainly the Grand Ducate way of doing things. Boris enters at a brisk pace. The situation has been mostly handled, sir. Nikolai says, in that case, we are finished here as well. Prepare to depart for our next destination. The final stop of this secret tour, Pallenberg. Katerina sits inside the jolting carriage. I've never heard of Pallenberg. Nikolai explains, that not surprising. Itet, a remote and obscure little town. Pallenberg is extremely insular. They have almost no contact with the outside world. They even defy law and scripture, punishing sinners in the name of preserving ancient traditions. Over time, their actions have long since abandoned all reason. Those atrocities have even begun to affect surrounding areas. They can no longer be seen as mere customs. Itet simply inhumane. So, I intend to uproot their influence entirely. Katerina covers her mouth and nose, her face pale. I understand. Nikolai leans toward her. Kata, are you all right? You look quite pale. Katerina shakes her head gently. Just a little motion sick. The carriage wheel hits a sharp bump. The carriage jolts violently. Katerina lets out a low groan. Nikolai raises his hand and taps on the carriage wall. Let it stop and rest for a bit. A stream flows through the forest. Katerina steps down from the carriage. She stretches her arms and breathes in the air. I finally feel like I'm alive again. She walks toward the luggage. She reaches into the leather bag, rummaging through it. Found it, she squats by the stream, attempting to wash the cup in her hand. Her fingertips suddenly slip. The cup plunges into the water, sending up a ring of splashes. Katerina reaches out into the void. No, Nikolai snaps his head around. Kata, he walks over quickly. What happened? Pavel fumbles in the waist-deep water. He catches the gravestone. He wades back to the shore, soaked to the bone. His boots make a heavy, squelching thud against the grass. Pavel drops to one knee and presents the gravestone to Katerina. Here you go. Katerina stands frozen in place. Thank you. She stares at Pavelet-drenched trousers, her eyes filled with surprise. Pavel stands up and pats down his wet pant legs. Katarina faces fun of guilt. I'm so sorry. You're soaking wet because of me. Pavel gives a hearty laugh. I tet nothing. The weather is lovely. It'll dry in no time. Katerina suddenly turns her head. Don't move, wait a moment. Pavel stops in his tracks, looking confused. Katerina pulls out a handkerchief and holds it out to him. Take it, at least dry your feet. Walking in soaked boots is far too uncomfortable. Pavel waves his hand, taking a half step back. There ain't really no need for that. Katerina steps forward again. Please, I insist you take it. Pavel freezes on the spot. Thank you. Nikolai stands in the distance, his fists suddenly clenching. Boris stifles a giggle. Your Grace must be dying of jealousy right now. Nikolai snaps his head around.
His gaze sharp.
Why would I be jealous? Anyone with eyes can see. This is just a standard employer-employee relationship. I was the one who ordered Pavel to protect Katerina. Why would I be angry? At the execution of my own orders? Boris narrows his eyes, a mischievous smile on his face. I didn't say you were angry. Did the first? Nikolai crosses his arms. Do I look like the kind of petty person who would get jealous just because Katerina guard happens to be a man? Boris spreads his hands, looking somewhat hesitant. But the situation with the guard captain is a bit different, isn't it? Nikolai turns his head. What different about it? Boris lowers his voice. Oh, isn't Captain Pavel the madame at first love? Nikolai freezes in place.
His pupils contract sharply.
What? Boris covers his mouth. His eyes are filled with terror. I tet impossible that you didn't know. Nikolai's entire being seems to catch fire. This is the first I've heard of it. Boris gives a couple of dry laughs. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. Well, that certainly is fascinating. Nikolai crosses his arms over his chest. A cold smile hangs on his lips. It is indeed very interesting. He tilts his head slightly. His gaze is as sharp as a blade. Who is your source? Boris hunches his shoulders. He doesn't dare to look him in the eye. Nikolai's eyes are filled with ice. Is that informant reliable? Boris wrings his fingers. Cold sweat pours down his forehead. The maid alien get eyes flicker. All right. I haven't told you that story yet, have I? The one about her ladyship at first love. Nikolai crosses his arms. His face is grim. I see. Then it must be reliable news. Boris looks confused. Perhaps I'm... Nikolai says, Isn't it a bit late to try and take back your words? Boris says, If only you could use an eraser to wipe away this memory. Nikolai says nothing. An icy aura radiates from him. Boris frantically slaps his own mouth. Stupid mouth. I knew this mouth would get me into trouble one day. Nikolai turns around. First love, was it? As far as I'm concerned, Katerina is my first love too. Whether I had a first love or not, the fact remains that he once moved her heart. Pavel suddenly shivers. He hunches his shoulders. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Nikolai stomps heavily across the grass. Dry branches snap under his boots. This is an absolute humiliation. I actually sent that man to her side with my own hands. I have to admit, Pavel is indeed a charming man. Nikolai walks up behind the two of them. A shadow looms over them. What are you talking about? Katerina is sitting on the grass. She looks up at the newcomer. Your Grace. Pavel says it's going to rain soon. He suggested we stay here overnight. So we were just discussing what to have for dinner. Nikolai snorts coldly. He sits down beside Katerina. His movements are stiff. Then tell me, how does he know it's going to rain? He has neither divine power nor magic. On what grounds does he make such a claim?
He glares at Pavel.
His tone is hostile. If your clothes are dry already, go check the equipment. Pavel stands up. Yes, sir, understood. Katerina rests her chin in her hand. Her brow furrows slightly. Is your Grace in a bad mood today? Dark clouds churn at the horizon. Thunder rumbles faintly. A torrential rain is approaching. Boris stands on the bank. He gazes at the water at surface. His expression is solemn. Katerina crouches behind the bush, resting her chin in her hands. Her eyes are fixed on the stream. Water splashes continuously. A large fish swims in the clear creek water. Its tail fin sweeps. Stirring, Nikolai steps into the water barefoot. Water splashes everywhere.
He suddenly plunges his hands beneath the surface.
Nikolai pulls out a plump, fresh fish. The fish's body struggles violently. He brushes back his soaked hair with one hand. His expression is cold and sharp. Pavel stands to the side, clenching a vine in his hand. Katerina watches Nikolai back. Her brow furrows slightly. What on earth is wrong with his Grace today? Pavel walks over to Nikolai's side. He looks up at the sky. Your Grace, dark clouds are gathering. Hunting will be difficult. Perhaps we can catch some freshwater fish. We can boil the fish and eat. What do you think? Nikolai crosses his arms. There is a look of skepticism in his eyes. Freshwater fishing? You don't even have a fishing rod, do you? Pavel holds up a branch, wrapped with vines. I indeed don't have a rod, but I believe I can make a simple fishing net. Nikolai stares at Pavel, then led to do that. Katerina's eyes snap wide open. Her expression is surprised. A provocative smile hangs on Nikolai's lips. How about a bet? To see who can catch the most fish. Pavel freezes on the spot. A drop of cold sweat beads on his temple. Nikolai stares into his eyes. The loser must grant the winner one wish. Boris rests his head in his hand. His eyes are filled with anxiety. Good heavens, Your Grace. What exactly are you thinking? Pavel lowers his head. His voice is somewhat hesitant. How can I bet with you? Nikolai takes a step closer. I want to see what you're made of. As a contest between men, not in my capacity as your lord. Pavel grips his collar. Understood, he suddenly casts the net. The wooden basket is instantly filled with fresh fish. Their bodies shimmer under the sunlight. The knights exclaim, You caught another one. We have more food than we can eat today. Katerina sits to the side. She lets out a heavy sigh. She suddenly opens her arms wide. She shouts at the two in the stream, Enough! Both of you, stop it right now. Do you intend to make the fish here go extinct? You've caught more than enough. Nikolai and Pavel stand in the water. Their clothes are soaked through. Sweat continues. Tents are pitched in the dripping campsite. The carriage is parked by the thicket. Attendants are busy hauling supplies. A campfire rises among the trees. The firewood crackles and pops. Steam wafts from the iron pot. The thick soup bubbles in the pot, releasing an enticing aroma. Nikolai picks up a wooden spoon and takes a sip of the hot soup. It tastes good, doesn't it? Katerina carries a bundle of dry firewood and walks over to Pavel's side, wearing a bright smile. Nikolai suddenly appears behind the two of them. What were you two just chatting about? He stares at Pavel, his tone chilling. Why are you making my wife carry such a heavy load? Pavel looks flustered. My deepest apologies. Katerina's face darkens, a vein throbbing slightly at her temple. Since a moment ago, He has been acting childishly beyond reason. She calls out to Nikolai. CCM with me for a second? Nikolai stumbles a step as he is dragged away. Go on then. Katerina slams Nikolai against a tree trunk. What on earth have you been doing since we got here? Nikolai looks down at her. What do you mean doing? Katerina knits her brows. You've been acting strange this entire time. Did something happen? She tilts her face up, her gaze searching for answers. Nikolai averts his eyes, his voice stiff. Just forget about him. Katerina's voice rises. What do you mean, forget about him? Nikolai turns and walks toward the camp, his steps steady. Dinner seems to be ready. Let it go. Katerina braces herself against the tree, watching his retreating back. What? Her brows are tightly knit, her eyes full of irritation. Why do you walk away before I've even finished speaking? Boris walks out. I have something to say to you. He wrings his hands together awkwardly, then suddenly waves his arms, gesticulating wildly in the air. His emotions have completely spiraled out of control. Katerina stands frozen in place, her mouth slightly agape. My goodness, she issues a categorical denial. True that I once admired Pavel, but that was purely out of respect and adoration. In the past, I might have misunderstood those feelings and mistaken, but I know better than anyone now that what I feel for Pavel is definitely not love. Katerina covers her mouth with one hand and lets out a hearty laugh. Boris looks bewildered. Your Grace, Katerina's eyes are brimming with amusement. Nikolai is actually truly jealous. He has always been so calm and rational. They even call him the cold-blooded Grand Duke. To have such a powerful physique, yet still get jealous over someone. She spins around abruptly and shouts her 80th name. Boris straightens his back and responds loudly. Yes, a light sparkles in Katerina's eyes. Her hair flutters gently in the wind. Let's go find the Grand Duke. You mentioned just now that he ordered 2 tents to be prepared, right? Boris follows closely behind.
Yes.
His Grace instructed that separate bedding be prepared for both of you. Katerina walks toward the center of the camp, looking at the busy figure in the distance. Such a waste for 2 people to use 2 separate tents. Remove 1 tent and give it to the others to use. The corners of her mouth curve upward. There is a glint of mischief in her eyes. Raindrops fall onto the leaves, making a crisp, clear sound. A torrential downpour begins, instantly enveloping the entire campsite. Nikolai takes off his soaked shirt, revealing his firm, muscular back. He tosses the garment aside casually. He lets out a long sigh, exhaustion visible between his brows. He lies flat on the mattress, with his arms pillowed behind his head. I definitely overexerted myself today. I feel quite tired. The door flap is suddenly lifted, making a soft rustling sound. Nikolai sits up abruptly.
His pupils contract sharply.
Kata, this isn't your tent. He quickly grabs a thin blanket to cover his chest, his expression flustered. Katerina steps into the tent, her footsteps light and brisk. I gave my tent to the knights. That way, everyone can sleep a bit more comfortably. It would be a waste to leave it empty. She carries a lantern, smiling radiantly. I plan to sleep here tonight. Rain washes over the top of the tent, making a dull, heavy sound. There is plenty of space here. Katerina holds the oil lamp, standing by the edge of the bed before lying down. There is more than enough room for 2 people. Are you avoiding me because you're... Nikolai puts his clothes back on, remaining silent. He stands up suddenly. If that is the case, you sleep here. Nikolai takes long strides, heading straight for the tent exit. His pace is hurried. Katerina turns with the lantern, her gaze following his figure closely. Are you angry with me? Nikolai stops in his tracks. He turns his head, his eyes filled with bewilderment. What? Katerina looks down at the oil lamp in her hand. The flame flickers slightly. You've been avoiding me because you're angry, haven't you? Nikolai leans down and grips her wrist. Confusion is written in his eyes. Why would I be angry with you? Katerina lifts her face, her gaze burning bright. I heard it from Boris. Nicolai's fingertips tremble. His body goes rigid. Katerina. Yes, Boris accidentally told me that, Pavel is my first love. That's it, why you're acting like this. Isn't it? Nicolai's cheeks flush crimson instantly. He looks away in a panic. He averts his gaze. Boris actually told him. He raises his hand to cover his nose and mouth. Boris indeed said those things. But preparing 2 tents was only for rest. It had nothing to do with that matter. Katerina presses him further. So, do you really not care that Pavel was my first love? Nikolai turns around abruptly. His expression is serious. As your husband, of course I care. Katerina stands in place. There is unease in her eyes. Are you regretting keeping Pavel by your side? As a guard? Nikolai covers his face with his hand.
He presses his fingertips hard against his temple.
To be honest, half and half. I certainly care, but he is indeed the most suitable candidate to protect you. No one is better than Pavel. I'm sorry for showing you such a narrow-minded side of myself. Katerina raises her hand. Her fingertips lightly touch his cheek. You've misunderstood. Pavel wasn't my first love. Nikolai freezes in place. His pupils contract suddenly.
He wasn't. He drops his head abruptly.
His shoulders tremble violently. A muffled laugh escapes his throat. Katerina looks down. The corners of her mouth curl up slightly. Was this really worth worrying yourself over like this? Nikolai reaches out and takes her fingertips. His grip is gentle. You must be tired. Let sleep. Katerina. He reaches out and wraps his arm around Katerina's waist. He pulls her tightly into his embrace. As long as I am with you, fatigue disappears like a lie. Every night, I look forward to the things I will do with you tomorrow, until the day I die. He lowers his head. He kisses the top of her head. I love only you, Katerina. She closes her eyes. She feels the warmth of his body. If you keep saying things like this, what am I supposed to do? Someday, I will have to leave you. Is falling in love with the Grand Duke truly something that isn't allowed? Katerina looks around. The bed beside her is empty. Where did he go? Rapid footsteps CTM from outside the tent. Firelight flickers against the canvas. Katerina pulls back the entrance flap. She rushes outside. What is happening? Where is His Grace? Boris is sitting by the bonfire. His Grace took the knights to slay a monster. Katerina's pupils shrink. Her expression is one of shock. A monster in Hessen? Most regions have almost no monsters. Boris looks toward the distant red forest. Monsters appear frequently here. One of them broke through the barrier. Katerina steps forward quickly. Is everyone all right? Boris bows his head slightly. Fortunately, there are no casualties. But the surroundings are a total mess. The monsters are afraid of fire. We've set up a defensive line at the cave entrance.
It's safe here.
Katerina turns toward the weapon rack. Her hands sift through the gear. The clatter of metal is sharp and piercing. Boris follows close behind. What are you looking for? Katerina grabs a crossbow. Her eyes are filled with resolve. In the rain, a crossbow is more reliable than a gun. Boris throws his arm out. He blocks her path. You can't go out there. Katerina grips the crossbow tightly. I can't back down. The Duke is in grave danger. How can his wife just sit by and do nothing? She shoves the blocking attendant aside. Move. Boris spreads his arms to stop her. Protecting the Grand Duchess is his Grace's direct order. Katerina turns her head. Her gaze is fierce. Then do as he said. Protect me well, because I'm going hunting now. Boris looks distressed. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. Good heavens.
He speaks to the guards behind him.
You lot stay here. Guard the supplies and weapons. Her boots sink into the mud, splashing murky water. The rain pours down in torrents. Katerina raises a hand to shield her brow. The rain is too heavy. I can't see a thing. She looks around anxiously through the curtain of rain. Where is he? A blood-curdling roar echoes from the distance. It is deafening. Katerina lets out a sharp cry. She loses her balance. Boris quickly reaches out to steady her arm. Careful, my lady. Katerina regains her footing. She points toward the bush ahead. Over there, the monster lets out a long howl toward the sky. The sound tears through the forest. Nikolai holds his sword in one hand. He sprints through the mud. The monster stops at the edge of the cliff. A low, threatening growl vibrates in its throat. Nikolai suddenly accelerates. He raises his long sword high. The muscles in his arms are taut. His eyes are as cold as a blade. He thrusts downward with the momentum. The tip of the sword pierces through the monstrate eye. Blood sprays out. It stains the gray fur red. The attendants shout in terror, "Your Grace." Get out of the way, Nikolai snaps his head around. His pupils contract suddenly. A massive shadow looms over him. Kateryna's voice pierces the rain, carrying an unquestionable finality. Don't move. A crossbow bolt whistles past Nikolai's ear. It carries a sharp gust of wind. It pierces the monstrate's skull with precision. Katerina holds the heavy crossbow steady. Her fingertips are white from the strain. Her gaze is as cold as ice. The monster lets out a dying scream. Its massive body crashes to the ground. It sends up a huge splash of muddy water. Its tail sweeps backward. Katerina lets out a cry of surprise. The crossbow slips from her hand and flies into the air. Her entire body leans backward. She falls into the bottomless abyss, vanishing into the dark depths of the valley. Nikolai spins around abruptly. His back goes rigid. He lets out a desperate roar, Kata. Kateryna's heart pounds violently. A monster unlike anything she'd ever seen has appeared. Am I going to die like this? At least I saved his grace. She bolts upright, gasping for air. Where am I? A silver-haired woman keeps watch by the bedside, her profile calm and serene. You're awake. Your body only has a few abrasions. No broken bones. So you are safe now. Katerina looks down to inspect her arms. Indeed, the pain is gone. Was it you who saved me and treated my wounds? The silver-haired woman nods slightly. Yes, I found you unconscious on the back mountain and brought you back. Katerina falls into deep thought. His Grace must be looking for me. She throws off the covers and gets out of bed, her bare feet stepping onto the wooden floor. Thank you for saving me, but I really must go. Her body sways suddenly. She lets out a startled gasp. The silver-haired woman reaches out and steadily braces her shoulders. Careful, you seem a bit dizzy. Please, wait a moment. I'll go brew some blood-replenishing herbs. At least drink that before you leave. Katerina takes the clothes handed to her. Thank you. If it weren't for her, I probably would have died from exposure. But something is very strange. All the medical academies and pharmacies are in the cities, and women aren't even allowed to enroll. Yet she possesses such exquisite medical skills. Who exactly is she? The silver-haired woman pours the medicinal liquid into a porcelain cup and hands it to Katerina. Careful, it's hot. Katerina holds the cup and takes a small sip. Thank you. Thank you again for saving my life. The silver-haired woman lowers her gaze. I only brought you back and applied some ointment. Think nothing of it. Katerina gazes into the other woman's eyes. My name is Katerina. The silver-haired woman's lips curve into a slight smile. My name is Brunhilde. A voice calls out. Brunhilde. The next guest has arrived. Katerina turns at the sound. An old man pushes the door open and enters, wearing a tattered gray robe. It's CCM to request a cup of the water of life. Brunhilde pulls out a wooden... Please sit and wait for a moment. The old man says, Thank you. Brunhilde takes out a glass bottle. The bottle is filled with a blue liquid, emitting a faint glow. The old man stares at the bottle. This is it. The blue liquid is poured into a silver cup. Brunhilde pushes the cup toward him. Please, drink. The old man takes the silver cup with trembling hands.
He tilts his head back and drains it in one gulp.
Katerina watches from the side, her head tilted. Her expression is solemn. The old man sets down the empty cup. I traveled a long way just to seek this cup of life water. It doesn't seem to have helped. Brunhilde folds her hands in front of her. She lowers her eyes. I am so sorry. The old man looks up at her. Why are you apologizing? Young lady, I heard you are merely the guardian of the spring of life. It isn't as if you are the one selling this water. To buy this single cup, I had to sell all my livestock just to scrape the money together. Katarina sits nearby. Her brow is furrowed, spending all his savings just to buy 1 cup of water. And calling it life water at that. It sounds like a total scam. Brunhilde walks to the old man's side. She asks in a soft voice, where does it hurt? The old man clutches his chest.
He coughs violently.
I have asthma. The phlegm is endless. My chest always hurts so much. Brunhilde reaches out. Her fingertips touch his chest. Is it near the stomach? The old man points below his ribs. A bit more to the side. It hurts terribly right here every time I cough. Brunhilde places her palm against his back. A faint glow emanates from her fingertips. The old man freezes. His coughing stops abruptly. He presses his hand to his chest. His expression is dazed. The pain is completely gone. Brunhilde pulls back her hand. A faint smile plays on her lips. The life water has finally taken effect. That is wonderful. The old man stands up abruptly. He rushes toward the door. This is a miracle. Nothing short of a miracle. Katarina stands behind Brunhilde. She watches the old man as he leaves. Wait, what exactly is going on? The old man pushes open the door.
He shouts to the crowd gathered outside everyone.
After drinking I've been cured. I am living proof. The crowd erupts instantly. Is it true? The rumors were actually true. Let me through first. My situation is more urgent. I've been in line since dawn. Katarina stares at the bottle of blue liquid on the table. Her emerald green pupils contract. Impossible to cure a disease just by drinking river water. This whole thing is too bizarre. If such a river really existed, every royal family in the world would be fighting over it. They would bottle it and lock it away. The river would have run dry long ago. Katarina falls into deep thought. I saw Brunhilde's hand with my own eyes. The moment she touched the source of the pain, the old man's suffering vanished. But that didn't happen after he drank the water. It happened after he came into contact with Brunhilde. I've never seen anyone with hair and skin like hers. Even the color of her eyes is so strange. Brunhilde turns her head. This is the first time you've met someone like me, isn't it? Katarina waves her hands in a flustered panic. I was just lost in thought. Brunhilde gently strokes her long hair. Everyone is curious at first. The people of Pallenberg either avoid me, or they point and whisper behind my back. Katarina freezes in place. So this really is Pallenberg. He furrows his brows. They ostracize you just because of how you look. Brunhilde lowers her eyes. She presses her palm against her chest. They say I have witches in my ancestry. Or perhaps that I'm a witch myself. Katarina stands there, stunned. Her emerald eyes tremble with emotion.